Province. Umpires Tom Mokorosi and Philip Fosler are making their way out into the middle. And this broadcast brought to you on the CSA YouTube channel by courtesy of Pitch Vision. And you're with me, James King, the Cape Fox, and with me today here the Pitch Vision team of Bandile, Matthew and Sherry. And we are looking forward to bringing you an excellent day of cricket here at the beautiful Newlands cricket ground. It's an absolutely gorgeous day here in the Cape, hardly a cloud in the sky, and we are looking forward to a wonderful day of cricket. It is what we would call here in the Cape a batting day. There is a southeaster blowing, and David Bedingham and Yassine Valley, who have put in a partnership of 98 for the third wicket so far, are coming out to bat. And we see the Northwest team going to be in your picture now, and they are coming out to attempt to take early wickets this morning with perhaps some movement off the surface. The ball, though, already 27 overs old. They need to be able to make whatever use they can of the harder ball this morning, as the two batters will want to make sure that they set their stall early and bat long on a day that they would want to keep Northwest in the field. Northwest will be looking for early breakthroughs, and it will be their opening bowler, Ruan de Swart, it looks like, that's going to be opening the bowling from the Wynberg end this morning. De Swart and Michael Pretorius opening the bowling for the Northwest Dragons yesterday. And just to run through the events from yesterday, we had Northwest Dragons winning the toss early yesterday morning, and had no hesitation in saying that they wanted to bat on this what looks like a very good batting pitch. But it wasn't long before they got into some serious trouble, and they had lost their first 5 wickets for only 35 runs, and they were 86 for 7 at one stage, with only the captain Vian Libber getting any kind of score up until that time. And after that, though, it was the pair of Michael Pretorius and Mikael Prince who put on together a 124-run partnership for the 8th wicket, and they managed to drag the Dragons from 86 for 7 to 210 for 8, and eventually, with Pretorius falling at that score, played on to Onkonyako, they were then able to get to the total of 236. And before the close in the 27 overs, batting at 5.5 an over, Western Province, they got off to a flyer of a start, losing Daniel Smith early for 1, and Eddie Moore for 31, which included 7 boundaries. It's going to be Ruan de Swart bowling. It's 148 for 2. And straight away, Bedingham on the back on his stumps, plays that beautifully through the leg side. I think they're going to come back for 3. They are indeed. Bedingham stretching his legs, and that's good running from the man who's just been called up to the Proteas squad, and that's the 150 for Western Province. 150 coming in the 28th over, and it has also taken these two to a 100 partnership. Partnership now 101, and the score 151 for 2, coming off 171 balls only. Run rate of 5.6 runs to the over. That is an outstanding return for these two, and they'll be wanting to add more to this. And coming in the 28th over, and it has also taken these two. Valley facing his first delivery of the morning to Swart, and it's just played nicely back to the bowler. So Bedingham 47, Valley 52. Valley on strike now to Swart. A quick run there from Bedingham, well judged by the Western Province number 4. and that takes Valley to 53. So we do have the chat available. If you are watching this morning, I see only 10 of you watching at the moment. Please tell your friends that the game is on and there is commentary, and we look forward to having you with us during the day here today. We've got Matthew on camera and just following the action for you. The glorious shot from Beddingham through the covers. I don't know if that's going to be cut off. I don't think so. No, it's not. A valiant attempt there it was from Gideon Peters, but he's not going to get there. And David Beddingham goes to yet another 50. And that is 51 for him off 65 balls, 4 fours and 1 6. Beautifully clipped off the off spinner Mutusami into the Oaks yesterday evening. And these two increased their partnership already to 106. That is 8 runs off the over so far from Rohan de Swart, and still 2 deliveries to go. Beddingham facing better delivery that time. So we have for Beddingham, we have just the single slip now with 2 slips. We have Lesejo Senekwane, who is standing at a 4th slip, and we've got a man on the deep point boundary. We've got a short extra cover, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg. Straight to that short extra cover. That's the captain, Vion Libber, and it's the end of the first over that we've had this morning, and Western Province have moved to 156. You can see there just Beddingham's numbers on the scoreboard. 51 off those 67 balls now, 4 fours and 1 mighty 6. He's been really prolific through the leg side and through that mid-off region, and it's been a pleasure to watch him play. Man who's come off a very good county season and playing there for Durham. He is Durham's resident professional. And unsurprisingly, from the Kelvin Grove end, it's going to be Michael Pretorius coming on for his 3rd spell. Oh, my word, that was lucky there for Valley as he got the leading edge, trying to turn it down the leg side, perhaps just held its line a little bit. Difficult to tell from here. It just bobbled out into the offside. There's 2 slips. 4th slip, a man at point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at long leg. And well left outside the off stump. That was 5 bowlers used so far by Captain Vion Libber. And the bowling figures, you look at them now, it's Pretorius into his 11th over, 10 overs, 2 for 42. Swart 7 overs, 0 for 40. Peters 4 overs, 0 for 29. Mungru 6 overs, 0 for 25. And Mutusami just the 1 over last night before the close of play, 1 over, 0 for 8. Pretorius towards us now. Another good delivery in that channel outside the line of off stump, and that is where he'll be wanting to get that. So please, if you are watching, please leave a comment for us on the YouTube channel and see if we can answer any of your or some of your queries if you do have them. Really great to have you with us. And we're hoping that more of you will join us during the day, a day here that it was proclaimed as a public holiday in South Africa. Not quite sure what the day is going to be called. I think it's almost like Victory Day to celebrate the win of the South African rugby team, the Springboks, in the Rugby World Cup, as they proclaimed a holiday, as tomorrow is our public holiday. 16th of December is the Day of Reconciliation here in South Africa. Oh, it's nicely played by Valley. It just strays onto the pads, Pretorius, and I think he's going to get probably at least 3 there. They're turning now, and they will take one for the throw as it comes in from Lesiba Ngwepe out there in the deep. Matthew just following that action for you as he chases it all the way to the railway stand boundary. And hope you're getting a very good view of what is happening out there on this beautiful outfield this morning here at Newlands. And that takes the total now to 159, trailing by 77. Western Province will be looking at getting a big score here, so that they're probably only going to bat once. We'll take you through what is happening in the other games around the country and around the world today. Oh, that is an absolute jaffer. So just pitching and moving away from the right-handed Bedingham straight through to keeper Prince. So that Prince Pretorius combination, who have so far been responsible for a lot of the runs for Northwest, as well as both of the wickets. Pretorius getting Daniel Smith caught behind by Prince for 1 last night. Total then was 19, and then bowling Eddie Moore off the inside edge, and that was with the score on 50 exactly. So the partnership between these two, 109 for this, the third wicket. Plays it on the up into the covers, and 2 slips again now for Valley. Only the 1 slip normally in place for Bedingham. We should see that field change. That is Reynard van Tonder in your picture, number 18. A man who's just come off a very successful stint with the SAA team, playing in those 3 matches against the West Indies A, and got a good score there in Bloemfontein in the 3rd match won by South Africa. My memory serves me correctly. But so please engage with us on YouTube. We'll really appreciate that, and it will be good to have you with us, just commenting and chatting with us. I'm James King. Please send through your comments, and we look forward to having you there with us. Certainly a lot to talk about in cricket, both around the world and here in South Africa. Valley being a lot more watchful in this over. They've already added 11 to the overnight score of 148 for the loss of 2. David Bedingham going to his 50 this morning, and once I have those numbers, I will give them to you. I think it is something like his 42nd or 50. And yesterday evening it was Muhammad Yassin Valley going to his 41st first-class 50. Oh, another very good delivery from Jaswart, and he's making up for what was a slightly wayward first over this morning, just getting his radar going here. And very important to make sure that you can bowl in the channel here at Newlands Cricket Ground. It's a beautiful day, as I said. We're looking out towards the northern side of the ground, and we'll ask, perhaps after this delivery, we'll just ask our cameraman Matthew to give you a view of the field setting. Oh, that one's off the inside edge and gone down to third man where to fine leg where Mungru does the fielding. It's the end of the over, so we'll probably do that field setting at the beginning of this over. Kerwin Mungru there, just getting that ball, and he's holding on to it, shining it for his fellow fast bowler, Michael Pretorius, as we see walking around the outfield at the moment. Looks like coaching staff with one of the batters for Western Province. Let's get my glasses on that. It's Daniel Smith, together with batting coach Kasim Adams there, just walking around the ground. Daniel Smith, who opened the batting yesterday with Eddie Moore in the absence of Tony DeZorzi. Oh, that's in the air. Is he going to get there? No, he's not. And Valley survives. It goes over the head of Gideon Peters there. Good running from these two as they get back for two, but not quite there to play that shot. Perhaps rushed him a bit. And Peters is quite close in at mid-on. And as you saw, not able to get back and take the catch on that one. Was not the easiest catch, it was said, if he did get there, but not quite getting hold of it. And Peters making a valiant attempt, not able to stop them coming back for two. He's now moved a little bit deeper there at mid-on. Oh, he bowled him! He bowled him! What a great delivery from Michael Pretorius. And that one is an absolute beauty from the fast bowler, coming back in, taking the top of middle stump, and that has done what I call a Simone. It's done the Simone Biles cartwheel, that middle stump, and it's Valley that's gone. Another one bowled by Pretorius, 59 minutes, 87 balls, and 9 fours for Mo Valley. It was a really good innings from him, but it is their key strike bowler, Michael Pretorius, for Northwest, that has struck this morning, and he has taken the wicket of Yassine Valley. And a very good partnership of 112 comes to an end with the score now 162 for the loss of 3, and they must be very, very happy with that dismissal this morning. Northwest, exactly what they were looking for, and Valley walks disconsolately back to the pavilion as the next man in, Valentine Kitime, I think it is, or doesn't look like, is it Kitime, comes to the crease. And Kitime, who will want to make the most of this batting day, the number 5, he's going to have to endure some outstanding bowling, I'm sure, from Pretorius. Pretorius now all 3 wickets to fall, and Valentine Kitime just 4 first-class matches, 5 innings, 57 runs only, with the best of 45. He is due some runs, the man that has come down the N1 from Paul, a man who hails from Gauteng, went to Cornwall College up there in Midrand, part of the SA Under-19 team that went to the previous Under-19 World Cup, where he opened the batting on a number of occasions with a local man from these parts, Ethan John Cunningham. Ethan now plying his trade elsewhere in the country. I'm trying to think who he was contracted by. I think Gauteng. Ethan Cunningham went to Gauteng, I think. Or did you go to the? Okay, Marty's. So he's in the Boerland, and it's Michael Pretorius coming to Kitime is nicely across. So change to the field here. 3 slips now in place for Kitime, and only 2 men on the leg side. That is a man at mid-on and a man at deep, like a long leg. That's Mutusami. We've got 3 slips in place now. Mokoena, Libba, and De Swart, and at a 4th slip position, Senakwani, point, short extra cover, and a mid-off. That's into the body of Kitime, and that one is gets off the mark with that delivery, just edging it into the body and down onto the leg side, and the score now 163 for the loss of 3. So the man to go this morning, just missed that situation, was Yassine Valley, and he was out for 59, bowled by Pretorius, an absolute peach of a delivery that came in and took the top of middle stump. Bedingham just competently down to mid-on, and he'll want to build an innings now with Kitime. Still plenty of batting to come for Western Province, as they have a deficit of 73, but they'll want to make sure that they get a big lead on over the Northwest Dragons to try and get ahead in this game. Dragons at the moment second on the log. Western Province sitting in sixth position. Oh, my goodness, that was really close to the edge. Thought I heard something as it went past, but just putting his bat out there, it was Bedingham, and lucky not to get to the edge. Outstanding over comes to an end from Pretorius. He's now bowled 12 overs, 3 for 48, and what an outstanding return from him. Really has bowled outstanding well throughout the game, and adding that to his 83 off just 79 balls, rescuing his team yesterday from a desperate situation with his wicketkeeper Mikael Prince. He really has made his mark on this match so far. And this Northwest attack can certainly not be underestimated by Western Province. I'm sure they haven't underestimated them. These two teams who contested the final of the one-day cup competition here in Newlands last month. A nice from Deswart, just attacking the stumps for Kitime, and he has played that down here to Mutasami at mid-on. So we have for Kitime. Are they going to change the field? Are they again? No, it's just coming around to chat to him is Pretorius, just to give him some advice. So the Fast Bowlers Club in operation here. He's got Gideon Peters next to him at mid-off, and at mid-on he has Michal Pretorius Mutasami going into the mid-wicket position. Nicely across Kitime. He's got to get himself in here. There's plenty of time to bat, as we have 98 overs in the day. 4 of those have been bowled already. Yesterday we lost 4 overs. So it's a really lovely view of the field with the field setting. Those 2 slips, the man at 4th slip, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg. Thank you very much, Matthew. And it's through to the wicket keeper as Kitime leaves. So 163 for 3, deficit of 73. They're batting at 5.2 runs and over, and that excellent partnership of 112 between Valley and Bedingham has put Western Province at this stage in a very strong position here. Northwest will be looking to, as I say, make inroads early. They've already made 1 inroad. That's another good delivery, attacking the Kitime's stumps there. But he's nicely forward, playing to Mutusami, who's back in his position at mid-on. Get some scores for you from around the country. As 2 of the games have already been going for over an hour. The matches played in KwaZulu-Natal. We have the match between the Tuskers and the G-Bets Rocks taking place in Pietermaritzburg, and then the Dolphins versus the Lions. Very important game taking place there. And overnight it was the Lions who were 65 for 2, losing a wicket to the last ball of the day. I think it was there, chasing 245 for 9 declared in the first innings by the Dolphins, and then the other match 232. All out were the G-Bets Rocks, and they were 17 for 1 at the close were the Tuskers. So we'll get some of that information for you shortly. As as we are here with you from Newlands Cricket Ground. Michael Pretorius away from the... Oh, that just bounces in front of McQuaid at first slip. Another false stroke from Beddingham, and soft hands though for him, fortunately. And that's the second one. Well, that one dropped short, and he's just trying to figure out. It was a good stop there, and you can see the dance or the jig perhaps happening there from Grant McQueen. Perhaps missed that one. He did his best there to. He did very well to stop that one, and the he's got the 12th and 13th man, I think, down in the dugout here to our right in front of us. So we're broadcasting from the South Pavilion here at Newlands, southern end of the ground, the Weinberg end. That is a beauty, and he's got in this time. And so Pretorius has struck twice within his first 3 overs of the morning, and that is an outstanding delivery to get the wicket off Beddingham. He edged the one before, and this one he's edged, and it's gone. He's gone, and that is a huge blow for them this morning. Beddingham caught Prince, bowled Pretorius, and really good. He had to play at that one, and Pretorius has taken his 4th wicket. Beddingham gone for 51. Not what Western Province would have wanted. Of 72 balls, he had 4 fours and 1 6. Was a really good innings from him. Just 112 minutes, but a double blow that has been struck here by Northwest Dragons. And this game now is hanging in the balance. 163 for 4, with Michael Pretorius absolutely on fire here as George Linder comes to the crease for Western Province. The man who has been such an influence in this team over many years, and he's going to join his younger partner Valentine Kitime. It's going to be the left-handed Linder that will be facing Pretorius, and that wicket falling in after 32 overs and 2 balls. So it's been once again this morning the Pretorius and Prince show, as it was yesterday, and they batted for that fantastic 124 run partnership, and that was really a very good delivery from Michael Pretorius, getting the edge from David Beddingham. He had to play at that one coming in towards him, and just the faintest of edges, and he knew straight away that he was on his way. So for Linder, the left-hander, we have, as you can see, 2 slips. A man at 4th slip. We have a man at point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Man's coming into shortish mid-wicket. That is there's Ngwepe coming in there, and a man at long leg. It's Linder facing. That's another good delivery outside the off stump of Linder. He just plays it into the covers. Fantonda has the ball. So this is not what Western Province would have wanted this morning, but exactly what Northwest Dragons would have wanted, as the deficit still 73. Western Province now 4 wickets down, looking to build a sizable first innings total, and that would have a lot, would you feel, have depended on Beddingham and on Valley. This man, Michael Pretorius, had other ideas. That's very nicely played by George Linder. And that is a brilliant throw by Gideon Peters from that position at the mid-off, his mid-off position to the left-hander. And he throws down the stumps at the wicket-keeper's end. But it is Kitime who has responded to the call from George Linder and is safely in his ground. It's absolutely brilliant fielding, brought to you as well there very well by our cameraman Matthew. So thank you, Matthew, for that. It really was excellent stuff. Gideon Peters did everything he possibly could, got to it quickly, released it quickly. Outstanding throw, but safely in Linder for his first run. So both Kitime and Linder now on 164 for 4. This is not easy for Western Province. At the moment, Pretorius has set his stall here and is looking to take yet another wicket. Kitime is going to need to stay there, the number 5. Still some batting to come, but this is not what Western Province would have wanted. 4 slips now and a gully. That's another very good ball outside the line of the off stump, but certainly doesn't have to play at that and doesn't. So the double breakthrough. Both men who were set last night have been removed by Pretorius this morning. Pretorius now 4 for 49 towards the end of his 39th over. Very good delivery and left alone outside the off stump, just coming in this time as we take a look at the crowd under the oaks. It's a beautiful day here in Cape Town today, and there are spectators under the oaks. I know yesterday Mikhail Prince's family was here, and really is a beautiful sight to see. It's a public holiday, so most people not working today. Please, it's a free entry here at Newlands. Please come down and enjoy the cricket here with us at Newlands today. Wonderful to have you along with us at the moment on this broadcast, but please send your message to your friends and family, perhaps that are there at home, that they can come through and enjoy some cricket here. Looks like it's going to be an excellent game. So just from around the country, firstly, the match between the Tuskers and the G-Bets Rocks. The start there has been delayed, presumably due to inclement weather, and that we'll see if that isn't the case as well down in Durban. We're just going to have a look at that now. Swart in to Linda. First time Linda's facing the left-hander. His first time he's facing this morning to De Swart. And De Swart around the wicket to him. He's coming over the wicket to the right-hander. And you can see there the 2 slips and the gully in position. We also have a man at point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. And Linda leaving wisely in that instance, that one outside the line of the off stump. Let's look at these scores for the Dolphins. And the Dolphins and the Lions are playing in Durban, and the Lions have taken the overnight score of 65 for 2 to 117 for the loss of 4. And it's John Smuts and Prenelans to Brian, the spinners for the Dolphins, unsurprisingly. Nice delivery from De Swart. Swart doesn't have the pace that Pretorius has. The pace really bothering the team from Western Province this morning from Michael Pretorius. 2 outstanding deliveries. He got Yassine Valley playing one just over mid-on at the previous delivery, a short delivery, and maybe he was just hanging back expecting another one of those, and he pitched one up and through the gate and took middle stump out of the ground to see the end of Valley. That's beautifully played by Linda. Leans on that one, as he so often does, out into the offside. It's a bit of a chase out there from Wepe, but he gets to that in front of the Oaks, and they go through for 2. Linda moves to 3, 166 for 4. You can see beautiful sunshine, ground bathed in sunshine. There is a breeze at the moment. It's going to be much warmer than it was yesterday, though. About 3 degrees warmer than yesterday. Yesterday, a cold wind coming up in the afternoon. The excellent delivery, well played by Linda. Gets the full face of the bat onto that one. Mungru does the fielding here in front of us and just shines the ball there vigorously. Kerwin Mungru, will see him, I'm sure, at some stage today, unless these two run through the Western Province order. So just to give you that information again, there's Zubair Hamza still there, 40 not out, and with him Wandile Makwetu is on 6. The wickets of Richards, Hendricks, Rickleton and Van Buren today. Just Rickleton and Van Buren, I think it is. Yeah, Rickleton and Van Buren. And last night it was Richards who was out at 2 Smuts for 47. And it was in the first innings for the Dolphins, Marcus Ackerman with 125 that held the team together. Sorry, 140 he scored, holding the team together in that total of 245 for 9 declared. He was the last man out for the Dolphins. And Okukle Ele not coming out to bat. I think the Dolphins decided to try and bowl at the Lions last night, and they took those 2 wickets last night. They've taken 2 wickets this morning, and they're trailed by 127 do the Lions. So some lowish scores there, but Zubair Hamza still there, the man who's just come off 50 scored as well for SAA versus West Indies A. And we'll go to the other match taking place at Centurion now. Well left by Kitime outside the line of off stump. And that's a ball in the slips, just returned there by Vian Lubber, number 27 on his back. You can see in your picture. He also played a very good innings yesterday of 43 before he was desperately upset that he played on to Onkonyaku's first delivery of his second spell. Nyaku opened the bowling with Buren Hendricks yesterday. Oh, that's a beauty. And he got him. Kitime's poor run of form continues. And Pretorius gets a fifer. Another one caught by Prince behind the wicket. And Valentine Kitime can do nothing. He had to play at that one. And Pretorius absolutely on fire this morning. And Valentine Kitime goes for 1 off just 12 deliveries. And that is another disastrous wicket for Western Province, it must be said. Brilliant bowling here from Michael Pretorius. And that's going to bring Kyle Simmons to the crease, the left-hander. And now Western Province are into the tail very much. I think it will be Simmons, could be Onyaku. We'll just wait and see who comes out to bat. But I'm expecting it will be Kyle Simmons. Western Province have gone from 148 for 2 overnight to 165 for 5. And it is, in fact, Onkonyaku who is coming out to bat. I expected that Western Province might make a change to the published lineup. And it's going to be, I think, a left-hand, right-hand combination for them. Onkonyaku's numbers, 51 matches. The scoreboard saying it's Carl Simmons. Definitely isn't Carl Simmons. Onkonyaku, 51 matches, 77 innings, 1,645 runs, and his best score 201 not out for the Garden Route Badgers. He has come here to Western Province from Southwestern Districts, and he has a job to do here, the right-hander for Western Province, and he's facing up to a man who is on fire this morning. 5 for 49, Michael Pretorius, taken every single one of the 5 wickets to fall, and he has done to Western Province what Mtiwikaya Nabe did to Northwest yesterday. And Nabe, ending with his career best figures of 5 for 46 yesterday, tore the heart out of the batting lineup for the Northwest Dragons. And this match now hanging very much in the balance with the deficit 70 still for Western Province. Very, very good delivery again from Pretorius. And Pretorius is at the moment into his fourth over of his spell this morning. Still 91 overs are left in the day, and this morning's already taken 3 wickets. Really, really outstanding from the paceman. He's been steaming in from the Kelvin Grove end, been getting movement away from the bat, straightening that ball, and he really has bowled outstandingly well. I want a little bit wide outside the off stump at the moment. And thank you, Lee Joe Fortain, for your comments, and really good to have you with us. And thank you very much for those kind comments around the excellent visuals, and we really appreciate that. And we do like bringing you the commentary here from Newlands. with me, James King, the Cape Fox, and the production team here from Pitch Vision on CSA's YouTube channel is Bandile, Matthew, and Sherry. Sherry behind the scenes, Bandile the producer, Matthew bringing you those visuals as Onka and Yako just cannot get into line in that one and plays outside, just puts his bat out there and goes through to Prince. Pretorius eyeing his 6th wicket here. Western Province 166 for 5, losing 3 wickets for the addition of only 18 runs this morning. They got off to a flying start, it must be said, in the first couple of overs, and then Pretorius struck, getting Valley, Beddingham, and now Katime in quick succession. Better from Anyaku. That one is closer to him, he has to play it. And Onke Anyaku in his first innings for Western Province at this Division 1 level, coming from the 2nd Division Southwestern Districts Garden Route Badgers team, where he has performed well in the 2nd Division. A welcome addition to the bowling and batting lineup of this Western Province team this year. This is a debut for them in this competition, and as you can see, the ground absolutely beautiful here. We're going to look at the field as it is at the moment, just getting itself into place for Deswat. I think it is going to be Deswat. Calling Mutasami across. Mangru's also there in conversation. Mikhail Pretorius going to chat to his captain, Vian Libber. And don't know quite what they're deciding upon. But the Brains Trust is in discussion there. As you can see, we've got the 3 fast bowlers, 3 bowlers there. You've got Mangru, Mutasami, Deswat having a chat. Captain was talking to Pretorius. And eventually it is going to be Deswat who is going to be bowling to continue from this, the Wynberg end of the ground, southern end of the ground, Wynberg end, which is named after the suburb that is behind us. And it's going to be Deswat continuing with his 5th over of the morning. He opened the bowling from the Wynberg end this morning. It was an expensive first over, but since then it has really been all Northwest Dragons. So Pretorius has bowled 4 overs from the northern end, and Deswat has bowled 4 overs from this end. He's into his 5th over of the morning. Oh, that one off the inside edge of Linda's bat. He is going to not turn for the second as Peters is in very quickly from his position at long leg, and Peters, who earlier on threw down the stumps, but Katime was safely home. He had his position at mid-on at that stage to the mid-off to the left-handed Linda. Linda getting off the mark with that quick single, but they are really alive in the field today. Just panning out is cameraman, just to give you a view. There we've got the 2 slips. And the 4th slip for Nyaku, we've got a point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg standard field, very similar to the one Western Province employed for virtually all day yesterday. That's onto the pads. They will take the single as Mangru comes around to his right and collects at mid-on. Kerwin Mangru yesterday bowling 6 overs, 0 for 25. Western Province moved to 168 for 5, and Nyaku is off the mark in his Western Province first-class career, Division 1 first-class career. Onko Nyaku. That's going to be Deswat now, switching to around the wicket to the left-handed Linda. And you can see that view is away from us now. Beautifully played through into the covers, but great fielding there by Reynard Fantonda at extra cover, diving to his right. Picked it up beautifully. Made one outstanding stop yesterday with one that was hit incredibly hard through the point region by David Bedingham. It was an outstanding piece of fielding, diving to his left, stopping what will be a certain boundary. He has been outstanding in the field. I know I say outstanding a lot of times, but he really has been brilliant in the field. A young man who is setting out in his he's sort of well into his career now, looking to make his mark on South African cricket at, hopefully for him, at a senior level. Linda just getting that one nice ball just on a length from De Swart, and Linda stopping on the shot, I think fortunately for him, as that one was played to Mutusami at mid-on and in the air for quite some time. Onko and Yaku doing a little bit of gardening there. That's what we like to call it in cricketing parlance, just tapping down the pitch, looking for spots that may be a little bit difficult for him when he's batting at the Weinberg end. 168 for 5, 20 added this morning for the loss of 3 wickets. The men to go this morning: Valley for 59. Bedingham got to his 50 and then lost his wicket, and then Kitime out for 1, as that played beautifully through the covers this time by Linda. It was given the width, he was given the length to hit it, and there's nothing Reynard van Tonder can do about that one, despite that desperation dive to his right hand side. And Linda moves to 8 with that boundary. 172 for 5 after 38. So it was Bedingham only adding 4 to his overnight score, and 7 added by Valley before they both fell in quick succession to Michael Pretorius. And it was Valentine Kitime, who has really been struggling for runs, who was the next man out. Only score of 166 it was when Kitime was out for 1, partnership with Linda only the 3 runs. So after that brilliant 112 run partnership between Valley and Bedingham, it was both of them falling in quick succession, and to Michael Pretorius, the one beautifully bowled and the other one caught behind. And previous delivery, Bedingham had played down into the slip field, and Mokoena just bounced in front of Mokoena. The next delivery got played at 1 again outside the off stump, finest of nicks, and immediately turned on his heels and went off to the pavilion. That's slightly wayward down the leg side this time from Pretorius, and Nyaku can get his second run. Brings Linda on strike, and the field, you can see there on the looking at the man there at the long leg position, just tracking Senaram Mutusami, a man who has been in the Proteas frame, and we no doubt will see him bowling as well again today. Give these pacers some kind of respite in the heats. The deficit still 63 for Western Province. They're 5 down. To remind you, they were 148 for 2 overnight. At the end of this over, in about 5 balls time, we'll give you the score from the Titans and the Warriors game happening at Supersport Centurion. No play so far in the match between the Tuskers and the Rocks in Maritzburg, but the game is underway in Durban, and the latest score I had there was 117 for 4, the Lions chasing 245. And we'll also get to your comments here. Thank you, Lee Joe Fortain, as we I think some interesting questions that you're putting forward here. We will talk about that shortly. Thank you very much for engaging with us. Linda just into the covers this time. So Lee Joe asking there is, do you think that the domestic cricket is the same competitive standard as county cricket? And secondly, with all the Proteas, particularly with all the Proteas nearing the twilight of their career, and what could the top order look like for the Proteas in 3 years' time? So that's those 2 interesting questions. I'll get to what I think about that shortly. And that's on the legs of Linda, just giving Pretorius this left-hand, right-hand combination, just meaning that he has to mix it up slightly, changing his line. changing from around the wicket to, from over the wicket to around the wicket. So very good questions. Thank you very much, Lee Joe. I mean, it is interesting. Yes, there are a couple of the top order that in the test arena that we're going to see moving on. And we talk about 4-day cricket. We naturally look at it from a test match point of view. But there are certainly a number of younger players that are coming through, and some that will be able to play for South Africa into the next, some of them maybe 10 years, others 5 or 6 years. And in the batting stakes, feel at the moment that there are plenty of players that are available and can, given the experience at that level, that can come through. And we'll talk a bit about those now. And got Sikulihle Nkosi saying hi. Good to have you with us, Sikulihle, as well. And the standard in county cricket, I think at the first division county cricket, the standard is good. That's very well played by Nyaku. And my word, the Pretorius just had a full go at Nyaku on his follow through. And nothing more to report. So yes, I think looking at it from that point of view, as just get the Titan score while we're looking at that, is that we do have players like Reynard van Tonder, Tony Dezorzi, Zubair Hamza has been scoring some good runs of late. He looks really good. David Beddingham back into the picture from a national point of view. He got a good 50 here today. He's been batting well in county championship. I say county championship Division 1 particularly is a very good proving ground for many youngsters, as we see a change of bowling here. Gideon Peters is coming on for his second spell of the match. His first spell, 4 overs, 0 for 29. He's replacing Ruan de Swart from the Weinberg end of the ground. So not forgetting players like Keegan Peterson. So we still have Temba Bavuma, who's going to be around for a while. And from an opening point of view, and on number 3 and number 4, I think we have plenty of batters in that area. Carver Rayner from wicket keeping, and potentially number 5 or number 6 slot for the Proteas is definitely in the reckoning. Reynard van Tonder, as I said before, is there. And we have got the batters coming through that can make a difference. Ryan Rickleton, you've got players like Ryan Rickleton who are also on the fringes of national selection, and these players together with someone like Aidan Markram, who, let's not forget, he's still I think in his 20s, so he still has plenty of time to play for the Proteas. So I think you will see a blend of youth and experience. Divock Brevis can't be out of the picture. Scored his first class 100 yesterday for the Titans, and the Titans there are still batting against the Lions, against the Warriors. They're 376 for 9. Brevis at 110. Corbin Bosch there is 50 not out. So we see Peters away from us, and just a bouncer to Linda. 174 for 5, Western Province. Deficit now 62. They've lost 3 wickets for the addition of only 26 runs this morning. And there is cricket also happening around the world. I'll bring you some information from that shortly as well. So very much from a test cricket point of view, I think the future looks very bright. From a bowling point of view, it also looks bright, and we have some really outstanding fast bowlers. That's very nicely played off his legs by Linda. That's going to go all the way down to the fine leg boundary for 4. That was not well directed by Peters, and Linda moves into double figures with that boundary. He's on 13, and Yako on 2, 178 for 5. The deficit now 58 for Western Province, and Linda was played that one very nicely off the hip. It was just poorly directed from Peters, and that was a very good boundary for the left-handed Western Province batter. And from an all-rounder point of view, 4-day game as well, and in terms of the test match size, looking very positive with Dwan Jansen, Vian Mulder, Mhlali Umpangwana, the Western Province youngster who is only 23, and is already in the one-day international squad for South Africa. So in the fast bowling stakes, as I mentioned, there are some really good backup there as well. We have the young Gerald Coetzee. We've got Nandre Burger now into the national scene from Western Province, and also Kagiso Rabada, still young in his career. Lungi Ngidi, not to forget Anrich Nortje. And from a spin point of view, they're just maturing at the moment. Players like Keshav Maharaj I expect to be around for quite some time. Tabraiz Shamsi perhaps still with an opportunity to play in the 4-day and 5-day competition. Simon Harmer coming to the end of his career, potentially, but spinners just seem to last and go on for a long time. So I think it's important, to note that the selection opportunities now seem to be better than they have been for quite some time. So I hope that helps. I mean, if you have any views on that, please share those with me on the comments here on YouTube. And I know I'm talking over the visuals that you can see, but nothing more to report there. That's Michael Pretorius does the fielding at mid-off, and Linda is playing that one out to him. Always good to engage with you. You are on the CSA YouTube channel. 27 people I see watching now. Great to have you with us. And it is a beautiful day here at Newlands Cricket Ground. A privilege to be bringing this match to you. The Northwest Dragons in their first innings scoring 236 all out. Western Province overnight 148 for the loss of 2. Have lost 3 wickets to this man. He's going to be bowling now from the Kelvin Grove end, Michael Pretorius. Outstanding stuff from the Northwest paceman this morning as he's towards us now to Anyaku. That's comes forward, perhaps not fully forward to that one, but just plays it off a length to Mungru at mid-off. So Gideon Peters just come back into the attack, just the 4 runs off his first over. Very nice leg glance by George Linder. Yes, so I have a comment that's come through here from Tim Dale Lace. Thank you very much, Tim. And just mentioning again that David Beddingham playing for Durham in the 2nd division of the county championship. And if I'm not mistaken, Tim, thank you for listening in. They have now been promoted to Division 1, winning that competition, or getting the top place and being promoted. But please correct me on that. And in 2020 is mentioning there that in the divisional competition there, sorry, regional, not divisional, then it was playing across all the counties. But Beddingham, some outstanding performances for Durham this year, once again in the 2nd division of the county championship. And players like Vian Mulder, who were playing now as the overseas professional for Leicestershire as well, also in the 2nd division. I think they finished 2nd in the county championship this year, and did win the one-day trophy in England this year, did Leicestershire. So Mulder being outstanding in that particular county season as well, with players like Colin Ackerman, who is from Port Elizabeth, who is playing for the Dutch team at the World Cup, also in that Leicestershire team. And Tim confirming that they have been promoted indeed. Thank you very much, Tim. And that is very kind of you to come through. Look forward to getting the comments from you as well. As it is Anyaku who is gone here, and Anyaku now the man who is out. Pretorius takes the wicket, and another wicket falls for Western Province. That is not a good cricket here from Western Province, but from Pretorius is absolutely outstanding. Another wicket for the Prince Pretorius combination, and we are seeing a collapse of proportions here from Western Province that they would not be very happy about at all, as that man Onkonyaku has to make his way back to the pavilion out for just the 2 runs of 13 balls. He was there for 23 minutes, and it is going to be Kyle Simmons that is going to be coming out to bat now for Western Province, and they now are in danger of not actually reaching the target of 236 was the first target, the immediate target for them. They are still 58 runs behind on the first innings. They've lost 4 wickets, the 4 middle order wickets for 30 this morning. It is not been a good morning for Western Province, and on what should be a batting day, it looks like Northwest may be getting the best of the batting conditions, but who knows. Carl Simmons and George Linder, the 2 slow left arm bowlers and left arm batters, both of them will have other ideas. And Simmons, who has scored his highest first class score this year for Western Province here at Newlands against the Lions, Carl Simmons coming out to bat, and I'll get those numbers of his for you shortly. So 38.5 overs bowled, 6 for 51 now for Michael Pretorius, and I will need to have a look at those numbers of his and see. I don't think that is yet his career best. I'm going to have a look at that now for you and let you know. But certainly from a Western Province point of view, this is not what they would have wanted, as it's Simmons facing up to Pretorius for his first delivery, and it's wide outside the off stump, and there is no danger there for Kyle Simmons, but there was danger indeed for the Western Province batter Onkonyaku, as he played outside the line of off stump to that one from Pretorius, getting the edge and being well taken by Pretorius, just angling into him, moving forward, not quite balanced on the crease, so it was Onyaku, and just edging through to Prince. Regulation catch once again outside the off stump. So some absolutely brilliant bowling here from Pretorius, and 6 for 51. And I'm coming now to have a look at those figures for you, just to get that information. Let's have a look at the figures for both Pretorius and then for Kyle Simmons. So 6 for 38 is the best bowling so far in a competition for the Lions versus the Dolphins. That's dug out by Linda. That is Fantondo once again in the covers. 6 for 38, Michael Pretorius. Sorry, for Northerns versus Northern Cape. So in 16-17. So I was looking at Dwayne Pretorius's numbers, who was also contracted to the Northwest Dragons. 6 for 38 for him, and both Pretorius as their best figures in first class cricket. 6 for 38. Very interesting. So he's now picked up 162 wickets. He was 156 before this match began. So the 2 left armers for Western Province at the crease. 58 still the deficit for Western Province. They're 6 down. 178 for the loss of 6. A reminder that they had Northwest 86 for 7 before lunch yesterday, before Pretorius and Prince, who have been the combination today that have caused all the problems once again for Western Province, before they came to the rescue and dragged Northwest to 236, and that's a good bouncer from Peters into his second over of his second spell. So Michael Pretorius looking for his 7th wicket, and he is well on track, one feels, although feels that his spell this morning may well be coming to an end. I don't see Kerwin Mungrew warming up necessarily. It is on the long leg boundary, so we've got 2 slips of gully. Point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Man forward is square on the leg side, and the long leg for Peters to Linder. Another one that's very high and well taken by Michael Prince. That's definitely one for the over, above the shoulder. It was high above the head of the wicket-keeper, and you probably saw him jumping up in the air there to catch that ball. So really was some outstanding stuff from the wicket-keeper once again. Man who hails from these parts. His family are once again in the crowd this morning, it looks like, applauding him yesterday when he got to his 50. He did get to his highest first-class score yesterday, equaling his best of 64. Yeah, beautifully played through the covers by Linder. Just leans on that one from Peters. It gave him the length to be able to play it. Just leaned on it as he does, Linder, and the timing was superb through the covers to the Oaks of 4-4. Picked up by one of the Northwest reserves there on the coaching staff, perhaps on the boundary there, just picking it up from the covers that are those green plastic covers that are there in front of the Oaks. Some young fans looking to see if they can get some autographs there. So a small crowd in at the moment, and we urge you, if you are listening, please tell you or watching, please tell your friends. Come down to Newlands today. It's a beautiful day here. Another one played, and that one's backward of the man at deep point. There's only one, though, as they're putting Ngwepe down on the boundary in front of the Oaks to prevent those boundaries from Linder. He keeps the strike at the end of the over. 40 gone, 183 for the loss of 6. The deficit now 53 for Western Province, and these two will be looking to build a partnership as the ball gets a little bit older, and perhaps we see Pretorius having a rest. No, he doesn't. He's coming to bowl what will be for him. We've already had 13 overs bowled today. So this is going to be his 7th over of his spell this morning, and what a spell of bowling it has been from Michael Pretorius. He's taken 4 wickets this morning. He's bowled unchanged from the Kelvin Grove end, and he will be continuing his attack around the wicket to the left-handed George Linder. Linder on 18. Carl Simmons with him, yet to get off the mark. And the story of the morning has been disastrous for Western Province. If you're a Western Province fan, if you're a Dragons fan, you'll be very, very happy. Well left outside the off stump by Linder. Gets a bit of a glare from Pretorius. And and it is going to be Pretorius to continue. Just looking at those numbers in first-class cricket for Carl Simmons, debut 2013-2014 season, and 51 matches, 80 innings, 14 not outs, 1,998 runs. So in this innings here, we'll be hoping to go past 2,000 runs in first-class cricket. 120 is highest score earlier this season for Western Province against the Lions. It's a beautiful shot once again by Linder. Just again leans into it and uses all his power. The tall man, the tall left arm, slow left arm bowler and middle order batter for Western Province, and just caresses it through the covers. And that really is a very good shot. Brings the deficit to less than 50. 187 for the loss of 6 now. Western Province 49 the deficit, and Pretorius now 6 for 55. He's into his 17th over, and he's bowled by far the majority of the overs for the Northwest Dragons in this innings so far. And he says, I don't like being hit through the covers for 4, Mr. Linder. Take that one. And Linder's equal number on the side of the Dragons. Vian Lubber, the captain, just lobbing that one from his second slip position back around to the bowler. 2 slips a gully. And that is Mung. You can see there in conversation at the moment, probably McQuena and Lubber chatting to Mikhail Prince, bringing now a man in to the slips again. 3rd slip coming in. That is Ruan de Swart. They're going to pitch that ball up outside the off stump, looking for the drive, or maybe it's a double bluff here from Michael Pretorius. No, it isn't, and that's exactly what he does. That is a gorgeous delivery, angling across the left-hander, and Linden not getting his feet across to that one, just playing it outside the off stump, and those slips were nearly in business. So a good fielding change, it looks like, at this stage. It's still that 6-3 offside leg side field. And perhaps if our cameraman Matthew can just pan out for us just to show you that field quickly before Michael Pretorius comes in. Thank you very much, Matthew. So the 3 slips, the point, the man at mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Oh, another beautiful delivery. My goodness. Michael Pretorius has just been, there is no other word. I mean, he's been brilliant this morning. He has exploited whatever movement, whatever there is available to him from that Kelvin Grove end. He's been on the money since ball 1 virtually, and he's taken 4 wickets. He's bowled Yassine Valley, a completely beautiful delivery. Had a shorter one to in the ball before, which he lobbed over mid-on, did Valley, and then the next delivery just through bat and pad, took the middle stump out of the ground, cartwheeling like a Simone Biles. That's better from Linda, just straighter from Pretorius that time. The end of what is his 7th over of the morning, and it'll be drinks, gentlemen, as we've had an hour and 8 minutes of play this morning. And we're going to show you the scoreboard there now, as Matthew's going to just pan around and show you what's happening there in terms of the score today, and just give you an essence of what we've seen. So just to give you that summary of what's happened today, has resuming on 148 for 6. Western Province have only put on 39 runs, and they've lost 4 wickets. And those of Valley for 59, Beddingham for 51, Kitime for 1, and Yaku for 2. And the figures now for the team from the northwest. Pretorius has taken all 6 wickets to fall, 6 for 55, 2 of them bowled. That's Moore and Valley, and the others all caught by Mikhail Prince off his bowling behind the wicket. Smith last night, and then this morning Beddingham, Kitime, and Nyaku all in quick succession, reducing Western Provinces. And now it was 178 for 6. It's now 187 for 6. Simmons yet to get off the mark. And with him, George Linder. I'm going to take a break to get a drink, and I will be back with you shortly. Welcome back to Newlands Cricket Ground in Cape Town. You're watching the 4-day series match between Western Province and the Northwest Dragons. It is, excuse me, Western Province at bat here, 187 for 6. Gideon Peters is going to continue the attack after drinks to the left-handed Kyle Simmons. Simmons yet to get off the mark with him. George Linder on 22, Western Province 187 for 6. That's Peters away from us now at the Weinberg end. That's well fielded there by the man at a shortish square leg position. That's Reynard van Tonder with the helmet on, and that is a very good position there. Just looking for that one that Simmons is going to chip in the air. From exactly that length. That one he played into the ground, but how quick was Van Tonder onto that one? And we have Ruan de Swart wearing some interesting headgear there at the mid-on position, shortish mid-on. Oh, it's a no ball from Peters. My goodness, that that could well have been caught behind or bowled for Simmons as he oversteps, does the man from the Northwest. He won't be happy with that, and neither will his captain. This broadcast brought to you on the CSA YouTube channel, courtesy of Pitch Vision, the visuals. My producer here, Bandile, got Matthew and Sherry. Oh, that not sure what that came off. Probably the front edge of the bat, as I think it was onto that pull shot a little bit too quickly. Kyle Simmons looking for the boundary on the leg side. The only man on the boundary is the man at long leg. That's Kerwin Mungrew down there. You've got that man in short at a catching position with the helmet on, just backward of square. And let's say Ruan de Swart at sort of now a shortish mid-wicket position. And another no ball from Peters, and this time it's Simmons that's off the mark, and that's his 1999th run in first-class cricket. Kyle Simmons. George Linder will be taking strike deficit now. 46, 190 is the score for 6 Western Province. Yes, 190 for 6. They have scored 42 runs this morning, and they've lost 4 wickets, Western Province. The wickets of Valley, Beddingham, Kitime, and Nyaku, all of them falling to Michael Pretorius. That's played into the offside where Duan Jansen does the fielding. Jansen on the field. I think he's on the field for Michael Pretorius. Probably gone in to just have a bit of a rest after that marathon spell. And on the boundary, there we have Seven Wepe. Oh, that's played down to the third man boundary by George Linder, wide of the fourth slip, and it is Ngwepe that's going to go around to pick that one up from the north stand here, and Linder moves to 26, the total for to 194. Just rode that bounce beautifully. Did Linder, played that one down in a controlled manner, a little bit away from his body, but went down to the boundary for 4. He could well have got an edge on it. Then I would have said it was a terrible shot, but it was actually quite well controlled. That's just played straight to Duan Jansen in the covers, and there is no run. So please leave your comments here if you are watching. Please chat with us on YouTube. Thank you to Lijo Fortain and Sikolitle Nkosi, who've come through and put their comments onto the YouTube feed. Always good to have people commenting, and we look forward to your contributions today. And that is a good bouncer from Peters, has Lindo hooking and missing down at the leg side, and the end of the 42nd over, 194 for the loss of 6 Western Province, and the deficit now 42. They will be desperate to get into the lead here, and there's some discussion from the umpire, not quite sure what that's about, maybe around where Peters is running on to the wicket, and it is indeed a bowling change with Michael Pretorius taking a break after his outstanding bowling this morning. And this morning he bowled 7 overs and took 4 wickets. Some brilliant bowling from Pretorius this morning. The 4 wickets he took this morning: first one, Yasin Valley, middle stump out of the ground, cartwheeling as we saw it go. He was out for 59. Bedingham then caught behind by the wicketkeeper Prince off a ball that straightened on him outside the off stump. He'd edged the previous one into the slips, just bounced short of Mokoena at second slip. And then the next ball played at one outside the line of the off stump. Just couldn't really avoid playing at it. Got the edge, went through to Prince. Katima, similarly, though, playing at one outside the off stump, getting a faintest of edges through to Prince. And then once again, Nyaku out for 2. Nyaku this time just playing and getting a thickish outside edge, trying to play one down the leg side and getting a thickish outside edge. And Prince took the catch off a ball that was much straighter from Pretorius. So 7 overs, he took 4 wickets this morning. His overall analysis, 6 for 55 of 17 overs. And considering they've bowled 42.1 overs so far in this match, it really has been a brilliant performance from Michael Pretorius, doing the bulk of the workload for his team. But he has to take a break now. He's off the field at the moment. Dwayne Jansen is on the field for him. It's beautifully played by Carl Simmons through the covers. That's gone down to the boundary in front of the snake pit, and that brings up his 2003rd run in first-class cricket. Carl Simmons moved to 2,000 runs in first-class cricket. An outstanding return for this young man. That's 2,000 runs, and that goes with his number of wickets, 204 wickets. It's not often that you get a combination in first-class cricket of 2,000 runs and 200 wickets, and he has joined that club now, and he goes to 5 with that shot, 198 for the loss of 6. Deficit now is 38. Another one through the covers, a beautiful shot over pitch from Mungru again, and Simmons takes full toll down to the boundary at the railway stand, and that's yet another boundary. 200 up for Western Province, and that's 200 for the loss of 6 wickets, and they've scored that in 265 balls, 27 fours, 1 6. It's come off 42.3 overs. And so the runs coming in 24 overs between the 100 and the 200, 23.5 overs. So the 100 came up in the 18th over, the 200 coming up in the 43rd over, so in the 19th over in the 43rd over. And a change to the field sees a man in the slips come out and go in to short extra cover. That's the captain, Libber. And yep, you can see there as we focus in on that field on the offside, there's a man at that backward point position. Let's have a look and see who that is. I think that is... I can't see actually who that is at the moment. We'll just get a look at that. Senakwani Mokoena in the slips. Simmons just defends that one. So it's a 12th man on the field, Seleka. So we've got 2 12th men on the field. We've got Seleka fielding at a backward point, and we have Dwayne Jansen fielding in the covers. Sorry, other way around. We've got Dwayne Jansen fielding at mid-wicket, sorry, and in the covers we have Seleka, I guess Jacob Seleka, and on the boundary at the deep cover position is Ruan de Swart. That's on the legs of Simmons, and he's played that one away down to the fine leg area, and they just take the single this time as the man coming around, Lesiba Ngwepe, is quickly around from his position at long leg to field, and just the one. Simmons moves to 10, and in that over went to 2,000 runs in first class cricket. Man on the off the field for the moment there was Reynard van Tonder, and so Seleka moves back into the pavilion, but Jansen still on the field, number 14 on his back, still on the field as we're having a look at the playing game of cricket on the or just our spectators there under the oaks. A few people that have come in today, really good to have them with us, and it's good to have you with us watching on the CSA YouTube channel. And those of you watching now, we hope you're enjoying this broadcast. It's into the pads of Simmons, and he's going to play that one through the leg side of chase for the two-headed de Swart, and they're back for two. So Ruan de Swart, who's got Gideon Peters' cap on top of his floppy hat. So you may have thought that's a new style of headwear. It's not something that the Northwest have invented. No, it is hatted and capped Ruan de Swart. Not often you see that in cricket, but giving umpire Philip Vosloo, who's standing here at the Wynberg end, a break for not having to carry the hats and the caps on his belt. Peters again away from us now. And that one angling into the left-hander, he can't get, so he's trying to play it against the natural movement or just straightish, just gets the inside half of the bat. Nothing to report. 205 for the loss of 6. These two put on 27 for the loss of the seventh wicket, after there was a massive collapse in the middle order by Western Province. They got to 162, a partnership of 112 between Valley and Beddingham before they lost the third wicket. That again is beautifully fielded by Ruan de Swart in the cover in the mid-wicket region there. He came across very nicely to his left. Simmons didn't quite get hold of that shorter delivery, just practicing more of a dink there than the full-blooded pull that he went on. But he has been aggressive against Mungrew in the previous over. Mungrew, who came back for his second spell, going for 9 in his first over back. And it's Peters away from us now. And that one he tries once again to play the same shot, just not coming on to the bat as he anticipated. And that shot again ending up with de Swart at the mid-wicket position. Two slips. Gully, a man at deep backward point. Got a cover. Looks like a problem there with the bat for Kyle Simmons. So while we just taking a bit of a break, while Kyle is sorting out his bat to give you scores from around the world. So there's 2 test matches taking place at the moment. And the first one is the women's test, the only test for women. And it is England women playing against the Indian women in India at the D.Y. Patil ground, and India well on top there. England bowled out for 136 in reply to India's 428. A disastrous day for England there in at bat, and it is India 50 without loss in their second innings. Simmons is at bat against Gideon Peters, still battling with that handle, it looks like, on his bat. And just to give you the information from that first innings for England. So it was Nat Siver-Brunt who scored 59, but in that total of 136. But it was Deepti Sharma rolling back the years, 5 for 7. She did the spinner in 5.3 overs, 5 wickets for 7 runs in a test match. Incredible stuff. That's a very good delivery from Peters, just pitching it up into the block hole, well met by Simmons. And partnership 27. Simmons is on 12, Linda on 26, 205 for the loss of 6. Simmons, who took a while to get off the mark, but he's got that 12 off 17 balls. It's Linda 26 off 38 deliveries. Peters, who has been expensive so far in his 8 overs, going at nearly 6 and over. Mungru is going at nearly 5 and over, but it's the man at the top of the board, the opening bowler, Michael Pretorius, who has taken 6 for 55, all 6 wickets to fall this morning to the right-arm paceman, this morning and last night, to the right-arm paceman of the Northwest team. As we go across to Perth, we'll give you that score now after this delivery. Dug out by Linda. First ball of the 45th over here, but in Perth, it is Australia 487 they got in their first innings, and in reply, Pakistan with 10 overs to go in the day, 122 for 1. Imam ul Haq on 36, Shan Masood on 29. The man out was Abdullah Shafiq for 42. Caught Warner bowled Lion, and yesterday it was the David Warner day at Perth. Vian Liver just fielding that one at his extra cover position, off the bowling there, just off the bat of George Linder. Kerwin Mungru into his second over of his new spell. So Australia in their first innings, 487. A very good 90 today from Mitchell Marsh, coming in at number 6. David Warner, 164. Marsh was supported ably by Alex Carey with 34, but then the tail fell away, as that's nicely played by Linda, but he won't take a single, even though it's knocked on by Ngwepe. I think that is at mid on. Yeah, from commentary position, I can't see the man at long leg. In fact, there isn't a man at long leg. We have got a 6-3 offside field. There is a long leg in position, so apologies for that. But he is not in play. Mungru getting his radar right. In the previous over, he was guilty of bowling a little bit too full to Kyle Simmons, who's played him beautifully through the offside twice in that over. This over a lot tighter, no run yet off the over. Linda 26, Simmons 12, 27 for the 7th wicket so far. Oh no, I've already announced it. Thank you. That's very well played by Linda, and yes, just to remind you, Carl Simmons, with that first boundary that he played off the previous over from Kerwin Mungru, went to 2,000 runs in first-class cricket to go with his 204 wickets. That is an outstanding achievement by the young man, and still only having played 50 first-class matches. His return has been outstanding, and he is a stalwart now of this Western Province team. Been here now for, I think, his 3 seasons. He did study early on in Stellenbosch, but got his call up to this team, and that's in the air. Oh my goodness! And he chose the tallest man on the field, Dwan Jansen, who jumps up in the air to make himself about 10 feet tall, or more, in fact, probably 12 feet tall. But that one just through the hands as it's clipped by Linda. The ball on the leg stump, clipped by him through that leg side, down to the boundary in front of the Oaks for 209. He moves to 30. Partnership to 31. The deficit 27. And you just saw in your picture, if you were watching, just saw that desperate leap by Janssen. And tall man that he is, Johan Janssen, him and Marco Janssen, identical twins. Uh, Very hard to tell them apart if they're on the field together. But he leapt into the air, but not able to clutch that one, and it goes through his hands down to the boundary for four. The crowd that is in mostly there in front of the at the Oaks. That's in the air, but I don't know, is that going to go all the way? No, it doesn't. It lands safely in front of Kerwin Mangru as Carl Simmons off a no ball takes on the Gideon Peters short delivery, and Peters has overstepped again. That's 11 no balls now from the team from the Northwest, the Dragons, and if that had gone to hand, it wouldn't have counted anyway with that no ball from Peters. He's been particularly guilty of bowling the no balls, and that was not in control at all. Was Kyle Simmons that one, as you saw, bouncing just short of Mangru. That's beautifully through the covers. Janssen's not going to get to that one either. Linda leans into it and plays it through the covers as the partnership now goes to 38. Is it a bit more than that? 34 it is for Linda. And there's yet another no ball for Peters there. And the umpire just marking out once again 216 for the loss of 5. This partnership now 38-20 is the deficit. They're going to have to do something with his run-up, Peters. They cannot afford to keep bowling no balls. Captain is going to have to look at what they are going to do there to try and make sure that they don't take a wicket off a no ball. That's just played straight down to Mutasamy at mid-off. No, nothing to report. Mutasamy, I think he's the dedicated shiner or ball carer. Just rubbing that ball on his arm, you see, and then tossing it back to the bowler. We had a lovely view there from our cameraman Matthew. Thank you very much, Matthew. And this broadcast brought to you by Cricket South Africa on their YouTube channel, and really great having you all with us this morning, watching together with us at Newlands, as that's played down to Mangru at fine leg. And there is a single for Linda. He moves on to 35, the total 217 for the loss of 6. 39, the partnership for these two was much needed. It is much needed, should I say, this partnership for Western Province. The two left-handers at bat, and for Simmons, the field is identical to the one for Linda. 2 slips a gully, deep backward point. In fact, they're changing the field around a bit now. Wants to give this, pitch this up to Simmons. He also knows that Simmons, if the ball is short, is going to play that hook shot. He's been very partial to it. That's why they're dispatching Ruan de Swart out to the deep square leg boundary. And they've got Duan Janssen in here at a short mid-wicket. Just dinks it into the offside, and there is a gap there now at point where that man has come out of the covers and takes a quick single. Good running by these two. And field changes back for Linda on strike. And Peters decides to go over the wicket now to Linda. Slips just adjusting their line behind there. You might have seen that. That's good practice from the slips. The angle is going to be different across the left-hander. That's a good bouncer. A little bit of a periscope left up there by Linda as he ducks underneath that one, but no danger. Some of you may remember many years ago seeing Daryl Cullinan caught off a periscope many years ago in Test match cricket. And the bat up in the air. Again, it's around the technique that certain batters follow to evade those bounces. Difficult to perhaps sometimes get out of the way. And we have now about half an hour to go before the luncheon interval. And it's been so far a morning which has belonged to Michael Pretorius And Mikael Prince once again, this time on the bowling side, and that's very neatly tapped by George Linder into the leg side, beats the man at short square leg, which is Reynard van Tonder. Ruan de Swart chases it out to the boundary, and he no longer has his dual cap system. Gideon Peters bowling over the wicket to George Linder. And he goes down again. That one doesn't really carry through to Mikael Prince. It's the end of the over. That's 46 gone. 220 for the loss of 6. Western Province, the deficit now 16. And these two have put on 42 for the 7th wicket for Western Province. And after the initial burst from Michael Pretorius, just to give you those numbers again, we see Pretorius now coming back onto the field. And he will be... it'll be the 12th man, Dwan Jansen, that will be taking leave of the field now. Nearly took the catch there to get rid of George Linder as he played one in the last over from Kerwin Mangru over the head of Jansen at mid-wicket. Jansen, tallest man on the field by far, and just could not quite hold on to one that was played high above his head. And it's going to be Mangru to continue this time. It's going to be, though, to Kyle Simmons, who is on strike. Simmons having gone in his 14th to his 2000th first-class run. And that'll be yet another run for him. This time it'll be his 2013th run in first-class cricket. And there on the scoreboard, the crowd is seeing congratulations to Kyle Simmons for scoring 2,000 first-class runs. And those 2,000 runs have come in only 50 matches for Kyle Simmons. And an outstanding performance from the young man here for his team. He will be wanting to keep on batting as long as possible. Deficit still 15. Mangru in to Linder. Overpitched, and that's played very nicely backward of square on the offside, and Linder comes back for 2. Great fielding in the deep there by, who is that? Is that Ruan de Swart, who is fielding well out there in the deep, patrolling that boundary in front of the scoreboard and in front of the railway stand. Nobody in the railway stand at the moment, but no doubt this afternoon there will be people coming in to sit there. We have decent number of people for a one-day match. I say one-day, for a 4-day match here under the Oaks, and a lot of family members here. That's just off the pad, I think, from Linder out into the leg side. Signalled, no, it runs off the bat and pad, and he moves then on to 40. George Linder. Carl Simmons is on 15, 224 for 6. Deficit now is 12 runs. So Western Province losing those 4 wickets for 16 runs, 162 for 3, 163 for 4, 166 for 5, and then 178 for 6, with Valley, Beddingham, Kitime, and Nyaku all going back to the pavilion. The first one bowled beautifully by Pretorius, and then the other 3 caught behind by Mikael Prince, who's now taken 4 scalps. So to add to their performance with the bat yesterday, they have had a hand in every single one of the dismissals in the Western Province innings so far. So thank you to those of you that are watching. Really great to be bringing you this broadcast on the CSA YouTube channel, visuals courtesy of Pitch Vision. And it is going to be Kerwin Mangru over the wicket now. And that's just too straight, and it's played reasonably fine down to Ngwepe here on the boundary at long leg. He comes around very nicely. Number 10, Lesiba Ngwepe, and he's fielded that very well for his team. Been doing some excellent work on the boundary, has Ngwepe, both in the covers and down here deep on the long leg boundary. The run to Western Province, 225 for the loss of 6. And it's the end of the 47th over, 225 for 6, batting at 4.8 runs per over our Western Province. And has been a excellent day so far if you are in the maroon of the Northwest Dragons, and we do see the maroon colour of the Northwest Dragons there, as we have members of the staff around the side of the field. The physio there with one of the coaches just walking around the side of the field. I think it is one of the coaches there. And thank you to Matthew, our cameraman. They're walking there in front of the railway stand here at Newlands. And Gideon Peters is going to continue the attack into his, I think it is now the fourth over of this spell from Peters, and bowling to Kyle Simmons. And there has been a change in the field now. That man that was in that short position at square leg has come out. Brenner Fontaine is now at mid wicket. We now have 2 men in the deep on the leg side, and that's going to go to one of them. It's actually bisected them, and there's enough time for them to come back for 2. Some good fielding, diving off to his left by De Swart, I think it is, out there in the deep. And he does signal to the team, and it is a man on the deep, on the long leg boundary is Mungru. They've now brought in a man at catching at a leg gully position. So line of attack from Peters looks like it's clear. They've taken the slip out and they've brought him in at a leg gully. That's the captain, Libber. They've still got 2 slips in position. McQuena at first and then Senekwani at fourth. And that is over pitched outside the off stump and takes full toll of that one. So that's the 50 partnership for these two. And that is really needed from Western Province at this time. Desperately struggling at a total of 178 for 6. They were after they lost 4 wickets in the space of 16 runs. They've now put on 53 of just 55 balls for this, the 7th wicket. Total 231 for 6, just 5 shy of the first innings of the... And that's in the air. It looks like Mungru could take it. No, it bounces short of him yet again. And that's the second one that's just bounced short of Mungru. Perhaps didn't pick it up as it went in the air. And Simmons gets away with that one, moves to 23. But this has been a very, very important partnership for Western Province. 54 it is now. Deficit only 4 runs. Pretorius bowled 7 overs unchanged this morning, took 4 wickets. Was a display from the pace bowler of genuinely good pace bowling, bowling exactly how you should bowl on this Newlands wicket. You really can't bowl too short, and that's exactly what happened again there from Peters. Short ball trick might work, but it generally just stands up and is able to be hit. That one sounded beautiful as it came off the bat of Linda down to Mungru at long leg. It takes Western Province ever closer to that lead. 2 balls to go in this over. And then we'll take you on a trip around the country just to give you some idea of the scores that we have at the other games. Simmons bails out of that one at 2 wide outside the off stump, and he won't be tempted. Certainly if it's in the position to hit, he will hit it. That's why Ruan de Swart is out on the square leg boundary, and that's why we have Kerwin Mungru in at long leg. We have Vian Libber just warming up. Maybe he's going to be coming on just to bowl his right arm, his off spin that he bowls, and may well be coming on. We've got Mutasami as well. It's 25 minutes to lunch. Peters away from us. That's dabbed into the offside. They'll take a single that goes down to Mwepe on the deep backward point boundary. And now to run around the country for you, and I've done that very quickly. Must be as fast as Warner Brothers, the Flash character, if I'm going to do it that quickly. It's momentum multiply Titans 383 all out. The Dapperbet Warriors in response 22 without loss. Pillay and Herman at the crease. That's Jordan Herman and Jivish Pillay. And for the Titans, that 110 from Dival Brevis, and then Corbin Bosch not out 57 when the innings came to an end, 383. No other real contributions to speak of for them. Going to the Rocks and Tuskers game, which had a delayed start. I'm not sure if that is yet underway. Trying to get that information for you now, and coming up on my screen shortly. So Tuskers are now in play. It's 21 for 1 at 2:32. The Rocks got. They must have just got underway. There was 17 for 1 overnight. Now 21 for 1. Dudgeon, the overnight watchman, the night watchman's there with Kagiso Rapalana, and it is 21 for 1. The Rocks getting 232 in their first innings. And then the last match that we will have a look at is the Dolphins Lions after Cohen Mangru bowls this first delivery. Beautiful straight drive from Kyle Simmons. He's not running and it's going to be stopped. And that is not, well, it might actually have, could well have gone for 4. Simmons just held the pose, expecting to go all the way to the boundary, and it didn't. And he then came back for 2. Linda was already on his way for the run, and they did manage to come back for 2, as it was well chased down by Gideon Peters down there to the straight boundary at the Kelvin Grove end. So the scores are level, 236 for 6 Western Province, and the 2 men at bat, Simmons and Linda, partnership 58, 20 minutes to go before the luncheon interval. That is played beautifully over the top, and that has gone down to the boundary in front of the Oaks for 4, and Simmons takes Western Province into the lead here. That is 4. The lead 240 for the loss of 6. The partnership now 62. Western Province slumping over from the overnight score of 148 for 2 to 178 for 6. And these two put on 62 for the 7th wicket to take Western Province into the lead in this match, which I think is what they would have expected. And at lunch, which is they're about to resume there in Durban, lunch, the DP World Lions 144 for 4 in reply to the 245 for 9 declared by the Dolphins. That's the edge down fine on the leg side, off the inside edge. Well, he's playing it down towards the leg side field, perhaps wanting it to go down to the North Pavilion, but he gets a bit of a thickish edge on that off the inside half of the bat, and they all count. Comes down to the boundary in front of us here at the Wynberg end for 4. 4 more to Simmons. He moves to 34 and 244 for 6. Lead now 8 for Western Province. So it is Zubair Hamza who is on 61 for the Lions, not out at lunch, with Wandile Makwetu on 10. That's the run of scores from around the country. That's beautifully played through the covers, but there is a man at deep extra cover. Rwanda Swat does the fielding, tosses it in. Very good arm there. And that is the longer boundary here today at Newlands. Very looks even, but it is a long boundary down there to the railway stand and the scoreboard. Just Rwanda Swat in picture. I'm just giving you a view of him there in front of the scoreboard, and panning back to a beautiful view of this ground, bathed in sunshine today. Not a cloud, virtually not a cloud in the sky. There were maybe 1 or 2 puffy clouds over the mountain this morning when I drove in. And played once again into the leg side, this time by Linda. Pretorius does the fielding from his position there at deep square leg on the boundary in front of the Oaks. And more is sort of between a deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg. not quite cow corners. You're just patrolling a lot of ground there, covering that mid-wicket to square leg area. Remembering that we do have down here at long leg, we have Lesiba Ngwepe, who is on the boundary here. Kerwin Mangru with the last ball of his 10th overs towards us now. That is very wide down the and high down the leg side, and there is nothing more to report. So 49 overs gone, 246 for 9, batting it at just over 5 and over. Exactly 5 would be 245. 246 for the loss of 6. Western Province will feel a lot happier now with their position than when they were at 178 for 6, with both overnight batters losing their wickets soon after the resumption of play today. Yasin Valley bowled beautifully, bowled by Michael Pretorius, middle stump cartwheeling out of the ground, doing a Simone Biles there, and it was Pretorius who got Valley for 59. And then not long afterwards, Beddingham caught behind for 51, went to his 50 there in, and I'll just give you that stat as well for David Beddingham, went to his 22nd first class career 50 to go with the 1800s that he has got, maintaining his first class average in that between 49, it probably is about 49 and a half, and we're going to have Senaran Mutusami bowling his slow left armers from the Weinberg end of the ground, just practicing there at the moment with Lesiba Ngwepe. Mutusami, who is going to get a couple of overs in before the close of play for lunch. I would think it's 16 minutes to lunch. And immediately has Linda lunging forward, and there is no run. Nicely played by Linda. And for Mutusami, we have from a fielding point of view, we have a 5-4 leg side offside field. So the men on the offside, we've got a slip, deep backward point, extra cover mid off. We've got a long on, short mid wicket. And you'll see that man at 45 come up there, Kerwin Mangru. We've got a man at a conventional sort of mid-wicket position on the edge of the square. And we also have a man at deep square leg. Well fielded by Mutusami on his follow through. And Vian Libber definitely warming up. We're going to see him, I'm sure, from the other end. So you have Mutusami replacing Gideon Peters from this end. And likely we're going to have Libber replacing Mangru from the other end, and that one coming on to Linda, and that one did have some purchase. The end of the over, 50 gone, maiden from Mutusami to start his second spell, and only bowled the 1 over so far in the match. He's now bowled 2 overs, 0 for 8. So Western Province batting at just under 5 runs to the over. It really has been a very fast batting from them. Same with the Northwest Dragons. They lead by 10, and 68 is the partnership between these two. It is going to be Vian Libber who's going to be bowling. 60 matches. Average of 34.7, has taken 58 wickets, 691 overs, best 5 for 20. The Dragons versus the Tuskers at Potchefstroom earlier this season in 23-24 match that the Dragons did win in that particular encounter. And I'll give you that information as well shortly in terms of that result. So Libble will get that ball to drift away and turn away from the left-handed Simmons. Going to have a bit of a look at him now in terms of his action. Just getting the field set. There's a slip, backward point, deepish extra cover, deep cover, an extra cover, and a man at long off. That is wide. It's played to that man at that deep extra or deep cover position. That is, I think, Reynard Fantonda out there. Yeah, looks like Fantonda. No, sorry, Peters. I do apologize. It's Gideon Peters. We have Fantonda at that shortish extra cover position. And on the leg side, you've got a mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a man at 45. McQuarrie in at slip. Mutusami at backward point. Peters at deep cover. Fantonda at, just got the ball now, Fantonda at that position of short extra cover. And then on the long off boundary is Ruan de Swart. That's very nicely played, but only straight to Peters on the edge of the square at deep cover. And he's prevented it going down to the boundary. This is a single offer, though. And they set off very quickly, these two. 70 is the score. The partnership now 248 for 6, lead by 12, Western Province. Also short this time. I don't know if he's going to cut it off. He does, and that's some good fielding again from Peters as Simmons plays that one, which was short and wide into the offside. And the end of the first Libba over goes for 3. Western Province 249 for the loss of 6, just one short of that 250. And so looking already at nearly 3 batting bonus points. So Western Province shading the bonus points in this match so far. And in fact, they will shade the bonus points, definitely. The 6 points for a draw, 16 points for a win are going to be critical for these teams, one feels, and a win for either of them is still very much on the cards here, as we're only into just before lunch on the second day, 4 sessions of the match only, and already well advanced this match. And one expects perhaps in the second innings, depending on what happens here between these two and any subsequent batters, it'll be interesting to see what does actually happen. And it's going to be Mutusami bowling his left arm orthodox and 2. That's a beautiful shot from Simmons. Just it goes onto the front foot and it's over pitched from Mutusami, and he plays it through the covers to the Oaks, and it goes down there for 4, picked up by Pretorius in front of the Oaks, and that's the 250 for Western Province. 250 at off 319 balls. And that is 33 fours and 1 6, and that has come of 51.1 overs. So that last 50 coming quite quickly for Western Province, as Simmons just plays this nicely into the leg side. Good return from the deep from de Swart. So Simmons moves to 42, Linda 43, 76 the partnership, and we see Mutusami once again away from us now at the Weinberg end. It's an easy single down to long on. Peters in front of us here does the fielding. Gideon Peters has been struggling today and yesterday, it must be said, with both his length and with the no balls that he's conceded. He's conceded 67 in his 10 overs. It's expensive for a bowler in 4-day cricket. No run there. Certainly not interested. Kyle Simmons, his partner, was very interested, must be said, wanting to come through for that. So in that match between the Dragons and the Tuskers, I'll give you that scorecard now. Vian Liver getting his best ever first-class figures. That's beautifully played down to Peters once again here in front of us at long on. Another single to the score, 256 for 6. Simmons 243, Linda on strike now. 1 ball left in the Mutusami over. I think we'll probably have 2 or 3 more overs Western Province leading by 20 now, 256 for the loss of 6. Peter's in action once again in front of us, and as we see him pick up now and toss it in to the bowler, end of the over. 52 gone, 257 for the loss of 6. Lead now 21-79, the partnership between these two. So yes, just to give you that match that took place in Potchefstroom, it was absolutely fascinating match. This watching it from a distance, because in the first innings it was the Dragons that got 431 and good contributions down the order from Grant McQueen, Stephen Wepe, Ruben Herman and Vian Lubbe and Mikhail Prince, who got his 64. And then the Tuskers scored 492. And the Dragons replied with 282 for 8 and then bowled the Tuskers out for 106 to win by 115 runs, with that 5 for 20 taken by Vian Lubbe, his best ever first class figures. He's back in action now, his second ball of his second over. Shortish again, a little bit short outside the off stump, and it's Linda this time. He's back and playing that one straight to Mutusami at backward point. Slip, backward point, deep cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deep square leg. No, I don't think he's going to get that one. Pitching maybe just outside the line, and if it is turning away, it's going to miss the off stump. Tom Mokorossi, umpire at the Kelvin Grove end, is not interested at all in that. Sighs of relief, I'm sure, from the home dressing room, a little bit away from us here on the right-hand side. And we have some scaffolding also to our right-hand side. Newlands getting ready to look in her finest for the test match here taking place on the 3rd of January. Another single to Linda. Has played past the slip. That is Lesego Senakwani in at slip. Which Sammy tidies up from backward point. 258 for 6. 6 minutes to lunch. That's very beautifully played by Simmons. That is going to go to the deep backward point boundary in front of the railway stand for 4. Tracked all the way there by our cameraman Matthew. And it is another boundary to Carl Simmons. He's on 47. Linda's on 46. The partnership now 84. And Carl Simmons batting here for his team once again. He's got 40. He's got it in double quick time, only 40 balls for that 47 so far for Carl Simmons, and it has been from him so far a very good display of batting, and that one just straight to the man at the extra cover position. I think that's Lesego Senakwani. Sorry, it can't be Senakwani. I think it's actually the substitute fielder Seleka. So I was getting confused. He's on for Reynard Fantonda, and Fantonda back on the field. Now, at the end of the over is probably 2 overs to be bowled before we go for the luncheon interval. 26 overs have been bowled in the morning session, and that largely as a result of the fact that Michael Pretorius was on fire, bowling 7 overs straight at the start of the day's play and taking all 4 wickets to fall this morning. He's taken all 6 in the match so far, and no doubt we'll see him back on after the luncheon interval. It's 53 overs bowled so far by Northwest. Just on the pads of Linda, and he also moves to 47. Both batters on 47. The field here for Lubbe, for Mutusami, is a slip, deep backward point, extra cover, mid off, long on, short mid on, short mid on, short mid on, and that's just down to the man at 45. That's Mangru. So the short mid on, there's a man at mid wicket and a man at deep square leg, not quite on the boundary. Ruan de Swart, he's about 10 meters in from the boundary there in front of the scoreboard and the railway stand. Simmons 3 short of his 50. They come in double quick time here. 47 he's got of 42 deliveries now. That is not going to beat Reynard van Tonder at mid-wicket. Van Liber in short here at a short mid-off position for the one that maybe just stops on the batter. Glasses on Mutusami now, conventional arm spin and just moving back away from his, and that's a no ball from Mutusami. So even the spinners are bowling no balls now from for Northwest. That is the 13th no ball that they have conceded, and in a lead of 28 for Western Province. Western Province not conceding a single no ball or wide in their bowling innings. That is played nicely backward of square on the leg side. There is no risk of a boundary there, but that is a single once again to Simmons. He moves to 48, and there are 2 minutes to go before the luncheon interval. One ball left in this over, and I would think that we will get one more over from Van Liber, unless there's some gardening or extra stuff that happens from the batter's point of view. But it's Linda facing Mutusami, and that's just played into the offside leg side. No run there. Says Carl Simmons. He's quite right. There is no run there. 54 overs bowled, 265 for 6. And with the clock on the scoreboard at 12:08, they will get another over in. It'll be Van Liber to bowl the last over before the luncheon interval. Western Province lead by 29. Story of the morning's play is that Western Province commenced at 148 for the loss of 2 and were very quickly in trouble as Yassine Valley was the first one to go. The partnership between those two, which was 98 overnight between him and Beddingham, taken to 112 very good runs before Valley was out. Clean bowled beautifully by Michael Pretorius, middle stump out of the ground, and it was Valley gone for 59. Beddingham then followed him soon after with a score on 163, and he was caught behind by Mikael Prince off the bowling of Pretorius for 51. Soon after, at 166, it was Kitime, Valentine Kitime, who went for a single, and he was out with score 166, but caught behind once again by Prince off the bowling of Pretorius, just edged a straight one to the keeper. Very nicely played by Simmons. That's going to be his 50. It's beautifully played by him and well fielded by it's Peters in the deep. And they're back through for 3. And a brilliant 50 there for Kyle Simmons. And it is his 50 to Kyle Simmons. He's on 51. And that has come up in next to no time for Simmons off only 48 deliveries. It has come. And he scored 7 fours in that 50. Just there on the scoreboard for you now. Liber's got 4 balls left in this, his third over. And Simmons moves to yet another 50. I think it's his only his 6th in first-class cricket to go now with his 300s. I will check that for you very shortly as we look at the first-class records for Western Province. And wait for this delivery, then I'll give you that information. And tickled into the leg side by Linda. 2 balls to go before the luncheon interval. And Simmons, yes, that's his 6th first-class 50. Current batting average in the 30s, just over 30.27 before this game. Say going to 2,000 runs with his first 2 runs of his innings today. Simmons on strike, 2 balls left in the session. This partnership rescuing Western Province from the desperate situation of 178 it was for 6 when Onka and Yaku in his first-class debut for Western Province getting only 2 before he was dismissed with a score on 178. And these two put on 91 for the 7th wicket, and it'll remain unbroken 91 as we go to lunch at 269 for the loss of 6. Western Province lead by 33. Simmons is on 51 and Linda is on 48, and these two say, rescuing Western Province from what was a parlous position, similar to what we saw yesterday with the 8th wicket pair of Prince and Pretorius for the Northwest Dragons. It has been a very, very exciting morning here at Newlands. Simmons 51 of 50, Linda 48 of 74. The two are getting applauded as they come off. And Mikhail Pretorius should be leading the side off with those 6 wickets he's taken. He has been absolutely brilliant this morning, has Pretorius, and he will no doubt get the match ball, this innings ball, the one that he has bowled and taken those 6 wickets when he comes off the field at after the innings or the end of the day's play today. It's 269 for 6, and we are going to be saying goodbye for the moment here from Newlands. It is lunchtime, and we'll be back with you, and hopefully we'll have some different voices as well with us after the luncheon interval. We'll be back with you in about 40 minutes time, maybe 35 minutes time, at approximately 10 to 1 South African Standard Time. It's been a pleasure having you with us this morning, and do come and watch again this afternoon. Welcome back to Newlands, and it is Senran Mutusami is bowling to George Linder. First ball after lunch taken with the score on 269 for the loss of 6. Massive appeal from the Northwest players for that LBW decision against George Linder. I think Philip Fossler, the only reason he would have given that not out is perhaps that it was too high, and I'm hoping that we can just have another look at that at some stage to see if we can see what perhaps did happen there, but we don't have any replays for you, unfortunately. But looked maybe a bit high. Linder just looking for his first run now after the luncheon interval. And Mutusami convinced there that he had the scalp of George Linder. Down the leg side, just lets it go, and unfortunate for Prince, he can't get a hand, or he gets a hand on it, but it's gone down for a bye, and that is Linder off strike now. Good over so far from Mutusami, it must be said, and huge appeal earlier in that over from the Northwest orthodox left arm spinner. And enjoying a very good lunch here we did at Western Province Cricket. That is a bit short from Mutusami this time, and Simmons, so we'll just play that out to the man deep on the about 15 yards in from the boundary on the leg side. Excuse me. Right. Another single there, good running by these two. That's Linder this time, picking up the single 3 off that over from Mutusami. He's bowled 5 overs, 0 for 21, just the one bye, and then the 2 singles. Linder close to another milestone for him. And he will be facing at the start of this new over, and it is going to be Ruan de Swat, who's going to be bowling from the Kelvin Grove end. He's going to be replacing Vion Libber, who bowled before the luncheon interval. So will be de Swat coming in to bowl to George Linder. He's bowled 11 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 49 so far, de Swat. And excuse me, sorry. He will be coming in to bowl to Linder, and just having a look at George Linder's numbers here. George Linder so far in his career, 500s and 14 50s. This would be then, if he is going to get this extra run, would be his 15th first class 50, and he has scored so far 2,911 runs in first class cricket. Add to that the 49 from today, that's 2,960 first class runs. So if he does get to 89 today, I'm going to now put, of course, the mockers on him. If he does score and get to 89 today, he will get to 3,000 runs in first class cricket. But de Swat's got other ideas. That's beautifully played by Linder down the ground, and that is fielded there by, is that Peters, is it coming around from there? And he's got to his 50, signals to the dressing room and to the crowd. That's 50 off 80 balls with 7 fours for George Linder, and the partnership now between these two, as both of them have gone to their 50s, is 95. So 95 the runs the partnership, and it is Linda on 50, Simmons on 52. Oh, and he gets the edge, does Simmons. It's Duswat who gets the wicket, and it sounded like the edge was there off Simmons's bat, and that is the breakthrough they were looking for straight after the luncheon interval. Simmons just that one angling away from him gets a thinnish inside edge, and Prince does the rest and takes his 5th catch behind the stumps. It is the end of a very good innings by Carl Simmons, partnership of 95. He got 52 off 52 deliveries, and he was there for 80 minutes. A really good innings from Kyle Simmons. Put the team into a position where they're now 37 runs ahead on the first innings, and 95 between those two. And Bjorn Hendricks will be coming out to join his fellow left-arm fast bowler and fellow left-arm batter, George Linder. And as I say, Mikael Prince taking his 5th catch behind the stumps as Hendricks, the captain of Western Province, comes out to join his partner Linder. Exactly what they were looking for there. Northwest, and Bjorn Hendricks' numbers, we'll get those for you now. Hendricks has debuted 2009-10. He's played 115 matches, 139 innings, 43 not outs, 1,069 runs. His top score of 81 earlier this year, average 11.13 with 250s, and he is and he will be facing up to Rohan Duswat, successful with the 2nd ball of the 56th over, 2nd ball of his spell after lunch. And Hendricks is just forward to that one. Carl Simmons and his partner, George Linder, putting on a partnership of 95 for the 7th wicket, and Rohan Duswat change bowling there for the Northwest Dragons, coming in from the Kelvin Grove end to replace Vian Libbe, who was bowling before the lunch break, has taken that key wicket of Carl Simmons. And Hendricks will be looking to repeat, I'm sure, the feat earlier this season where he got his highest score as Western Province. The captain will be looking to bat with his senior partner, George Linder, who's on 50. So that's the 4th innings of 50 or more with Linder getting a 50 in the Western Province innings. But nothing much to report for the rest of them. That's nicely played by the captain down to the Northwest captain at mid-off, who and tosses it into Prince, who it hits him nastily. I'm not sure they hit him on the knee or on the just bounced very badly in front of him. Prince, that man has taken 5 catches in an innings. That is really some achievement. Good delivery from Duswat, and that is the end of the over. A successful one for Northwest, with lunch being taken at 269 for 6. The 2nd over after lunch, now 273 for 7. 57 overs bowled. So just a reminder, this broadcast being brought to you by Cricket South Africa on their YouTube channel. Visuals and production courtesy of Pitch Vision. And you're with me, James King, the Cape Fox, and I have the production team here from Pitch Vision, Bandile Matthew on camera, Bandile waving to me here, and then Sherry on the scorecard. and it's really great to be bringing you this match from beautiful Newlands, soaked in sunshine today. Is a breeze blowing, a southeaster coming through across the ground, maybe just keeping it a bit cooler for the players out there. But it certainly, we thought at the beginning of the day was a batting day, but Michael Pretorius had other ideas. They took 4 wickets in that morning session and reduced Western Province from 148 for 2 overnight to 176 for 6 at one stage before the partnership. So 178 for 6. So they only had a 30 while losing 4 wickets. And then the partnership of 95 between Simmons and Linda, taking them to a lead of 37. Nicely played by Linda. And Muchasamy just getting the ball to drift into the left-hander, slow left arm or orthodox left arm spinner, and that the ball turns in. That's the standard delivery, the way the wrist spin, not the wrist spin, the way the finger spin works is getting that ball to drift in and then spin in towards the batter. Linda goes to 51. Hendricks will want to try and add as many as possible here with Linda. Only Beja and Nabe to come. Wesley Beja in his first class match. Drafted into the team in place of Dane Patterson and Tuakaya Nabe be the man in at number 11. It could be they could switch around, not quite sure. We'll see. That one played straight into the ground, I think, and there to Reynard Fantonda at forward short leg. There's a slip, backward point, extra cover, mid off, long on. What's the long on? Extra cover, short leg, man at 45 and man at deep square leg. Back and playing defensively, holding the pose for the cameras. Bjorn Hendricks there, as it is no run and 274 for 7. And so far, just the 5 runs added since lunch for the loss of the wicket of Carl Simmons, caught behind by Mikael Prince off the bowling of Ruan de Swart. Swart getting in on the action, which so far for the Northwest has most certainly been a Pretorius and Prince show, and involved in 6 of the wickets have been Prince and all Pretorius. Pretorius bowled 2 of the Western Province batters, Eddie Moore and Yassine Valley. Moore played on last night, and this morning it was Valley. It got a beauty from Pretorius, took his middle stump out of the ground. That started the slide for Western Province. Another very good delivery from De Swart. So he's causing a few problems here after the lunch break for the Western Province batters. It's Pretorius, though, the bowler who has bowled and got the most reward for Northwest Dragons, and certainly deserves his 6 wickets for 55 or 17 overs, done the bulk of the workload. The Swart 1 for 50 now of 12.1 overs. Nicely played by Linda, but only as far as that man Fantonda in the covers. He's at extra cover, got 2 slips for De Swart, got a man at a short extra cover, a man at the standard extra cover. Out on the boundary, we've got a man at deep point, got a mid-off, got a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a player at long leg. That's Senaran Mutasamy. That's beautifully played by Linda, and that has gone through to the boundary in front of the Oaks for 4, and he moves to 55 with that shot, and it is Western Province extending that lead now to 42. Captain and his senior player, George Linda, who are looking to improve the situation here for Western Province. must say the fight back from Northwest has been outstanding today. They have Michael Pretorius just brilliant in his bowling stint so far, and he really has bowled a lot of overs. Oh, that one, just very interesting shot there, and I know quite what happened there. Played it into the ground and went over the head of the man at fourth slip and down towards the third man boundary. The Sejo Senekwane chases it all the way down there and manages to restrict them to just the two. And good fielding there, but it was almost jabbed it into the ground and it went over the head of the man at that back or fourth slip position. So some very interesting cricket happening here today. Match already very far advanced. Western Province at batting at 4.8 and over. They're coming back for the third. That's good running by Hendricks and by Linda, and that is going to mean that Linda will keep the strike at the end of that over. And we are, I believe, not being able to give you scores at the moment. So that's 283 for the loss of 7 after 59. The lead for Western Province 47 now. Linda on 60. Hendricks yet to get off the mark, and that comes after the wicket of Carl Simmons in the previous Rwanda Swat over. He was out for 52. Carl Simmons in that 52 going to his 2000th run in first class cricket. After he scored 2 runs, he went to 2000 runs. So now 2050 runs he has in first class cricket. And he has been a really outstanding servant for Western Province and been around for a while now in South African first class cricket. And he's really become a feature within this Western Province squad and within the team. His left arm spinning partner and batter George Linda is on strike to Senaran Mujusami. Big shout against Linda in the previous over. That's beautifully played over the man at mid-off, and that has gone for 4. One bounce right in front of us. Picked that up beautifully, did Linda, and played it over the top. He has now gone to the highest score for his team. It's 287 for 7 in the 60th over, batting at nearly 4.8 and over. Linda to 64. Bjorn Hendricks are yet to get off the mark. And we have some interesting comments. So Berbick commenting, Berbick 11 commenting here for Lee Joe, who was speaking earlier about the different options for South Africa, perhaps going forward in terms of first class and then test match cricket. So thank you very much for your comments. 42 people at the moment watching this broadcast. Really great to have you with us. We hope you're enjoying this broadcast brought to you by CSA on their YouTube channel and visuals courtesy of Pitch Vision. And to say we don't have the scores on there at the moment. I will keep giving you the scores so you understand what is going on in front of you. And 288 for 7 at the moment after 59.4 overs. This partnership worth 15. Still 66 overs left in the day. Just started the session after lunch. 20 minutes since the luncheon interval. And it has been 1 wicket to fall. That of Kyle Simmons. That wicket falling with the score on 273. Linda forward to that one. He'll be looking, Bjorn Hendricks, should I say, forward to that one. Didn't look like a George Linda type of shot. Linda 27 on his back. His back to us here at the Weinberg end. Mutasami in again to Hendricks, and Hendricks half forward. Dangerous ploy perhaps against Mutasami, but he watches it well under his eyes and just plays it out into the cover field where it is Senakwani that picks up and tosses it to Mangru. Is it that that's the Mangru at that end? It is Ngwepe is shining the ball there. The Siba Ngwepe has been patrolling on the boundary most of the day, particularly down here at fine leg in front of us and out in the cover and out on the boundary in front of the North Pavilion. He is no longer patrolling the boundary. So we have got a 6-3 offside leg side field for Rwanda Swat. It's a first slip, a fourth slip, a man at deep point. We've got extra cover, short extra cover, and mid off. That's played beautifully straight by Linda. I think there's only going to be two. Hendricks turns and runs back for the second good running by these two, and he gets home easily in at the Kelvin Grove end. Linda goes to 67. It's 290 for the loss of 7, and 60.1 overs have been bowled. Linda top scoring now for Western Province with that 67. Lead is now over 50 for Western Province. That's played down to Senaran Mutusami. Mutusami here at long leg to our right and just tosses that in to his keeper, Mikhail Prince. Our team here are working on the fact that we don't have the scores for you, but if you are watching and listening in at the moment, it is 291 for the loss of 7 with that single. The lead 55 after Northwest scored 236 in their first innings. Nicely played by Hendricks out to the man at deep cover. That is Gideon Peters. Peters, who has really struggled with the ball in this match so far. 10 overs, 0 for 67. A large number of no balls as well from Gideon Peters to go with some short bowling. And so it is now Deswart who has decided to go around the wicket and got the wicket of Simmons earlier on, just after lunch. In his first over after lunch, he got the wicket of Simmons, just caught behind. That's very nicely played, but straight to Reynard Fantonda on the edge of the square at extra cover. So for Linda, we have Mokoena first slip, Senakwani at about a fourth slip. Peters on the point boundary, Fantonda at extra cover, Ngwepe at short extra cover, Libba at mid-off, Mangru at mid-on. And into play now is going to be Pretorius from square leg, assisted by Senaran Mutusami, who is down at long leg. So Pretorius for Linda is on the deep square leg boundary, but he comes into square leg for the new batter, Bjorn Hendricks, and for Hendricks the line is changed again. It is Hendricks. He's going to be bowling over the wicket to Hendricks. Last ball of the 61st over. That's a good delivery, and he just plays it off the inside half of the bat to Pretorius at that square leg position. So change in the field to bring him in for Hendricks has been justified. 61 gone, 7 wickets down, 293 for the loss of 7. Western Province lead by a valuable 57 runs, and at one stage today, at 178 for the loss of 6, was not looking like they were potentially going to get to a total of 293, but an excellent 95 run partnership between George Linder and Kyle Simmons has put Western Province in a positive position in this match. Remember, Western Province left to bat 4th on this pitch. Looks like a good day for batting, but with the new ball and still the hard ball this morning, 27 overs have been bowled when they came in this morning at 148 for the loss of 2. It was Mikhail Pretorius that extracted bounce and got the ball to move slightly, and that's nicely played by Linda into the leg side. Mangru comes around from that short fine leg position, but not before they're through for a single, and they will change the positioning again in the field for Hendricks. Hendricks now has a short leg in position. That is Reynard van Tonder. Mutusami in very detailed exchange with his captain, discussing perhaps what he wants from a field point of view, taking a while to have a discussion. I don't think that's about where they're going for dinner tonight. I think that is about what's happening with their fielding position. So Mutusami in again, and that's a huge shot from Bjorn Hendricks. I think that's going to go for 4. It does. One bounce over the rope, and he takes that one with the spin and just plays it beautifully over the mid-wicket region for 4. He goes to 5. The total goes to 298 for 7 after 61.2 overs, and Mutusami there being taken for a boundary by Hendricks, and that may necessitate a change in the field. Not yet, though. It just means Rwanda Swat on the boundary there is just going to be a bit finer, and that one is a good shot through the covers, but it's going to be Senekwane who stops it, and they're through for the single out into the covers. Well played by Hendricks. He moves to 6, 299 for 7 in the 61st over. So Western Province still batting at close to 5 and over, and not been any different between the 250 and what could potentially be the 300. It is the 300 now as Linda tucks that one away on the leg side. There's only going to be one as to swat it onto it very, very quickly and fires it in to the wicketkeeper, Mikhail Prince. And that is 300 up for Western Province. It's now 300 for the loss of 7. 300 coming off 383 balls, 37 fours and 1 6. And it is 300 for 7. And the partnership between these two now goes to 27. It's going to be Mutusami into Hendricks. Good delivery. That was... So that 50 taking just 10 overs and 2 deliveries. Nicely played by Hendricks down to Peters in front of us at long on. And they go through for another single. Good over for Western Province there. Mutusami finishes his 8th over, 0 for 35. And he's bowled now in this spell from before lunch to after lunch unchanged. He's bowled now 7 overs and taken 0 for 27. Going to be the Swat again, and it's going to be coming in. Is it Swat or is it going to be Pretorius? Looks like a change of bowling from the northern end of the ground, the Kelvin Grove end, and maybe that was the discussion between Mutusami and his captain Vion Libber. It is going to be Michael Pretorius, the player of the moment, the man so far who has made the biggest difference in this match. 83 off 79 yesterday, playing in a brilliant 124-run partnership with keeper Mikhail Prince, who scored 64, and he's in now to try and claim his 7th scalp is Pretorius to Bjorn Hendricks. Oh, and immediately he gets him fishing for it outside the off stump. That's exactly how he got the Swat got Carl Simmons. That is how he's got 4 of his wickets so far. Well, 3 of them were definitely the same as that. Pretorius has bowled 17 overs, 3 maidens, and taken 6 for 55. His previous best bowling, his best bowling still remains 6 for 38. Takes a 7th wicket here. It'll be his best ever bowling in first-class cricket. He certainly deserves it. That one just dies. I'm not quite sure what happened there. Maybe it hit the pad, but it died in front of Prince, and he manages to get down really well to stop that one. 301 for the loss of 7, Western Province. 65-run lead. Wouldn't be surprised perhaps if Libber is going to come on here from the Weinberg end, maybe. The ball that turns away from the left-hander may cause them some more trouble than currently is being caused by Mutusami. Meantime, Pretorius is about to cause trouble here with Hendricks. No run there as Ngwepe comes around from mid-wicket to field. So for Hendricks, there's two slips, a fourth slip, first and second, fourth slip, the point, extra cover mid-off. It's a 6-3 offside leg side field. It's a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. So again, that standard field, which we've seen for so much of the day for Michael Pretorius. Pretorius into his 18th over. It's been a phenomenal performance from the young man. Oh, he gets an inside edge over the top of leg stump down to the boundary in front of us for 4. And it's not going to bother Bjorn Hendricks how they come as long as the runs are on the board. And that's another 4 for Western Province, taking the lead to 69. And edged that one thick inside edge over the top of leg stump down to the dugout, which is being occupied by the visiting team, Northwest Dragons, and thrown back into play by one of the staff there, or players. And once again, Pretorius in towards us now. And that's beautifully played by Hendricks this time, short and wide outside the off stump, and there's nothing that Gideon Peters can do about that one. He dives to try and stop it, but he can't get there. That takes the score to 309 for 7 now, after nearly at the end of the 63rd over. 309 for 7. The lead now to 73 for Western Province, and I think they'll believe anything over 100 is going to be really a very, very good lead for them. And Captain Hendricks and his partner Linda there put on 36 already here for this, the 8th wicket, and it's a beauty from Pretorius to end the over. Hendricks holds the pose, but that's a pose of a man that's just missed the ball as it went past him and has gone down to the wicket keeper behind, but no appeal and no edge on that one. As we know, you are getting some issues in terms of the visuals here. We hope that we're going to be able to get that sorted out for you. We do have those visuals on screen for you. Just looking at the score now, that's just come back onto the feed for you, and so telling you that it's 309 for 7, and there's a change of bowling as I expected from this. The Weinberg end of the ground, the captain Vion Liver, who is going to be bowling. It's going to be his 4th over. He replaces Senaran Mutusami, who has not had success getting that ball to float in and to turn into the left-hander. He's now bowling to George Linder and bowling his off-spinners from around the wicket, and he feels that off his own bowling, preventing it coming through to Grant McQuena, who's in front of us here at long off. Got a 5-4 offside leg side field. That's on the pads and played straight down to McQuena. This time trots in off the boundary here, and Tebogo Grant McQuena has fielded that one. A man who has got a century on this ground for the Titans before in a match. The Titans dominated a couple of seasons ago here at Newlands. So he's in now to Hendricks on the line of middle and leg stump this time. 310 for the loss of 7. Dead batted by Hendricks, and they'll want to still bat as long as they possibly can, will Western Province. Dabs that out once again into the offside, and there is no run. That's Fuller. That's well fielded there in the mid-wicket position by Reynard van Tonder. And there is no run there also for Bjorn Hendricks. It means that his senior partner, George Linder, will keep the strike. And that is going to be him on strike now. He is on 72. Hendricks on 15, 310 for the loss of 7. Excuse me, I've got this frog in my throat here after the luncheon interval. Very nice lunch provided by Western Province Cricket Association. Thank you to them for that. Beautifully played by Linder. That's going to come down to the third man boundary for 4. Played it down into the ground past Senakwani at that wide-ish fourth slip position and all the way down to the South Pavilion here to my left. And it is 4 runs to George Linder. It takes him to 76. Linder, who is featured in a partnership of 95 with Kyle Simmons. Now a partnership for this, the 8th wicket of 41 with his captain Bjorn Hendricks. Oh, he fishes at that one outside the off stump. And Pretorius once again getting the batters here to go for that outside the off stump. And oh my goodness, very close there for George Linder. Back into this 4-day team. Has not played so far in the competition, but he is back with us now here in the Western Cape. Good to have stalwart of Western Province cricket here, and that's beautifully played through the covers again. I think that's going to race away to the boundary in front of the railway stand. It does indeed, down to the groundsman's entrance there, and another 4 for George Linder takes him into the 80s now. 80 is 318 for the loss of 7. The lead goes to 82, and a lot of that is thanks to this innings from Linder, together with Kyle Simmons, and now his captain Bjorn Hendricks. Simmons putting on a partnership of 95 with Linder for the 7th wicket, and he scored 52, Kyle Simmons, in what is becoming a really good batting season for him. They'll be expecting him to do the job with the ball as well, and he will be hoping to do that when Northwest do come out to bat. And that is, oh, he's dropped him between first slip and the wicket keeper, and I think it's going to hit the boundary. It does indeed. It comes down to the boundary. So that was a really difficult catch for both of them. It went into the gap between them. Pretorius gets the edge again, but this time it's a thickish edge, not the faint edges that most of the batters have been getting. Prince not able to get down to his left. McQueen not able to get down to his right. And bounces off and down to the boundary below us for 4. Another 4 for Linder. He's on to 84. And just 5 runs away is George Linder from 3,000 career runs in first-class cricket. And those 3,000 runs that he will have scored goes together with his 247 wickets. So very close to that, 3,000 runs, 250 wickets. In fact, as he didn't take a wicket in the first innings, and that's played again into the cover region. He'll take the single with just the 1 ball left then for his partner Hendricks to face, and that's the 50 partnership between these two. 50 partnership coming up very quickly between Linder and Hendricks, and they have certainly been batting at a runner ball, 50 or 51 balls with 8 fours. Linder's got 35 of those, 15 to Hendricks, no extras in that partnership so far. And Hendricks has 1 ball to face from Michael Pretorius into his 19th over now, the second in this particular spell, 6 for 76. And that's nicely played by Hendricks. They're going to take a single out to Mungroo at mid-on. So Western Province keeping going here. They have moved the lead to 88, 324 for the loss of 7. Still 35 overs to attain bonus points. I don't think that is going to be on their mind at the moment. It's more the fact that they need to keep going and survive. They are currently batting at a rate of 5 runs to the over, and these two will want to stay there for as long as possible. 51 overs, 51 the partnership now. Only Wesley Bedger on debut and Mtinabe to still come for the Western Province team. And we will go and get some scores from around the country for you shortly. We'll watch this Bjorn Liver over first, just defended by Hendricks, asking if he can pick the ball up. He does, passes it off to Mikhail Prince, and back to the ball. The lead is 88. 85 to Linda. Linda just 4 runs away from 3,000 career runs in first-class cricket at a very good average. It is for Linda over 30. There's a batting average 31.3 before this match. And that is played down. In fact, Peters went to ground a bit early there. I think they're going to come back for 2. They do. Perhaps slipping on the outfield there. It's a good throw in from De Swart in the deep. We do have Seleka on the field again here, the 12th man. He's fielding at mid-on. So we've got a 6-3 offside leg side field for the off spinner, with the ball moving away from the left-hander towards the offside. He's bowling quite straight at the moment. Very looking for the LBW. Doesn't want to pitch it too much outside the off stump. Get it too short. There's a short extra cover. That's Mungru. Against throw, that's going to go down. Is that going to get to the boundary? It's running down the hill at the Kelvin Grove end. That is going to get to the boundary. Nobody's going to get to that one. And Bjorn Hendricks scores another boundary. It takes him to 22. The score to 330. The lead now 94. That was looking a long way away at 178 for 6 earlier on in the day, with some outstanding bowling from Michael Pretorius. It really was an incredible spell this morning. Very much equal to Mtinabe's spell yesterday when he ripped the heart out of the middle order of Northwest. Michael Pretorius doing the same to Western Province. Comes forward nicely, does Bjorn Hendricks. 1 ball left in this, the 66th over. These two have been together since the 56th over, so 10 overs, and they've scored 57 in this partnership so far. That's just down the leg side, missed by the wicket-keeper, Mikhail Prince, and that's going to go down to the boundary for 4 byes. And so an expensive over for Libba comes to an end. Those 4 byes at the end of that over, not what he would have wanted, and taken full toll of perhaps some bowling a little bit too much down the leg side. So that's 9 byes, 8 leg byes, and 13 no balls. That's that statistic there. 13 no balls have been exceptionally expensive for this team from the Northwest. Western Province in their innings, not conceding any no balls at all, and that really has been a feature of their bowling all season. As I was saying, in the one-day competition earlier in the season, only conceding 2 no balls in the entire tournament, which they went on to win here in the final at Newlands against this very same Northwest Dragons team. Pretorius 6 for 77 now in 19 overs, and he has now into the 3rd over of this his spell. I think it's his 3rd spell of bowling. Bowled 7 overs unchanged at the beginning of the day's play and took 4 wickets in those 7 overs. Was nothing short of sensational from the Northwest paceman, and at the moment sitting on his another 6 wicket haul. If he takes 7, it'll be his best ever bowling in first class cricket. Not going to get it with that shot, and Mungru will just walk to his left, pick up, and Linda takes the single. That won't bother Pretorius. He'd rather bowl to Hendricks. Hendricks on 22, Linda on 86. Just a reminder that George Linda on 86. He's 3 runs away from getting to 3,000 career runs. Trying to attract the attention here they are of Grant McQuena, who is currently at, was it a deep backward point. He's now coming into a more conventional point position for Bjorn Hendricks. Not expecting Hendricks to go for the big shot through the covers. In fact, they want him to do that. They're leaving a big gap open at cover. And that one doesn't go into the gap. It goes to exactly where McQueen is standing now, which would have been a single previously. He tosses that to Seleka, who's the substitute fielder, number 22, on the field in the place of who? I'm not sure at this stage. We'll have to have a look and see. Could be Mutusami. I'm not sure Mutusami was down here on the boundary. I don't think he is there now. I'll have the glasses out and see if I can pick up who is down there. I'm obstructed here by the sail that is over the members' pavilion. Oh, Hendricks has a full go at that one. They've left the gap for him there, and he's trying to play it through there and just doesn't make contact. That is another potential wicket. That's why there's still 2 slips and a gully outside, waiting for that outside edge. And Mutusami's still on the boundary here. And so I'll try and see who is actually off the field. I think it could be Peters, who's actually off the field. No, he's on the field. He's fielding at mid-off. Actually, Fantonda, who is off the field at the moment. Diving, I think, for one earlier on. I think he might have just hurt something. Reynard Fantonda. Michael Pretorius. 2 balls left in his 20th over. He's bowled the bulk of the overs, most used bowler by Vian Lubber, and I can understand why. He's taken 6 for 78 in these 19.4 overs. That's a bouncer to Hendricks. He just goes underneath that one. So yeah, Reynard Fantonda off the field. We've got Lubber at first slip. We've got De Swart at second, Senekwani at fourth, McQuena at point, Seleka, the 12th man, at extra cover, mid-off is Peters, mid-on Mangru, mid-wicket Ngwepe, and Mujasami on the long leg boundary. There's Bjorn Hendricks on strike against Michael Pretorius. Pretorius, last ball of his 20th over, looking for his 7th wicket to get a career best. Not going to get it with that delivery. It played forcibly by Hendricks through the offside to the man at mid-off, that is Gideon Peters, and there is no run. 335 for the loss of 7 after 67. Western Province leading by 99 runs. I say the story of the day so far, resuming at 148 for the loss of 2. Western Province slumped to 178 for 6, courtesy of 4 wickets for Michael Pretorius, and from that 178 for 6, it was a restorative partnership of 95 from Carl Simmons, who got 52, and George Linder, who's not out, on 86, took them to the total of 273, and then it has been partnership of 62 between the captain Bjorn Hendricks, who's on 22, and Linda, who've taken them from that total to 335, just one short of a lead of 100 over the Northwest Dragons. It's Vian Lubber again to Linda, and he plays that one late, under his eyes, dangerous ploy. That one was well pitched up, and he just waited for it, maybe trying to guide it down into the third man region. Got a slip, backward point, man on the point boundary, extra cover, long off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a man at 45 on the leg side. Linda's forward this time, wisely so. Just tickles it out to at Senekwane at extra cover. McQuena here in front of us at long off. That's a shortish. That time he gets rushed a bit, does Linda. 86 not out. Western Province want to bat as long as possible. They are batting very quickly at the moment, getting to a point where they have 2 additional bonus points ahead of Northwest, which in the current situation within this log jam that is the log here in the 4-day competition could prove to be very, very important. Nicely played by Linda down to the man at long off. That's Grant McQuena. Underarms it back to his bowler. And captain Vion Liver. And a bit of chatter going on out there on the field. And hope to give you some information also from matches happening around the world. So at the end of the over, we can do that. I'm just waiting for my feed to update from about the domestic cricket, which I don't have for you at the moment. Just looking at stumps in the test match between Australia and Pakistan in Perth. It is Australia 487 this morning. They carried on batting, and Mitchell Marsh was very good 90 to go with David Warner's 164. Yes, they took them to 487. Pakistan at the close 132 for the loss of 2. Imam ul Haq not out 38. The 2 wickets to fall was Shan Masood, and it was Abdullah Shafiq. Masood for 30, Shafiq for 42. And it's going to be Peters coming on from the Kelvin Grove end. First time he's bowled from the Kelvin Grove end in this match. And his analysis so far, 10 overs, 0 for 67. Has been very expensive. Also been guilty of bowling a number of no balls. And in the other test match happening today, it is happening in India, the women's test. India versus England. England in all sorts of trouble there. India 428 in the first innings, and then 136 England in reply. Only Nat Siva-Brunt getting any kind of score, getting a 50 there. And India in their second knock, 186 for 6. They lead by 478 runs. And no doubt they'll be looking at putting England in again reasonably soon. That's in the air, but it's going to be 2 or 3 bounces down to Mutasamy. And Linda moves to 88, just 1 short of his 3,000 runs in first-class cricket. What an achievement that would be. And so that test match there has been a 19-wicket day in the test match there between the Indian women and the England women in India. And at the crease at the moment for India, Harmanpreet Kaur, the captain, on 44, not out. And it has been Sophie Eccleston with 2 wickets, and Charlie Dean with 4 that have been the destroyers in chief for England. So it looks like a spinner's wicket there after Deepti Sharma took 5 for 7 earlier in the day. That's a good bouncer from Peters. Just saying hello to Buren Hendricks. First time he's bowling to Buren. Bowling to 2 slips the gully. A deep point on the boundary, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. 337 for the loss of 7. Western Province lead by 101 runs. Rate achieved 4.9. They want a little bit better outside the off stump. No need for Hendricks to even think about playing that. And one must question really whether Peters is bowling the right length here. This wicket known to be one where you get reward for line and length. Mikhail Pretorius has seen substantial reward for bowling line and length, and this is not necessarily what you would be wanting to have. He's been very expensive, has Peters, but could all be fine if he gets a wicket now. Much better from him as he's online. And much better delivery from Gideon Peters there. He has also been guilty of bowling a significant number of no balls in his spell, in his number of spells from the Weinberg end, so bowling into the breeze and up the hill from the Kelvin Grove end maybe will be easier for him from that point of view. Linda practicing the hoik over the infield. That's nicely played by Hendricks, holds the pose. Mungru gets down nicely to field, and still don't see Reynard Fanton not back on the field yet. We've got Seleka out at that deep point position, the substitute fielder, and we're going to have a look at some of those scores from around the country at the end of this Peters over, which is happening in 1 ball's time. Oh, good line from him around the wicket. Much better over from Peters, it must be said. And certainly towards the end of the over, getting that line and length right as they come onto the field with a new set of gloves for both Linda and for Hendricks. I don't think Linda wants the gloves. Hendricks definitely does. He's asking for that new pair of gloves, and a punch of the fists between these two put on 64 for this, the 8th wicket for Western Province. Very important runs. As the ball gets softer here, it seems to be more difficult to hit. And Tuskers 108 for 3 versus the Rocks 232. It's Kukumur and Erlang at the crease now after Kagiso Rapalana was bowled by Sean van Berg for 40. So 108 for 3, still trailing by 124 in that match, which had a late start today. And then in the match between the Titans and the Titan and the Warriors taking place in Centurion, the Dapperbet Warriors chasing the momentum multiplied Titans. First innings total. Oh no, it's out. He's out indeed. 1 run short of his 3,000 runs. George Linder gets an edge playing that one against Vian Liver. And he's trying to cut that one through the offside forcibly. Gets the edge, and it's well taken after a juggle by wicketkeeper Mikael Prince. He takes his 6th dismissal, and Western Province's 8th wicket is down with 337. They got a lead of 101, and a really good innings from George Linder comes to an unfortunate end. I was talking him up about his 3,000 runs, and now he departs the field, but it is to the applause of his team because he has put them into a position where they are potentially going to be able to win this game. He's 88 of 112 deliveries with 12 fours, and it really was a very, very good innings by George Linder, and he has departed the scene for 88, caught by Prince off the bowling of Libber, and that is Libber's 1st wicket. So good call by the captain to bring himself on, getting that ball to move away from the left-handed Prince as Wesley Bedger comes in for his debut innings in first-class cricket. So there are no statistics to speak of. He is going to start making his first-class statistics right now. The young man who bowled in his first ever first-class game, and he'll be bowling quite a bit, one feels. The right-handed batter he is, and I think Vian Love is going to change the line of attack. He's asking Bjorn Hendricks to move to the other side, the non-striker. Now saw the end of George Linder's innings of 88 of 112, and he was caught behind by Mikael Prince, cutting a little bit of a juggle, but held on in the end, and that's the 8th wicket down with the score on 337 in the 69th over. A good partnership in 13 overs, that's 64, and Bedger just forward nicely to that one from Liver. It's the first ball of that 70th over. Not sure. I think there was an appeal for leg before wicket, but that hit him so far outside the line of the off stump. The young man getting across very well with that front pad and making sure that he wasn't trapped in front. And that's outside the off stump, just played down into the ground by Beja. Man who hails from the Greenpoint Cricket Club here in Cape Town. Young man who's played for the Western Province Colts team. Got his call up at the last minute. He was in the squad for this match and replaced Dane Patterson, who was supposed to be bowling for Western Province in this match. But Beja getting his debut and looking to make the most of this opportunity that he has been presented with. Tossed up, and that's just tickled away, and definitely the right call from Hendricks not to take the run. Hendricks not wanting to expose his younger partner yet to the bowling of Gideon Peters, and Peters there just flinging his cap frisbee-like to his bowling partner, in fact, flinging it to Grant McQuena. McQuena making his way down here to the slip cordon. Hendricks now will be looking to potentially open up, perhaps, and we know he can hit the ball a long way and he can hit it really hard, and perhaps he will be taking on the likes of Peters. Peters, for that potential onslaught, has got men posted deep at long leg and at deep square. He's got a man at a short mid-wicket. Still got this 5 or 6-3 offside leg side field, 2 slips, a gully, deep point, extra cover mid-off, an extra cover, then a mid-wicket, deep backward square and long leg. That is a short delivery aimed at the head of Hendricks. Hendricks just sways out of the way. Bjorn Hendricks, I can see, is relishing this challenge. He is hoping to get a few more runs under his belt earlier on this season here at Newlands against the Lions, scoring a career best 81. And Beja at the other end has faced 5 deliveries from liver so far, survived. And that is the end of Hendricks. He does take takes the catch, does Mikael Prince, and that's his 7th catch behind the wickets. And he is looking like it is going to be certainly a season record, if not a record, for this Northwest team. 7 catches for behind the stumps. This time off Gideon Peters gets his first wicket, and that's Bjorn Hendricks out for 22 of 47 balls. He had to go for it. Unfortunately for him, not able to get a hold of that one. Just gets the faintest of edges and up and into the gloves of Prince behind. And it's going to be Ntiwakaya Nabe who's going to be bowling, facing his first ball soon from the bowler Gideon Peters. They're taking a drink there at the moment on the fall of the 9th wicket. So both the 8th and 9th wickets falling with a score on 337. And there's Nabe, who's coming to the crease now. He's got 2 50s, 55 matches, 63 innings, 376 runs, 68 his highest score for the Cobras versus the Knights in Bloemfontein in 2018-2019. So he can bat an average of 9.6. He's going to want to be batting as long as he possibly can. So it is 337, a lead of 101. So that's 2 bonus points extra for Western Province in this game. That lead of 100 could well prove to be decisive, as they will come out to bowl, should I say, I would think, sometime in this afternoon session. And there's a small crowd people still there under the oaks, and now would be a good time if we can to get scores from some of the other matches around the country. So the DP World Lions against the Hollywood Bets Dolphins. The DP World Lions currently 217. Zubair Hamza out there for 98. Very good innings by him. And it's the spinners that have taken all the wickets. John Smuts 3 and Prenalan Subrian 2 for the Dolphins. Currently Wandile Makwetu on 42 of 140 balls. And Zubair Hamza just missing out on 100 there. With Makwetu is Delano Porchita. Still some batting to come for the Lions, with Bjorn Fortuin also there. They're only 28 runs behind on the first innings. And then the final match that we're going to be having a look at, the one between the Titans and the Warriors. And let's have a look at that now. The Warriors actually just lost their first wicket, so 383 for the Titans, and Jordan Herman out now for 35, and it is Andile Mokhakani who's just come in to join Jivishan Pillay there. Pillay on 48. Beautifully played by Nabe through the offside to the boundary at the North Pavilion, and it's played straight to the northwest staff member there in front of that pavilion. Takes Western Province to 341 for the loss of 9, and much applause from the dressing room. So just to finish that score for you, 87 for 1, the Warriors, 296 behind the Titans in the first innings, and a notable first-class century for Devop Brevis in that momentum multiply Titans innings. Oh, that one plays it off middle stump, and that's thrown in by the bowler, hits the top of off stump. It's going to go for 4. So that's another 4 to Mtiwa Kayanabe. Takes Western Province to another 4 runs, and that lead now swelling to 109. And that is 4 runs to the batter. But unfortunately, one feels for Peters that ball cannoned off the top of the stumps and over the head of the wicketkeeper following up behind, and maybe was justified in tossing it in. Did give it a full go, and just hitting the top of off stump. Really good throw in it was. He's hit the stumps twice now from similar positions earlier on in the day, nearly running out George Linder as they were taking Valentine Katima as they were taking a quick run. George Linder going through for a single there, and Katima nearly run out, but he was safely in his ground. And he's hooked that one. It's in the air, and he's gone. That one went up, straight up in the air of Nabe. As the end of the innings for Western Province, 345 all out. A short cameo of just a few balls from the young man Nabe. I think he scored 8 of 3 balls. It was 8 of 3 balls. Now he tries to hook, hits the back of the bat, goes up in the air, and the catch taken by Lesiba Ngwepe, and that is the end of the Western Province innings. 345 all out. It leaves Wesley Bedger on debut without scoring of 5 deliveries. And so he gets a not out against his name, but just facing the 5 deliveries. And Western Province will come out to bowl with a lead of 109. There's 10 minutes that we have in the break between innings, and they took a drink at the fall of the 9th wicket. So it all ended rather quickly after the loss of the wicket of George Linder. Hendricks trying to play the ball forcibly off Peters, and then Peters in the same over getting the wicket of Mtiwa Kayanabe, going for the hook shot of a short delivery, hitting the back of the bat, lopping up into the air, and the extra cover coming in and taking the catch. 8 of 3 balls for Mtiwa Kayanabe with 2 boundaries in that innings, and that is the end of the innings for Western Province. That catch taken by Ngwepe was the only one not taken by the wicketkeeper in this particular match. It was the wicketkeeper Prince taking 7 catches behind the stumps. So just to give you that scorecard once again for Western Province, and also to give you the final bowling figures. We know that Michael Pretorius just failing to take his best ever figures in first class cricket, took 6 wickets. So I'll give you those numbers shortly. But he bowled exceptionally well this morning, took 4 wickets, and it was Pretorius 20 overs, 3 maidens, 6 for 78. To Swart 14 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 64. Peters 11.5 overs, 2 for 76. And so ending up with 345 were Western Province, and a very good effort when considering that at one stage there were 178 for the loss of 6. and it all ended rather quickly after the 64-run partnership between Hendricks and Linda came to an end with that Linda wicket off Vion Libba, and so 109-run lead. And I will get those final bowling figures. I will also look up for you during the break the numbers in terms of the number of catches taken in an innings, but I can believe that this will be a record, no doubt, for the Dragons. So looking at the Northwest Dragons scores in terms of wicket keeping, just trying to see what the information is here from a bowling point of view. Wicket keeping. So the most dismissals in innings for the Dragons is 4 by Mikhail Prince against the Warriors. That now stands at 7, which is an outstanding return for him. In fact, he's already broken the record for the most dismissals in a match for the Northwest Dragons, which was Nicky van den Berg in the 2022-23 season, 5 there for him. He's already taken 7 catches in this match, and he's already broken the record for the most dismissals in a season, Mikael Prince. And that is really a feather in the cap to him and to his bowler, Michael Pretorius. And so it will be soon to come out to bat here. It will be the pair of Senekwani and Mokoena, no doubt, opening the batting for the Dragons. And already warming up, we have Tiwakayanabe. And for Western Province, we'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes or so for the second innings of the Dragons. Welcome back to Newlands Cricket Ground here in the heart of the southern suburbs of Cape Town, and you are joining us for the first ball of the second innings of the Dragons, and that first ball is going to be bowled by Björn Hendricks from the Kelvin Grove end of this historic ground, and is at the moment some scaffolding off to the right of me, and doing plenty of work on this ground at the moment, with the New Year's Test match looming against India here. It's going to be a very, very important occasion for South African cricket, and it's going to be Lesego Senekwane facing the first delivery. And a rare good delivery from Hendricks. That's squirting away down to the boundary at third man for four off the outside edge. Just squared him up slightly, but he kept control of it, and they're off the mark now. Already in this second innings, four without loss off the first delivery, just squirting away past the man at fourth slip. That's Onka Nyaku. And Eddie Moore just doing a few stretches, chased that one down to the boundary. So we got four slips, man at point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg for Hendricks, who's towards Senekwane now, and that's outside the line of the off-stump. Good delivery by Hendricks, who I think is going to have a lot of bowling to do in this particular match, together with his fast bowling partner Onka Nyaku and Mtiwakaya Nabe, the debutant Wesley Beja, who we expect will be bowling as well, perhaps from the Kelvin Grove end. So just to look at the numbers for these particular batters and bowlers, we'll give you those numbers shortly. Beautiful shot from Senekwane, but that is where Hendricks wants it to be, slightly outside the off stump. Senekwane comes forward on what is looking like a very good batting pitch now, and plays that one beautifully through the covers. So just to give you Björn Hendricks' numbers, he has taken 364 first-class wickets, an average of 25.22, 3.28 runs per over. His best in first-class cricket, 7 for 29 for the Lions versus the Cobras in 2020-21 season. He's taken 10 wickets in a match twice and 5 wickets in an innings 20 times in his career so far. And we'll look at Senekwane and Grant McQueen's numbers shortly for you. So before this match, and before the first innings, Lesego Senekwane debuted 2014-2015 season, 39 matches, 69 innings, 4 not outs, 1,749 runs, with a top score of 158 for Northwest against Gauteng in 2021 season, and his average 26.9 400s and 6 50s. And Grant McQueen, 2008-2009 debut, season campaign, 156 matches, by far the most experienced player in this team. Oh, just padding up was Senekwane to that one, just came off the thigh pad through to Daniel Smith, and nothing to report. So McQueen, 156 matches, 266 innings, 7,415 runs, with the highest of 217 for Easterns versus EP in the 15-16 season, average of 29.77, 900s and 41 50s. A lot of matches in the second tier first class competition in South Africa, but won a big 100 here against Western Province a couple of seasons ago for the Titans. That's a great delivery from Hendricks, and that is the end of the first over. The two boundaries off it, the one it was edged past the man at fourth slip, and then the one played beautifully through mid off for 4, and it is going to be Mtiwakaya Nabe, is it, or is it going to be Onka Nyoku? Nyoku, no, it's going to be Nabe to open the bowling from this, the Weinberg end of the ground, and the figures then for Nyoku Nabe, sorry, 55 matches so far in his career, and he has taken 108 wickets, 3,873 runs, an average of 35.86. The best now, his figures of 5 for 46, which he took in the first innings here. So he's actually taken a few more wickets than that now, 113 wickets for him. 5 for 46 in the first innings was the destroyer in chief for Western Province. So it's not a surprise that he's going to be opening the bowling from the Wynberg end of the ground. He's going to be bowling to Grant McQuena, 2 slips, 4th slip, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg. That's a good delivery first up to McQuena. McQuena walking out towards that one from his stumps. So Senekwane already off the mark. Lesejo Senekwane. Those 2 boundaries in the previous Buren Hendricks over has reduced the deficit, which was 109 at the start of this innings, to 101. So 236 plays 345 for Western Province, just short of those extra bonus points, and that's not going to be a run to the man there at in the mid-wicket region. That's David Bedingham. Bedingham has scored 51 in the Western Province innings. It was George Linder top scored there with 88, now ending just 1 run short of 3,000 career runs for him. Carl Simmons going past 2,000 career runs in the play today. It's just too much onto the leg stump and tickled down to the man at the fine leg area. That's Wesley Bedger, the debutant, and he did not score, not out of 5 deliveries, Bedger at the end of the innings, and yet to get his first wicket in first class cricket. So in that first innings, Bedger 7 overs, 0 for 41. And Senekwane just defending to Hendricks at mid-on. So umpires have changed around. It's umpire Tom Mokorosi standing at the Wynberg end now. Very good delivery from Nabe. Wants this new cherry to do as much as it possibly can. You would expect that there will be something for the spinners Simmons and Linder a little bit later on against this predominantly right-handed batting attack for the Dragons. Started a little bit wide, did move away slightly into the gloves of Smith, just the 1 off the over, 9 for without loss after the end of 2 overs, and be Hendricks to continue the attack from the Kelvin Grove end. David Bedingham has the ball at the moment and is going to pass it on to his captain. And so in that Western Province innings, 4 scores over 50. And that going to Valley 59, Bedingham 51, Simmons 52, and then Linder's 88, which was instrumental together with Simmons putting together 95. 2 big partnerships, 112 for the 3rd wicket and 95 for the 7th wicket, holding that innings together. 64 between Linder and Hendricks for the 8th wicket as well, which put them in a position where they have a lead of now exactly 100. It was 109 at the start of the 2nd innings for the Dragons. And Bedger's in quickly from mid-wicket. 3 slips and like a 4th, in fact 4 slips it is. Point and mid-off, 4, 6, 3 offside, leg side field, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. Good delivery. It played straight down to the man at that position of a mid-on. That's David Beddingham. And there is no run. Beddingham just tossing it to Yassine Valley, who has to like come forward slightly and field that one. So just to give you some stats there, I looked them up in the break. So Mikael Prince equaling the record for franchise cricket since 2004-2005 with 7 catches or 7 dismissals in an innings. It's in the air, but it's going to come all the way over the head of the man here at long leg, and there's no way that Nabe is going to get anywhere near that one. It's played into the stand here in the South Pavilion, and somebody is asked somebody to go and fetch it, and they have. Just really took flight, that one. Top edged, wasn't under control really from Mokoena, but flew over the head of Nabe into the stands, and that's the first maximum of the innings in the second innings, and Mokoena goes to 7. Score now is 15 without loss, deficit 94. They want to get off to a good start here. Will Northwest. Good delivery from Hendricks. I think that's the line to follow. That's the way to get wickets here on this wicket with the new cherry. Maybe the surprise fast ball. It's a short one, but line and length has been the stall that Western Province bowlers have set for themselves, and to make sure that they can get as many wickets as possible. And that has been very successful. No Dane Patterson in this particular match. That is over the head of the man at mid-wicket. It is Bedjo's chasing him. Not going to get there, though. He's going to get there ahead of him down to the boundary in front of the side screen, in front of the scoreboard, should I say. And that is yet another 4 for Mokoena. And taking toll of these short deliveries from Bjorn Hendricks. He needs to pull that line forward a bit. Length forward a bit to get him playing outside the off stump. Need to tighten this up a bit. Western Province, 90 the deficit now. 19 already in the third over. And quick scoring at the top of the innings here again for the Northwest Dragons. Western Province batting going off like a house on fire in their innings as well. That's much better from Hendricks. Just left alone by Mokoena. Doesn't have to play at that one. End of the over. 19 for naught, 90 for no loss after 3 of the Northwest Dragons. And we have about half an hour to go, in fact 40 minutes to go until the tea intervals. It's been an action-packed day so far. Western Province having lost 8 wickets and advancing the score from 148 for the loss of 2 overnight to 345 all out at a very fast rate, batting at close to 5 runs and over in that innings, and really was an innings that was punctuated with 4s and wickets. Good delivery from Nabe Senekwani, stands up, just plays it out into the covers, is no run. Just some other news here from the Western Province, just to update you on the information we got. This came through yesterday, and we were very proud yesterday in the Western Province to have our under-19 girls crowned as the winners of the under-19 National Week. That's down the leg side. Brilliant take by Daniel Smith, diving to his left. So yes, just to give you that information, and information we had then coming through this morning, which is now on our social media pages, is that there have been 4 of the Western Province girls were selected for the representative teams respectively. That was the SA Schools team, which was Kayla Reiniker and It's a good shot, just down to the man at long leg, and Bedges in quickly. They won't take more than a single. Fires it in to there's just leg buys are signaled by the umpire. So that's one more to the total. 20 without loss after 3.3 overs. And yes, it was Kayla Reinecker selected as the SA Schools captain of Western Province this week, and that is a huge honour for Kayla, SA under-19 player in the World Cup earlier this year, and we believe she may be eligible for the under-19 World Cup in Bangladesh that is coming up in early 2025. Gemma Burta, together with her in the SA Schools team, was named as the player of the week in that tournament, and we are in Western Province Cricket Association exceptionally proud. That's a potential shout there. They would have gone. That really hurts. That went, I don't know where it went, into the thigh maybe of Mokoena. He just doubled over a bit there. The pain, that ball hitting him quite nastily. He's just composing himself. Good delivery from Nabe. Nabe getting those lines and lengths right. 1.4 overs so far. 0 for 1. He's just focusing on line and length. That's what got him the wickets in the first innings. That's in the air, I think, but it's safely down to Bedger there, and he's going to just that one, unfortunately for him, just knocks it on a little bit, but good fielding by the young man in the deep, as that's Mokoena playing that one forcefully into the leg side, and they take 22 without loss in the fourth over. So yes, that was Gemma Burta, player of the tournament for the under-19 girls in that week. Outstanding all-round performances, and her performance in the finals, scoring 52 of 38 deliveries, and her together with Alexia Kontoparakis taking Western Province to a 10-wicket win over their finalists, the KZN Coastal. And it really was a brilliant performance, also taking wickets aplenty during the week, and good fielding to boot. She is really an all-rounder with an exciting future ahead of her, Gemma Burta. And then for the Phillies team, Caitlin Weingard, who has been outstanding this week, was outstanding this week with her bowling, very great accuracy, and coming through, particularly in the T20 phase of the tournament, with very good figures. Player of the match, good delivery from Hendricks outside the off stumper. Senekwani, outstanding figures in the match against the Titans, where she took 3 wickets and also affected the run out of Simone Lawrence with a direct hit wicket, which was actually game changing in a low run chase. And then in the semi-final and final, also taking wickets at a very good economy rate. Caitlin Weingard in that Phillies team, together with the wicketkeeper Jaylee Philander. Good delivery from Hendricks. This is better from Hendricks. Needs to get that line and length outside the off stump. That's where the success has happened in this particular match. It's a lesson for the other bowlers. Nabe has already started off like that. Been very consistent. Anything short has been punished so far. Short is punished, over pitched is punished. You got to bowl in the channel, short of a length, outside the off stump. The corridor of uncertainty is the one that caught out most of the Western Province batters. That is just a bit too short and a bit too wide from Hendricks. He's trying for that right line and length, and Senekwani is going to have take full toll of that outside the off stump, played down to the boundary in front of the Oaks for 4, and Kitime goes down and retrieves that one from that position. It's already meaning a strengthening of the offside field as Eddie Moore comes out of the slips, where he took 2 very good catches in the first innings and goes into extra cover. So I've now got 2 slips and a 4th slip, or a gully point, extra cover and mid-off. changing the line here. Hendricks going around the wicket to the right-handed Senekwani. 26 without loss. Northwest already good scoring rate. McQuena having batted very quickly for his 13 off just 12 balls. Senekwani 12 off 15 so far. Hendricks looking to pick up the first wicket in this second innings. In the first innings, it was the Northwest Dragons who were 35 for 5 at one stage, and certainly not looking troubled so far by this Western Province attack. Wicket having flattened out quite considerably. Could be a war of attrition here between these two teams over the next few days. Sense that the Dragons will want to make the most of what are probably the best batting conditions so far. A lot of overs still to be bowled with this particular ball in the innings before we have the close of play tonight. Perhaps the best opportunity for any of the teams to get a good score on the board, and that's fallen to the Dragons, but application is going to be needed by them to get to a good total. Next man in would be Ngwepe for them, then Renan Fantonda, Vian Liver, Senran Mutusami, Rowan Swart, Mikael Prince, Mikael Pretorius, Kerwin Munger, and Gideon Peters. That is the lineup for the Dragons. It's Senekwani and McQuena who's got them off so far to a reasonable start here, 26 without loss. We have Dwayne Jansen on the side of the field there, just watching proceedings. That's a good delivery, just maybe straying a bit down the legs. It came off the pad. They're only going to take one as Wesley Bedger is in quickly from the position at long leg. Into the sixth over, 27 without loss. Don't really think there's any movement here really much for Nabe. Trying his best. That's driven beautifully, and there's a single well fielded by Yassine Valley at mid-off. The pitch looking very dry. Those green patches that were on it at the beginning of play yesterday, sun baking down yesterday and today on the pitch. It's looking like a very good pitch to bat on. Chance for McQuena and Senekwani to make sure they stay there as long as possible. And that's not get hold of that at all. Moore does the fielding at extra cover. Applauding their bowler here, Tuakai Nabe. Man who's been around for a while. Both him and Bjorn Hendricks, exceptionally experienced bowlers for Western Province. Nabe already in his let's see how many matches. It's 55th match that he's playing at the moment. Hendricks playing 115 matches as well. So both experienced players, some significant experience in this Western Province team. Nabe's debut 2015-2016 season. 108 wickets for him so far. Certainly capable of making the ball talk. She did in his career best figures in the first innings. That's down the leg side. That's just palmed off by Smith, but he can't get onto that, and that is byes down the leg side. Byes signaled by Tom Mokorosi. That is 4 runs and 4 byes down there with the 2 leg byes that we've seen so far in this innings. 32 without loss, just straying there. Nabe, he's upset with himself. Just slaps his hands together on his way back to his mark, and we're wanting to just tighten up on those lines and lengths. Still, his spell so far quite economical. Oh, that was so close to being played on. Just gets the inside edge onto the pad and down to 4th slip. That is and Yaku there, and there is no run. So first wicket elusive so far for Western Province. The deficit down to 77 for the Northwest Dragons, and Western Province still looking for that initial breakthrough here as these two, Senakwani and Mokoena, look to blunt the force of the Western Province attack. It's going to be Buren Hendricks to continue into his fourth over of his spell. First two not such good overs. This third over was much better. Let's see what he can do now that he's into his work. That's better. Oh, that's on the pads, and he's played it beautifully through the leg side down to the boundary in front of the railway stand. Bedger from mid-wicket's not going to get to that, and just straying onto the legs, and perhaps just a little bit too deep, too full from Hendricks, and takes full toll, does Senakwani. Takes the total to 36 in the seventh over, batting at just under 6 and over Northwest in this innings. They have been given the loose deliveries to be able to hit, it must be said. Nothing so far on offer for Western Province. No false strokes, nothing in terms of any danger for these batters from the Northwest. Better from Hendricks that time. If you have just joined us, just to let you know that Western Province were bowled out today for 345 in response to the 236 scored yesterday by the Dragons, resuming at 148 for the loss of 2. It slumped to 178 for 6 before a partnership of progressive partnerships, one of 95 between Linda and Simmons and one of 64 between Linda and Hendricks, took them to that 345. Much better from Hendricks this time. Forcing Senakwani to play here, and that's exactly what he wants to do. Make sure that the right-hander has got absolutely nothing that he can hit, and he's just got to be able to play at that, give him the runs just dry up, and then keep that ball there in that channel outside the off stump. He's bowling from his favoured Kelvin Grove end. Left armers love the Kelvin Grove end here at Newlands for some reason. Another good delivery from Hendricks, and well played by Senakwani. You feel that it's just a patch of a little bit more control from the Western Province bowlers. That's what they need. Seems to be that when you are batting at a very fast rate and suddenly the bowling becomes a lot tighter, makes it a little bit more difficult for you as a batter. Oh my word, and that one again off the inside edge, past the leg stump this time. Nabe throws it in. That's the second time Senakwani has been edging it off the inside edge. First time on the previous over off Nabe, this time off the inside edge past the stump as we are in the closing stages of the seventh over here. And once again into the pads of Mokoena, just down to Nabe at fine leg, and he throws the ball in to Smith. Linda has got that one the ball now, and he's shining the ball, just practicing his left arm orthodox spin from the Weinberg end, but it's going to be Nabe who's going to be bowling. The ball has changed hands a few times. It's now in the hands of Yassine Valley, and now in the hands of the bowler. Tiwakaya Nabe is going to be coming in for his fourth over, 3 overs, 0 for 4 at the moment. His first spell yesterday, 5 overs, 5 for 7. And he'll be He's in now. That's a good delivery, straight down the ground, beautifully played by Senaquani. Sorry, by Mokoena. Not before they're going to come back for two, should I say? And Valley is the fielder in front of us here. Just tosses it to his captain, Buren Hendricks. Hendricks, who's been operating from the Kelvin Grove then, 4 overs, 0 for 28. Nabe, 3.1 overs, 0 for 6. 36 without loss in the 7th. Very good start for the Dragons in this second innings. That's just pulled away imperiously by Mokoena, short of a length and into the pads, and he just plays a short arm jab into the Oaks for 4, and this is really looking dangerous and ominous for Western Province at the moment. This deficit is coming down with every single shot at the moment. 44 without loss, deficit now 65, so Western Province will be feeling very happy that they have that lead, had that lead of 109. This partnership is growing by the ball at the moment, it is, and very good batting from these two. That's now down to the man who's now deep on the boundary there at deep square leg. That's David Beddingham, tosses it in to Daniel Smith. They take a single. 45 without loss after 7.3 overs. Partnership is 45. Deficit still 64. Senaquani, Mokoena batting well here for the Dragons. Just lets that one go. And with 1 ball left in the over. So let's take a look around the country at what is happening in the respective games in this 4-day series. So the Tuskers against the Rocks. Tuskers at the moment now 127 for the loss of 4. It is Kagiso Rapulana who was out the last time we spoke, and since that has happened, Tian Kukumur has gone to his 54 now for Kukumur. Michael Erlang out for 6. Sean von Berg, the old campaigner there for the Rocks, 2 for 21 in 11 overs. Very economical from him. It looks like a war of attrition happening there at in Pietermaritzburg. Beautifully played off that full ball through the cover region, but we chased down by Yassine Valley, and Mo Valley throws that one in, and in fact he holds on to the ball, and they're through for 2. Very good batting from these two, batting at just under 6 and over. They've been given the width or the length to be able to hit. It was an expensive over there from Nabe, previously having bowled 3 overs for 4, now bowled 4 overs for 13, 9 off the over. Not what his captain would have wanted, and it is going to be a change of bowling at the Kelvin Grove end. Wesley Bedger, who's in his first match. He's only bowled 7 overs so far in his career. He bowled those in the first innings here, and he's going to be on his way in to the batsman, that is Grant Mokoena. Mokoena facing up to Bedger. Bedger's got a good turn of pace. I like his action as he comes in and plays for the Greenpoint Cricket Club here in Cape Town, member of the Western Province Colts setup. Drafted into the team with Dane Patterson not being available just at the last minute before start of play yesterday, and he's going to be bowling towards us here from the Kelvin Grove end. 2 slips, a gully, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep backward square, so a deep square leg and a man at long leg. He's into Grant Mokoena now, and he's just a skip and a hop, and that's a good delivery straight into the body, though. He's going to want to keep that ball outside the line of off stump is Bedger. He's got a fair turn of pace on him, has the young man. That is the Tuskers match, 127 for 4. The Warriors are playing the Titans, and the Warriors at T. Interesting. They've gone for T already. Maybe there's rain there up in Centurion. 88 for 1. I think there must be rain. In fact, to say it's live there. Good delivery straight to the man this time at mid-on. That's the captain, Bjorn Hendricks. Tosses it into his wicket keeper, Daniel Smith. Smith playing in the place of Carverena, who's away on national duty. Number of absentees for this Western Province team. Nandre Berger as well, playing his first match for the Proteas in the colours of the green and gold yesterday, playing in a losing cause in the T20 International. Straight to Beddingham, is it? No, it's not. Eddie Moore in the covers. Beddingham at mid-on. Moore at extra cover. Kitime at his position at square point, should I say? He's at a point position. 2 slips, gully, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg, and a man at 45 here, the man on the long leg boundary. And well bowled there into Mokoena. Looking better it is here for Bedger, yet to concede in this, his first spell of the second innings, after having his first taste of first-class cricket earlier on today. So the Warriors 88 for 1, and no change to the score there since the last time we looked. And just going to that last game, which is the Lions versus the Dolphins. The good delivery angling into the right-hander. He's bowled a very good over there, has Wesley Bedger. So far, 5 balls gone. He's got to make sure no 4-ball comes at the end of the over. And a bad lie to stop play in the match between the Warriors, the Lions, and the Hollywood Bets Dolphins. 217 for 5 are the Lions. And still Wandile Makwetu there on 42 and Delano Potgieter on 4. Forcefully played into the covers. Eddie Moore does the fielding at extra cover once again, and that is now going to be the end of the over. And I think we're going to see George Linder bowling from this, the Weinberg end of the ground. He replaces him, Tiwakaya Nabe. So we're going to have spin here before the tea interval. So over or 2 of spin tea will be taken at 3 o'clock South African Standard Time, and that is in 13 minutes from now, according to the scoreboard clock. So that is a wrap-up of what's happened around the country, just in cricket around the world. A few things happening there. Just the 2 test matches underway. The women's test match, where India are dominating in India against England. A lead of some over 400 runs there, and only 6 wickets down in their second innings. And in terms of the match in Perth, is Australia 486. I think it was 486 or 487 all out. We'll just get those numbers for you again. And indeed, for the Indian women against the English women, we'll come back to that now. Good delivery from Linda first up to Senakwani. So Pakistan are 132 for 2 against that first innings total of 487 for the Australians. End of day 2 there in Perth. Everything to play for still for the Pakistan team. Yeah, it's too short, too wide, and it's going to go to the boundary here on our left into the sort of between the railway stand and the South Pavilion for 4, and that's the 50 up for the Northwest Dragons in the second innings. 50 without loss. They've scored that off 56 balls, going rate of 5.5. It's been very quick from these two, and that's the 50 partnership brought up between them. 50 runs for the Dragons. Deficit now is only 58. Plays that one out to the cover sweeper. That's a Yassine Valley. I'll go through for a single. So it was Hendricks who opened the bowling from the Kelvin Grove end, and Nabe who opened the bowling here from the Weinberg end. Hendricks just been replaced by Wesley Bedger, and now it is George Linder who's bowling from the Weinberg end of the ground. He's in towards Grant McQueen now. That's a good delivery, but he's tickled out into the leg side. No pressure being put on the batters at all, as Wesley Bedger's in from the Oaks, and comes and fetches that one. Senekwani will be back on strike 53 without loss in the 10th over. Yeah, it's good delivery from Linda this time. One to come in the over. Looking to get a lot more purchase off the surface than he currently is. Going to put my binoculars on him now to see there's absolutely nothing in this surface, it looks like, for the spinners. So you never know. With George Linder, you never know. That's played into the covers and it's well fielded there by Kitime and Moore and Kitime working in tandem. Moore diving over it and Kitime picking it up behind him, if that is tandem working together. So not long before tea here at Newlands, and beautiful day in Cape Town. The southeaster is coming through, but it seems to have subsided somewhat. It is a cool wind when it comes through, and what my uncle would have called a lazy wind, because it doesn't go around you. It's too lazy to go around you. It just cuts straight through you, and it certainly does that. The southeaster here in Cape Town. Bedger in to McQueen, first wicket, looking for that first wicket. And he's played that in the air, but it's going to bounce very safely to the right of the square leg umpire, and it's Valley who's cleaning up from square leg. He's a terrier in the field, Yassine Valley, so quick across the ground, and for a young man in his early 30s, he is somebody very, very quick on the outfield. Earlier on today, getting his 41st first class 50. In fact, that was last night. He went to 50, and today just adding the 7 runs before he was out. Oh, what a beauty! What a beauty from Wesley Bedger. That's exactly what he was looking for. That one coming into the left, to the right-hander, and it just squares him up. Unlucky perhaps there not to get the wicket of Senekwani. And that's the length you've got to bowl on this particular wicket. Really was a fantastic delivery from the young man. Once again in the channel outside the off stump, just defended by Senekwani. So Mikael Prince, as I was saying, taking 7 catches behind the stumps, would have broken the franchise and first class record, franchise record for cricket since 2004-2005 in South Africa. Oh dear, that one is just missed by George Linder. I don't think they're going to say, they are going to take 2. That's interesting stuff. As they come back for the second. Good running by Senekwani, seeing that Linder wasn't quite getting there, just went through his hands. Was not a very confident stroke from Senekwani. Just went down into the ground though, and ahead of Linder, not able to get his hands fully onto it. Did stop it from going for a boundary though, which he'll be happy about. He'll be bowling again soon here from the Weinberg end, but Bedger making the ball do things in this over we haven't seen from anybody else. It's down the leg side, and there is a half appeal from the bowler. Well taken by Daniel Smith, diving to his left. Daniel Smith, a young man who spent some time in the emerging team at the academy this year. One who's definitely been identified in the future, just struggling with the bat a little bit at the moment, opening the batting with Eddie Moore. And beautiful shot, short and wide outside the off stump from Bedger, and that has been punished by McQuena, just set up for him beautifully. Sorry, Senequani, the set up for him beautifully. He played it through the offside. These two have reduced the deficit to 49. It has been once again a session which first and foremost looked as if it was going towards Western Province with that 64-run partnership. Carl Simmons falling soon after the lunch break to Ruan de Swart, and then 64 runs between Hendricks and Linda. And once that partnership was broken, the final wickets fell in a flurry with Western Province 345 all out, having gone to 345 for the loss of the all out 345 was 337 for 8 and 9, and then 345 all out. Linda's going to continue to Mokoena. Lets that one go. As you saw outside the line of the offset, Western Province desperate for a wicket, desperate to get a breakthrough here. Not coming for them at the moment. Good opening partnership of 60 in next to no time by these two. Linda to Mokoena. Linda just trying to get into his work now, only into his second over. Takes a bit of time sometimes for the spinner to settle, just to get his lines and lengths right, just to know where he's going to be pitching it, to make sure it's difficult for the batter. And Linda is doing that at the moment. It's a good delivery. That's what he's looking for. Bedger does the fielding from mid-wicket, tosses it through to his bowler. We've got a 6-3 offside leg side field, as you would expect. That nearly gets the edge. So it's just coming forward and then following the ball is Mokoena with his bat. And there's just, you heard the anguished cries from behind the stumps and around the field for Western Province there. Another good delivery from Linda. This has been a good over so far from the Western Province stalwart man hailing from the northern suburbs here in Cape Town. Really good to have everybody with us on this public holiday here in South Africa. This broadcast brought to you by Cricket South Africa on their YouTube channel. Time shortish and wide. Mokoena can't get that one away. It's a maiden over by George Linda, 60. It is now after 12 overs and batting at 5 runs to the over. Much better from George Linda that over. Certainly feels like he has an opportunity to get a wicket and very close to getting one at that particular point in time in that over. So outside the off stump to Grant Mokoena. And got umpire Tom Mokorossi at this side, and at the other side now umpire Philip Fossler, and he will have Wesley Bedger steaming past him shortly to bowl his third over in this innings to Lesego Senequani. Down the leg side, and he'll have nothing to do with that one. Daniel Smith cleans up behind. Good take by Smith down the leg side. So yes, the George Linder from the northern suburbs here, Durbanville Way in Cape Town. Beautiful day here in the Cape. We are at Newlands Cricket Ground. We have Table Mountain off to our left-hand side here from our commentary position. We're commentating, bringing this match to you from the South Pavilion here at Newlands at the Wynberg end of the ground. From the Kelvin Grove end is Wesley Bedger. Good delivery outside the line of the off stump. And it will be the last over before the tea interval here from Bedger. Clock will tick over shortly to 3 o'clock. We'll be then taking tea. I'll come back and be with you again at about 20 past 3 South African Standard Time, and then we're expecting play to go through with 40 overs left in the day. Probably will go through to a close at about 6 o'clock this evening. It's a good delivery, just drop down into the leg side, very too straight, in fact, from Bedger, and Hendricks does the fielding. Western Province looking a bit flat in the field, it must be said. They haven't got the breakthrough they would be looking for. It's still a deficit, though, and I think they're going to need to regroup, rethink what they're doing. Carl Simmons is coming over to have a word with his captain. Perhaps the Brains Trust in the slip region has been thinking about what they want to do, what they should be doing, chatting about how they're going to potentially get Grant McQueen out in the 3 balls before the interval. So Carl Simmons has an idea. He's relayed it to his captain. He's going to chat now the captain to his bowler Bedger, making a change to the field. They put in Simmons at mid-wicket now, taking him out of slip, and the edge may go through the gap now that he's created. Doesn't, just play straight down to the captain Hendricks at mid-on. Is a no run. Been a bit tighter the last few overs. Run rate just dropping now below 5, where it's been well above 5 for the entire match, entire innings so far. They got off to a flyer of a start with Buren Hendricks bowling too short with the new ball. Grant McQueen taking full toll of that, with the one ball came off the top edge, having a full go at it. Went into the South Pavilion for 6. Got a hold of that one, and he actually has got hold of it beautifully, and that has gone all the way over the boundary at the railway stand for 6 runs. It was pitched in short, probably a plan they had for McQueen. He takes it on, and he succeeds with that one taken on. Yassin Valley is about 10 meters in off the boundary at a more deep square position. That one went exactly square of the wicket. No chance for him to be able to take a catch on that one. But you can see what the plan was there. McQueen, 1 ball to go before tea, and he's bounced by Bedger. Nothing to report. So Bedger goes for 7, I think it was, in that over. He's bowled 3 overs, 0 for 14. They were working to a plan. Didn't work on that occasion, but who knows? I'll come back after tea. Northwest will feel very happy that they have only got a deficit of 42 after they had the Western Province team bowled out for 345 in their second innings, in their first innings in that session. In their second innings, they are now 67 without loss. They trail Western Province by 42 as they go into the tea interval, and a good partnership of 67 between these two as they're clapped off the field by their bowlers, by their players in the dressing room. And we'll be back in about 20 minutes with the post-tea final session of day 2 of this match. Just goodbye from me and the team here at Newlands. Welcome back to Newlands Cricket Ground. This is the CSA YouTube channel and visuals courtesy of Pitch Vision and broadcast being brought to you here. I am James King at the Cape Fox, and with me this afternoon in this post-tea session as George Linder bowls his first delivery after the tea break is David Brooke. And good to have you here, David, with me in the commentary box.
Yeah, James, what a wonderful afternoon to be here at Newlands. It's
Beautiful.
always a pleasure to come back here, and this game is beautifully set up.
It is indeed. I mean, lead of 109, 67 of those already knocked off by these two, and it's been a very good batting performance. Perhaps a little bit of indifferent bowling up front from the Western Province opening bowlers. In fact, Nabe was pretty consistent. Bjorn Hendricks just not quite getting his line and length right, and he probably was the one who should have held the most danger for this batting lineup. But the wicket looking like a very good batting wicket on what I think I said at the beginning of the day was a batting day here. It hasn't really turned out fully that way.
Yeah, I thought just going back to the Western Province first innings, I thought they'd be a little bit disappointed with only a
Yeah,
100 odd lead.
me too.
I thought they would have maybe wanted at least 160, 170. They'd set it up beautifully overnight, 2 wickets down, and then they obviously had a spate of wickets lost this morning as George Linder continues.
Yeah, it was come back to that now. Brilliant bowling this morning by Michael Pretorius. I mean, he took the 2 wickets to fall last night and took the first 4 wickets this morning to reduce them to 178 for 6. It was really good bowling from him, but just perhaps a few too many yeah, playing at them outside the off stump when they perhaps didn't need to. It was just that flurry of wickets once Valley lost his middle stump, which was a brilliant delivery from Pretorius. I mean, take nothing away from Pretorius. He bowled outstandingly well this morning. I mean, figures he bowled 7 overs on the trot and took 4 wickets in that opening spell this morning, and then was later on backed up by the other bowlers. But it was a good fight back by Simmons and Linder.
Yeah, it's not often you see. Oh, that's a lovely
It was nice.
wristed delivery from George Linder, getting a single down to long off. But it's not often you see Carl Simmons and George Linder batting and bowling together.
Correct.
And the makeup of the side, they are quite batter heavy.
Yeah.
And it's not often that you're able to fit George Linder and Carl Simmons into the same team. But this is the innings now where the second innings from Northwest, where your two spinners need to help. The seamers did the job in the first innings.
That's right.
And it's now up to the spinners in the second. We're on day 2. This game is moving pretty fast, so
Very fast.
there should be a result. Looked at the weather for tomorrow, and
Yeah.
it's looking pretty much the same as today. And listen, if Northwest get a result out of this game, their man of the match, Miguel Pretorius,
Absolutely.
saved them in the batting as well.
Incredible. I mean, it really has been for the first sort of 2 days and one session. First one day and one session was the Prince and Pretorius show. Mikhail Prince equaling the franchise record of 7 dismissals in an innings.
Incredible.
7 catches that
He's had one great season.
he has, hasn't he? I mean, he's equaled his highest top score in first-class cricket, only his 4th game, 64 he got. He was nearly got to that extra run, and it was a brilliant performance from Pretorius. I mean, they were 86 for 7, should really have been bowled out for less than 150.
Yeah, this is where the system really works. Mikael Prince comes from Western Province.
That's right.
You're standing behind Carl Verona, Daniel Smith,
Yeah.
and maybe one other. He hadn't even broken into the full academy yet, so
No.
he's not going to get first team play in the next couple of years. And he goes and he gets an opportunity at Northwest, and he's been playing every single game. And look how well he's done. He's probably going to win Newcomer of the season in all likelihood in domestic cricket.
Yeah.
And
likely.
wicketkeeper batter.
Yeah. I mean, he got that incredible 160, I think it was, in the One Day Cup. Just phenomenal batting, and he's really been able to bring that form into the 4-day series. Oh, that was a nasty one from Bedger. He's looked so much better in the second innings. seems to be getting into a bit more of a rhythm. Wesley Badger, never
Yeah.
seen him before. A youngster from Greenpoint Cricket Club, I believe.
Actually, I was at the Greenpoint Cricket Club Awards,
Okay,
and they asked me to speak at their awards and just hand over a couple of prizes,
wonderful. Yeah.
and he won Player of the Year at their awards. And
Fantastic.
I remember a friend of mine played at Greenpoint, and I asked him about who is this youngster,
Yeah.
and he said, yeah, he's a good seam bowler. I watched him a
Oh,
bit.
brilliant work by Nyoka in the covers there. Anko Nyaku in the covers, not covers. Listen to me at slip. Brilliant dive to the right to stop a certain boundary. So David, that
Yeah,
was absolutely incredible. Yeah,
Onke's a gun fielder. It's good to see him
yes,
back. He had a bit of an injury
yeah,
that's kept him out for the
yeah,
entire season. But it's so good to see him back and just enjoying himself out here.
yeah,
But back to Wesley Badger.
yeah,
Yeah, impressive young man, and that's what we want
yeah,
to see. We want to
yeah.
see. The reality is that this is club cricket is that's a bit of a wild delivery,
Yeah,
but
so,
just got the length wrong there. And we want to see the club
yeah,
cricketers coming through the system.
absolutely, absolutely.
There's no longer semi-pro cricket.
No,
The next club cricket, then Colts, and he's did
that's
a
right.
great job for Roger Telemachus
Yeah,
in the Colts side.
yeah,
And the reward is you get to make your first class debut here at Newlands. So
absolutely.
it's moved quite quickly for him, but it does show you how quickly it can move.
Well, I have been impressed by his rhythm. It's a lithe young man. He's, really has got a lot of. He's really lively in the field. Got a nice run up and action, and he's been putting it on the right spot here in the second innings. First innings certainly wasn't. He was a bit overawed maybe, and he's settled into a nice line and length here, and he's looked dangerous a couple of occasions, particularly with that ball on the right spot outside the off stump. And that's really the key here at Newlands is you've got to be patient. If you think of the bowlers that, if you look at the team and you look at the normal sort of four-man pace attack that would be accompanying either George Linder or Carl Simmons, as you say, not often you see them both in the same team. It would be your, Patterson, Berger, Hendricks, and Mpongwana, who would be your normal four-man seam attack for Western Province. And you get the opportunity, you've got to take it. Remember last year, Jody Lawrence from Durbanville having the opportunity to be with the squad didn't quite get in, I don't think, for a first-class game. But there again, consistent performances for Durbanville Cricket Club. I had the opportunity now with the Colt system, which I think is a very good addition to the playing both 1 day and 3 day cricket. First no ball from
From
Western
George.
Province. Yeah, it's a bit naughty. That's the first no ball they've bowled in the entire match. So far, first innings they bowled no balls and no wides. Outstanding stuff from Western Province in terms of their discipline. Not as good from Northwest on their no ball discipline, must be said, but a bit naughty for a spinner to bowl a no ball. Maybe he's trying to emulate his slow left arm companion from Northwest, Butchasamy, also bowled a no ball. So in the whole 1 day competition, I was reading an article that they only bowled 2 no balls in the entire competition, Western Province.
Absolutely incredible.
Which is
Discipline
incredible.
is, you don't
It
want to be
is.
going back to George Linder.
No, that's
Campfire one in quite a little bit quicker, but
yeah,
2 no balls in the entire
yeah,
competition.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
impressive.
No, it is very impressive. Incredibly disciplined bowling from the Western Province bowling lineup, and not surprising, really, that Nandre Berger has received his call up to the national squad, making his debut for the Proteas last night. Tough game to make your debut in. I think in the bull ring, that's a great delivery. He's
And
done that now twice, and he's beaten the outside edge of the bat.
and how good was it, James? We saw his former coach Ashwell Prince
Yeah,
handing over his cap to
wonderful.
Nandre. And that's what happens, when the team wins competitions.
Yeah,
Naturally, your
yeah,
players get recognition. So you get your guys getting national call-ups. We've got Kyle Varane back in the test squad.
which is exactly
Nando
right.
Berger,
Yeah,
Mkhlali Mpongwana, Tony Dezorzi in the 1 day squad.
yeah,
So that's what happens,
yeah,
and that is what breeds success. Is that it opens up opportunities for the likes of Wesley Berger because
Absolutely.
the depth gets challenged.
Yeah.
And if you need that depth coming through from club cricket, the Colts, and that's where you really get challenged.
Yeah.
That's why the likes of the Titans have been so strong over the years,
Mm.
because when guys get taken up to the Proteas, the next generation comes through.
It's been really impressive to see him. Dalla Bayomi also really good in the one-day competition for the Western Province team. He played some outstanding cricket in that competition, just out to Carl Simmons there on the deep cover boundary. Good over from Linda, and there's definitely been some discipline and applied here, and run rate slowing now as Western Province are able to extract a little bit of control here, and that may be what's going to bring a wicket. 71 without loss, just the 4 added since the tea interval. At tea it was 67 without loss, and now with still 36 overs to be bowled in the day, we're definitely going to be going into a little bit of overtime the end of the day with Linda bowling, and we do expect Simmons will also be bowling. I think we will get those 36 overs in probably before 6 o'clock today, as it's Badger again. That's a good delivery.
Yeah, he looks like one of those bowlers that really can surprise you. I watched a
Yeah,
bit of his
definitely.
of his bowling on Pitch Vision online,
Yeah,
and he can surprise you. I've seen some historical footage of him, and
right.
he gets a lot of wickets bowled,
Yes.
because he sets a bowler, he
Yeah.
sets a batter up quite nicely, and then he fires one in, and it
Yeah.
doesn't look as quick as it is, but
Mm.
it catches you unaware, and all of a sudden it's an in-swinging Yorker.
Yeah, and he's got that ability. I mean, the first innings he was moving the ball appreciably off the seam with the newish ball, and he's got that ability. I mean, he can bowl, looks like a heavy ball as well, but he's got the ability to just get it to move significantly. He was bowling to the left-handers, so he came on as first change. They'd already taken, so both of the openers were already out. In fact, it was he was bowling to Vian Libber, I think it was, and just trying to think who it was that he was coming into bowl to. So he had the 2 left-handers on strike, and he was bowling exceptionally well. The ball was moving away from the left-hander appreciably off the seam. So he's got that ability to do that, and he's done that again there, David, exactly as you're saying. He's getting that to angle into Senekwani. If you can get the one to straighten, you sense that the slips here may be on in business. So he certainly looking like a very good prospect.
I don't like to compare because I like
Yeah.
to let young bowlers come in, but there's a certain metronomical surgeon by the name of
Yeah.
Vernon Philander
Yes.
that made a career out
Oh
of
yeah.
putting the ball in the right spot and just
Exactly.
bowling with some good seam movement, not as quick as maybe some other bowlers, but wow, was he effective? And
Yeah.
it'll take time
It
for
will.
for a player to come from club cricket, and that's just picking up 2 more
Does.
runs there.
Yeah, it was some good running there. It was played between the man at long leg and at deep square. Simmons eventually getting there before Nabe, and they come through for the 2. But that was the trick with Tiwakaya in the first innings. He was just in that channel outside the off stump. He had a couple of really good deliveries. I mean, the one that got Senekwani, LBW, so he bowled him, sorry, he bowled him off stump, was a beauty of a delivery. He actually padded up, did Senekwani, and or left it alone outside the off stump, and then was surprised when it came back in and took his off stump.
I
So
saw that,
he
yeah.
bowled exceptionally well, and I mean, he had those 2 players that were bowled. He cleaned up Senaran and Mutasami with a beauty that angled in from wide outside the off stump bowling around the wicket to the left hander. So it really was yeah, a very, very good bowling display. And just using again, like, I mean, in chatting to the fast bowlers here for Western Province and Buren Hendricks in particular, just chatting about that one just is played very nicely in the gap between long leg and a deep backward square, just testing him with the short ball, but it wasn't good enough, unfortunately, on that occasion. Not a surprise ball, and you can't bowl there on this wicket. Just sits up beautifully for the batters to just play it away. It's a fine line. Yeah, Grant McQuena may take full time. Hit a six off Buren Hendricks to Grant McQuena in the beginning of this innings. He got a top edge, but absolutely flew down into the stand in front of us here. I think just with that new ball, you want it to be able to talk off a length that you're bowling off, sort of short of a length, outside the off stump or angling into the stumps, make the batter play. Uh, it's going to be an interesting contest now. George is into his work now. Bowled 4 overs unchanged. He's starting to get his line and length right, and it could be a handful here for this Northwest batting lineup, particularly the right-handers.
Yeah, I must say, you've got a bit of runs on the board. They're still in a deficit.
Yeah,
Cricket, we all know, is a very psychological
it
game.
is. Yeah,
I wouldn't mind to see a bit more attacking field.
yeah,
Maybe one or two guys in front, right in front of the bat. I mean, they've got Eddie Moore, it looks like a short cover there,
yeah,
and
did,
they've got
yeah.
a short mid wicket as well. But just maybe somebody under the helmet in front of him, just to keep him.
Oh,
Oh, that's an excellent
it
delivery
was an
there from
excellent
George
delivery,
Linder.
just spitting up off a length, and that's the length he wants to be bowling, isn't it? So just he doesn't want to come forward then, does he? So if you get in that length, he doesn't want to come forward to that because he's worried he's going to get the edge, and he goes back and it could just skid on. So this is an interesting contest. I think George is, to say, he's just, to me, the last couple of overs, he's just started to get his length right. They're going to have to try and hit him off the length. They're going to try and stop
Oh,
the stranglehold that he's now getting on the batters here.
yeah, you can see that George Linder McQuena doesn't look too comfortable with
No,
Linder.
he doesn't,
And
does he?
George has been around the block many a year, and he loves this challenge. He loves his red ball cricket, even though
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
a, a white ball genuine all rounder. But he loves his red ball cricket.
yeah,
He loves it. He's a proper cricket badger, George Linder, and yeah, it just gives that
yeah. That
release
one's just a
ball.
bit too short,
Yeah,
unfortunately, but just a single down to Carl Simmons on the boundary in front of the railway stand there. So it is a 6-3 offside leg side field, and it hasn't been anything really to hit on the leg side. And he's saying to him as well, you want to go across the line to me on the leg side, then be my guest. But it is a conventional sort of offside field. And as you say, David, maybe it could be a little bit more attacking.
oh,
Oh, my goodness. And this is exactly what we're talking about. Doesn't really want to come forward to that because he's worried it might just spit off the length. George Linder starting to make things happen. It's Senekwane, who's already played and missed as well a couple of times outside that off stump to Linder. So Linder sensing something here, I think.
yeah, he's sniffing around here for a wicket. How important would a wicket be now? Deficit still 31 runs, and you never know, one or two wickets, and then all of a sudden
Yeah,
they are still behind, and they're already 2 wickets down. That
yeah,
becomes a little bit more of a challenge.
it does.
But good over there from George Linder. He's not going to give that ball back to his
No,
captain anytime
no,
soon.
not at all.
He's
No.
settled in on this side, on this end, on the Weinberg end, as it looks like Badger is going to continue from the Kelvin Grove end.
I think that's right. Give him, yeah, he's into the sixth over of his spell now. 5 overs, naught for 20. If you consider in the first innings he only bowled 7 overs, naught for 41, David. He's been given an extended spell here, and why not? He's actually uh, taking some of the pressure off the frontline bowlers, Hendricks and Nabe, who are really the experienced pace bowlers having to carry the attack here. That is
Oh, that's
all the way along the ground down to Nabe at long leg and just the singles. He just needs to tighten it up a bit outside that off stump.
yeah,
Nothing too short. One feels he's going to just get picked off
yeah.
every single time. McQuena very strong uh, onto the leg side, but doesn't look that happy when it's on that fifth or sixth stumps line outside the off stump.
Yeah, I think he's got a first slip and a gully, or
Yeah,
almost like a third slip. So he
yeah,
needs to bowl a bit more to his field here.
he does.
He's got a little bit of a packed offside. He's got nobody on the boundary on the offside, so he needs to just bowl a little fuller outside off,
That's better
and
and
that's
good
better and good
fielding there.
fielding.
Eddie
Second one.
Moore once again took two great catches in the first innings, Eddie, in the slips. First one he juggled slightly. The second one, just absolute screamer that he took to his right hand side.
I heard him in commentary with you last week,
Yes, he
James,
was.
and
Yes,
he was very impressive. His knowledge of
he
the
was.
game is
Yeah,
impressive. He sounds like a real student of the game. I know
no, he is.
he loves being down here in Cape Town, and he loves his cricket. And I think when he goes over to the UK in the summer, he
Yeah,
coaches there, so he's
yeah,
got
he's great.
a coach's brain of cricket, and it came across really well. Maybe there's a little career in commentary. That's
Oh,
excellent delivery.
excellent, dude. That's exactly what he's looking for. And that's where you get the reward. We saw it with Michael Pretorius. We saw it with Tuakai and Nabe in the first innings, and we're seeing it now. Wesley Badger, surely not that far away. If he's going to keep bowling like that, not that far away from his first wicket in first-class cricket. Eddie, it was a real pleasure to chat to him. As you say, a lot of really good insights. A man who very philosophical in terms of his career and where he's going. It scored back-to-back hundreds in both of the last two first-class matches, the 4-day matches. I think he was very disappointed.
I don't
Well,
mind.
that one's
I
too
don't mind
full.
that
Yeah,
though. I
yeah,
don't mind
no,
that from Beja because at least he's
that's
making
right.
him play. There was
Yeah,
no foot movement there by the
no,
batter,
not at all.
and he
No,
could easily have edged that to that slip region. So
yeah,
I don't mind that at all. Got him playing, got him fishing a little bit outside off. Got away with it. Got 4 runs for it,
yeah,
but don't mind that at all from
yeah,
Beja. That his captain will be okay with that,
yeah,
and I think he's saying exactly that. Keep it on that line.
yeah,
There could be an edge coming your way. He's
absolutely.
not moving those feet.
No, no foot movement at all. It was just stand and deliver from Senaquani. And this session really is critical for Western Province and the Northwest. I mean, this is a crucial session of the game here at the end of a day two.
Oh,
Oh,
I was just
another
going to
very
say,
good
James, he
delivery.
looks like a bit of an LBW
Yeah,
candidate
he
because he
is.
is right in front of his stump. He's
It's
not taking middle and leg.
uh,
He's taking off stump here.
yeah.
And if Badger can just fire one in and hit his pads, he's making
He,
the umpire's job very
well,
easy.
he will. I mean, that was a very good delivery, a bit of a surprise delivery from him. I think they're expecting him to bowl it in a bit shorter. And so with him coming in and they're using that length and to very good effect. This has been a good over from him. Let's hope that he can get reward and there's not a release ball at the end of it. That is another very good delivery. Moore does the fielding at extra cover. There is no run, just the 4 off the over. The one through the covers. That is 83 now after 19 overs. So yes, batting at just over 4 point. It's about 4.4 and over, just under 4.4 and over, I think. And deficit now 26. They have not yet lost a wicket, but Western Province have tightened the screws a little bit over the last little while with both Beja and Linder bowling particularly well. Linder into his 6th over of what will probably be an even longer spell, both sides of the tea intervals. Just a reminder that the Dragons were 67 without loss at tea, moved on by a further 16 runs in the post tea interval, and that is a good delivery, well stopped by Linder on his follow through. And we're going to get some scores from around the country for you within the next few minutes. Maybe give those to you at the end of this over. It's a lot of exciting cricket coming up within the next couple of months. In fact, a full season of cricket ahead from now right through until the end of April here in South Africa, both from an international point of view and a domestic point of view. And the competitions coming up. The India tour well underway. Was the final T20 international yesterday, and they go on Sunday in
Pink Day.
2 days' time for the Pink Day.
Yeah, that should be a great occasion.
Should be indeed.
Packed crowd, India, South Africa.
Yeah,
You don't get much bigger than
you
that
don't.
at the
No.
Wanderers. The Wanderers was looking beautiful last night. Pity the Proteas performance. I thought they did actually quite well to keep them to that score, and I didn't
did
think
as
that
well.
was
I did as well. Funnily
yeah.
enough, I thought and I thought, well, nighttime at the Wanderers maybe there's a little bit of dew around.
Yeah.
Ball's not going to be easy to control. I thought, okay, maybe they'll it would have taken probably 1 or 2 innings from that top order.
Yeah.
But India just too good on the night, and that's a good delivery from Linder. That could easily have gone on to take the off stump.
I thought Siraj set that
did.
innings up absolutely. A maiden in the opening
He did,
over at the
absolutely.
Wanderers. I mean,
Yeah, I know.
you can't put a price on that.
No, you can't. I mean, that already puts South Africa on the back foot. Reza Hendricks has been so good this season for South Africa at his home ground, really. I mean, that's you'd expect him to take full. That's
A little bit of air there from
yeah,
Linde.
nice from Lindy, just mixing it up a bit. He's looking very much like he's thinking he's got the opportunity to take a wicket here. Certainly, he's not meandering here. It's something happening. There is still chatter out there. I thought they were a bit flat before the end of before the tea interval. Things had not quite gone their way, but now they are getting into their work. I see one of the games there is already finished for the day.
Oh wow, must
Uh,
be in Durban.
must be rain in Durban. It was there. There was very bad light apparently. So we'll have a look
So
at
another
that.
good over for George Linde. That's 85 without loss after 20 overs. Linde 0 for 13 from 6. Beja 0 for 25 from 6. Nabe 0 for 13 from 4. And Bjorn Hendricks a little bit expensive, but I'm sure he'll come back strong. Four overs 0 for 28.
Yeah, he was just bowling a bit too short, but he is coming back, and expect him to come back strong. Bjorn Hendricks done quite well. So Dave is going to give you a couple of those scores now.
Yeah, so the Dolphins were 245 for 9 declared. Then the Lions are trailing the Dolphins 217 for 5. Zubair Hamza out for 98. That's a pity for him missing out on that 100, but it's good to see him back and scoring big runs again. John Smuts with the top wicket taker for the Dolphins there. He's just had a blinder of a season for somebody that's supposed to be at the back end of his career.
Yeah.
Titans 383 all out in their first innings, and the Warriors are currently 109 for 1. Jivesh and Pillay is 61 not out. Jordan Herman, the man out. Bowled Corbin Bosch, caught Neil Brunt for 35. And Mokhakane is there not out. So long way to go in that particular
Yeah, there
game.
is. That's
But a big 100 there from Devot Brevis.
yeah, first class 100 for him. Very good for the young man.
Great to see him playing first class cricket, and that's where you mentioned Bayumi earlier on.
Mm.
I wouldn't mind seeing Bayumi playing a bit of red ball cricket. I
Neither
believe
would
that's
I.
where
Yeah.
that's where you learn your game. You learn you suffer on the field with your teammates for 4 days.
Definitely.
And it's not T20 cricket. You learn how to build an innings. You learn how to set up a bowling spell. It's Bjorn Hendricks.
Yeah, very nice from Buren. Second delivery of his new spell. And yeah, so that game there is looking like if the Warriors can continue that, looks like it's obviously a good pitch there at Centurion.
Always is.
That's not going to help either of those two teams if that match ends in a draw. This game's certainly looking like it's going to go to a result, whichever way it goes.
It's an important result for both of these teams.
It is.
They're starting to build a little gap between the bottom two teams and the rest of the table. But if Western Province pull off a win, they go almost to the top, depending on other results.
Well, that's
well played.
It is well played. Stood up beautifully, did Senna Kwani. Too short that time from Bjorn Hendricks, and that has been his problem in this innings. Very un-Bjorn Hendricks-like, I must say, from what we've seen of him in the past number of seasons. Just not getting the channels right and perhaps the lengths right in that spell. The first spell exactly the same. Was pitching it too short, trying maybe too hard to get the wicket, and it's now 89 without loss in the 21st over. But the run rate has come down from where it was tracking at well over 6 after the first few overs. So at least they'll be happy that they have experienced or extending some kind of control. Just angled down to Valentine Katime at backward point. No run.
Yeah, Bjorn Hendricks has got to lead this attack.
He does.
We know Nabe took 5 wickets in the first innings, but Bjorn Hendricks is the leader of this attack. He's the captain.
Yeah.
I was quite surprised to. I thought George Linde was listed as the captain originally.
He was listed originally as the captain, but Buren being the vice captain of the nominated vice captain of the 4-day team. So that potentially was just a mistake, perhaps coming through from the squad list. But Buren
I see a couple of the Proteas were released, so maybe it was a late
Yes,
release
it may well have been.
from the
Yes,
Protea side. I
yeah,
saw a couple of other guys playing their first class cricket
yeah, that's
this
right.
week. So see Gerald Coetzee played
That's right.
for the Titans. So
Indeed, he's in the
it's good.
Titans
If they're
team.
not going to be in the match day squad, release them, let them play some
Absolutely.
red ball cricket. There's a massive series coming up uh, against India,
Yeah.
2-match series, but it's a massive series. Wow, how good will the newest test be against India?
It's
Yeah,
going to be
packed crowds
incredible.
again.
So it'll be a decider, whichever way it goes,
True.
it'll be a decider. So it's going to be, there will be a packed crowd in here. Uh, oh, that's, yeah, surprise ball perhaps from Buren there just to finish off the over. And it keeps Grant McQuarrie on strike against George Linder. I think that will be preferable for Linder. He's looking like he's really been troubling George McQuarrie. As you say, Buren, who was called up into that T20 squad to replace, I think who it was that dropped out of the squad, but he was called in as a replacement. Really happy for him to actually go back into the squad, then released, as you say, to come down for the 4-day game. I think certainly if Buren wasn't there, Dame Patterson, who was down to play and then replaced at the last minute
I
by
saw that.
Wesley Badger.
Yeah.
So Patterson, having played a lot of cricket in the SAA India A series, one feels he must be a shoo-in for the Test team for New Zealand. Oh yes, this is very good bowling from George Linder.
Yeah, McQuarrie
Yeah,
doesn't look comfortable against
not
Linda here at all,
not
and
at
George will
all.
look
No.
to keep him on strike as long as he can.
Yeah. So that was, I think, clearly the tactic there from Buren at the end of that over was we've got Grant McQuarrie on strike. We want to keep him on strike to George Linder. George is starting to just get his magic going here.
James, is it just my
Beauty.
imagination,
Yeah.
or is the pitch looking a little bit browner than normal
Oh, it is.
at Newlands than what we've seen? Now, we've covered many
Yeah,
games here.
it is a bit browner than normal. It just had a little tinge of green on it yesterday, and that gave the opportunity. This morning as well, it was looking not quite as brown as this. Dried out a lot, it seems, over the last couple of days. A lot of wind yesterday and today. Certainly has taken a bit of that tinge off it. I know Brahm. Oh,
Oh,
oh my goodness, how he's not taken his wicket.
Linda coming a little bit
Yeah.
wider of the stumps and
Oof.
just firing one in there, and he just doesn't know what he needs to do to get
No.
this wicket, but he's sniffing blood here.
Yes, and he's scared to come forward now, Grant McQuarrie. Remember that one that just spat on him previously, and he's just not wanting to come forward, just perhaps at the risk of getting it to that slip. And Yaku is just waiting there, Onkan Yaku, for the edge. It's oh my goodness, and back and across to everything at the moment, and that is a dangerous ploy to George Linder, just setting him up here.
Yeah, it's beautiful to watch. George has been around for a number of years and he's setting him up beautifully. He plays the long game. This is not about instant gratification.
No,
This is
not at
setting
all.
a batter up.
Not at all.
And if and when you do get that wicket, it's all the more satisfying.
It is, most definitely. And you can see that the run rate's gone down significantly for Northwest. It's back and across again. And it is a dangerous ploy against somebody like George Linder, and has the ability to just maybe vary his pace, could give you one that's maybe more attacking onto the stumps. He's just keeps going back. He's not prepared to come forward to him. He's not going to get the single. That's a maiden over. Bowled to McQuarrie. George Linder really into his work now. 7 overs, 0 for 13. And it's brought the run rate down now to 4 and over. 89 it is for without loss. A deficit 20 after 22 overs. And this is actually it's exactly why we come and watch 4-day cricket. Is you don't get this in the 50 over game. You don't get it in the 20 over game. It's only in the longer form of the game where you get this type of cricket where you've got the bowler with the opportunity to set the batter up. We see it so much with players like Dane Patterson. Dane now 550 first-class wickets.
Unbelievable.
And looking like he's going to get to that 600 mark, I'm sure. The way he's playing at the moment, still looking fit.
Pato is looking as fit as he's ever been,
Yeah.
and he is just metronomical. And I think he's one of those just underrated bowlers. He's played the majority of his. As he
They
taken
got
it
it.
down?
No, he's walking. The
He's
batsman's walking. In fact, the umpire was signaling it was his thigh,
Wow.
and then he actually put the finger up. So, bit of an embarrassing moment there, perhaps for Philip Vosloo. But to give credit to Senakwani, he turned immediately and started walking off, and he must be desperately disappointed. 49 to Senakwani. He's caught down the leg side, a strangle, and that is exactly what they wanted. They've been drying up the runs. 49 of 73 balls, 88 minutes, 9 fours, and Senakwani falls one short of what would have been a very good 100, but it's a good opening partnership for these two of 89 they scored for the opening wicket. But the first wicket has gone down, and with Grant McKenna looking not that comfortable against George Linder, you feel from a Western Province point of view, they may feel that is going to give them the opportunity to get into the middle order now of this Northwest Dragons team. But it is an excellent opening partnership. 22.1 overs bowled, and Buren Hendricks, as you were saying, David, he's got to lead the line, and that's what he's done. He's taken the first wicket, and you've got Lesiba Ngwepe coming out now to face for the first time against Buren Hendricks. He's played 105 matches, 183 innings, 4,692 runs, 28 50s and 300s. Been around for a while. 135, his top score in second division cricket was EP versus the Free State in Port Elizabeth, or Gqeberha now as we call it, 19 in 2019-2020. Or sounds funny when you say 1920. It sounds like he's been around for a lot longer than that. So, and it's 89 for the loss of 1. And yeah, Senakwani there just missing out on what would have been his seventh, only his only his seventh first class 50, and he must be desperately disappointed at that. And it was earlier on today, can you believe it, David, that George Linder were out on 88. If he scored one more run, he would have got to 3,000 runs in first class cricket.
If he sees that, he's going to be so livid with himself.
His partner, Carl Simmons, going to 2,000 runs in first class cricket after he scored 2 and this morning. And so Simo getting the all-rounders double of 2,000 first class runs and 200 first class wickets in this season. And that's really outstanding for the young man.
Yeah, he's obviously played a lot of semi-pro cricket,
right.
but can't take that away from him. He's an excellent player. He's been given, that's lovely.
Yeah, great delivery.
He's in a comfort zone against left-handers. Yeah. Buren Hendricks, not his greatest delivery of all time, but well taken there. Credit to the wicketkeeper, Daniel Smith. Good to see him getting an opportunity behind the stumps, and he took an excellent catch. And credit to Senakwani, who walked. The umpire would have given him not out.
No, he would have given him not out. The umpire was already signalling. In fact, I don't think he saw that, funnily enough, because he was already turned and walking back to the pavilion.
Yeah.
Which I must say is a credit to him.
Absolutely.
Because
we like to see that.
Wouldn't happen that often. I found as an umpire that those decisions were actually the most difficult to give in cricket. Oh, my word, that was close to the off stump. My goodness.
These two would be former teammates. Ngwepe is very familiar with Newlands. He played here for the Cape Cobras a few years ago. Would have been a colleague of Buren Hendricks. And left-arm bowlers love bowling at left-hand batters.
They do, especially from the Kelvin Grove end.
Especially from the Kelvin Grove end. So, as you mentioned earlier on, George Linder will be itching for this over to finish, and hopefully for his sake that McKenna will be on strike. He wants another bite at the cherry, and the deficit is still 20.
It is, yes.
So another wicket now, and the backs will be really up for Western Province. Oh no, that's a wild delivery there from
wild one from him, but he's going to want to 2 balls left in the over. He's definitely going to want to keep Ngwepe at this end. George Linder having had some success in keeping Grant McKenna very quiet with McKenna at the Kelvin Grove end. George Linder bowling from the Wynberg end, and just seeing on feed that just came through to me now that the game in Maritzburg has been called off for today. 147 for 5 now. The Tuskers chasing the 232 from the Rocks. So they were in a very good position earlier on with just the 2 wickets down, but they've since lost a flurry of wickets there. As you might have heard, the batter there calling no at least 6 times, because that wasn't a run out to Nabe in the mid-wicket positions. We got the 2 slips, a gully, well, almost a 4th slip. That's been the trend. It hasn't really been a gully. It's been more like a wideish 4th slip, both for the Western Province and for the Northwest Dragons. But backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at long legs, standard sort of ring field for the bowler Hendricks. Lovely
well
ball.
That's well bowled. He did his job. He knew that bowlers bowl in tandem, bowlers bowl in packs, and he knew George Linder would want to have first strike at Mokoena again. I think what we're going to see here this final session is the spinners are going to stay on this side. You might see Kyle Simmons in a few overs coming from this end just to give George a break, and then the seamers will rotate from the other end. Be interesting to see if Onke Nyaku gets a run in
will
this.
Be interesting. I mean, he bowled very few overs in the first innings, just to give you that. In fact, he did end up bowling 11 overs. He did take 2 for 51. He was expensive, but he got the very important wickets of both Vian Libber for 43, and then he also got the wicket of Michael Pretorius. Pretorius was looking so good on his 83, and then what happened, I thought, was very clever captaincy from Bjorn Hendricks, David, yesterday, was that he put a 7-2 field on for Onke Nyaku, bowling from the Wynberg end, and he told him to bowl consistently just outside the line of the off stump, dried up the runs, and then what happened was that Pretorius then went with an oblique bat at one outside the off stump, edged it onto his leg stump. So it was a plan they put together. They packed the offside field and said, you get it through. So some people might call that negative cricket, but for me it was a very attacking move. It was the right thing to do. He had both Prince and Pretorius, both of them, struggling to find where they were going to get the next run from with that type of field, and that requires discipline from the bowler. He's gone for him, and it's up in the air. It's going to go and land safely as it's fielded here by Bedger. Did he get there? Yes, he did. Brilliant fielding by the young man. He's got a strong arm on him, as Wesley Bedger. And that was outstanding fielding by the fielder.
Yeah, George Linder just giving that one a little bit of air, and Mokoena just going over the top, trying to break Linder's rhythm and his dominance over him. But Linder won't mind that.
No, not at all.
It means that he's trying things.
He does that again, maybe he'll miss it and get it's a stumping perhaps for Daniel Smith. And that does give him the confidence to come forward, which he hasn't been doing a lot of. And perhaps just the wicket there with a message coming out from the dressing room to Grant Mokoena, who's looking particularly uncomfortable in the previous over against George Linder.
This is the kind of stuff that you don't see on the scoreboard.
You don't, no.
You don't see the battle between bat and ball and the thinking that goes on. Us cricket badgers, we love this kind of. We love this kind of battle.
See, they brought in for him now. They brought in Eddie Moore into this short mid-off position. I like that as well. It's a good move. Just on the drive, maybe mistimes it. He's just lunging forward, isn't he, at that one? He comes at it hard with the bat. Yeah, maybe somebody in closer would be nice. Just under the helmet, perhaps. Valentine Kitime, very quick reactions. We saw it in the first innings. Gets put under the helmet. A man who's very short of runs, though, David. It's a bit of a worry for Western Province there. Valentine Kitime.
Yeah, I think that's good batting and bowling. But Valentine he's a young talent.
He is.
And I think that what they've done quite well is obviously with Tony DeZorzi playing a lot of national cricket, SAA. He's been given a bit of a run, and I think a player like that needs a bit of a run.
They do, yeah.
It's very difficult. He's probably used to coming in and out of the side, can't really establish himself. So it's important. The likes of Tony DeZorzi is not going to play as much
No.
as maybe he's played over the last few years for domestic cricket. Yeah, just bowling that one on leg stump, and he at the end of the over, just I think it was
Yeah.
2 runs from that over there. Mokoena moves to 35, and Guepe still to get off the mark, and it's 91 for 1 of 24 overs. The deficit in the second innings is still at 18 runs, and Western Province will be looking for that second wicket, try and get into the middle order before the end of play today without too
Yeah.
much damage on the
Yeah.
score sheet.
Absolutely right. And still 28 overs left in the day, and at the rate they were batting prior to tea, 5 and over, that would could have been, with there still being 36 overs left in the day after tea, could have meant an extra. It could have been like the lead could have been 130, 140 potentially. Now it's not looking anything like that, and a couple more wickets will certainly slow that run rate down. Still plenty of time left in this game, and the wicket looking like it's flattening out a little bit from a pace point of view. Good delivery again from Hendricks. Going to want to get in Ngwepe early here. And Ngwepe in the first innings, a victim of a very good catch in the slips by Moore. That was the one that he juggled and took it. He only got 5 off 13 balls there in the first innings. And Moore at second slip taking that catch. So been a hallmark of the match so far. Batsmen have either been bowled or they've been caught in either the slip cordon or by the wicket keeper. So a lot of catches going behind. Smith picked up 3 in the first innings and 2 by Moore in the slip. So 5 going into the slip region, and then all the other dismissals. In fact, Hendricks picked one up in the slips as well. Sorry, no, that wasn't in the slips. So Reina Fontonda just clipped Nabe to Hendricks at mid-wicket in the first innings, which he was mortified with himself. It was more off a leading edge. He actually played it too early to try and get one that was angling down to the leg side and just got caught. And it was a big wicket, only scoring 4 off 6 deliveries. But everybody else either caught behind or bowled.
I've always been impressed with Lasiba Ngwepe. He's
Yeah.
always had the game to be a very good domestic cricketer.
Yeah.
He's just never taken that next level. But I've always been impressed with him. He's got some good shots on him, but it always seems to get that one shot that gets
Yeah.
him out.
And I think, that's, as you say, David, I think that's the difference, isn't it, between being a journeyman and maybe be able to take that step up to the next level. I mean, he's been around for a while now, Lasiba Ngwepe, and I was lucky to get away with that one without conceding a run. Nabe doing the fielding at mid-wicket, so we do still have a 6-3 offside, leg side field. It's
I wouldn't mind. Ngwepe loves a good shot through mid-wicket, and it could pop in the air as well. So I wouldn't mind who's at it mid-wicket. Nabe.
There's Nabe at
Yeah,
mid-wicket.
wouldn't mind him a little bit to his right, but if just in case Buren swings one in on his pads.
Oh my
that is
goodness, that nearly got
delivery.
through. Whoa,
That's an excellent delivery from
it
Buren
is.
Hendricks. Yorker, Ngwepe didn't expect that one and almost had him bowled and LBW.
Yeah, I did. It was
One or
very
two
good.
of one of the two.
Just managed to jab his bat down on it at the last minute, and this has been a much better spell from Hendricks. 6.5 overs now, 1 for 32. He's come back well after his first 3-over spell. Was going for a lot of runs. He's now back and is bowling now at under 5 and over. His first 3 overs went, I think, for 19 or more. So back and with a vengeance here. The Western Province captain is on the line of the stumps, and Ngwepe just getting down to it on time there, and he sees out another maiden over. So that's the second maiden in succession for Buren Hendricks. He's really now into his work, and he's got that rhythm going. Not getting hit around at all. They're not rotating the strike at all anymore, David. 3 overs now it's been since that wicket which he got off the first ball of his previous over. He's bowled 11 balls to Ngwepe without any response from a run scoring point of view. And it is going to be George Linder once again to grant Mokoena, who scored that brilliant century for the Titans here 2 seasons ago in that huge partnership with Dean Elgar playing for the Titans. And they were instrumental in a huge win there for the Titans. Titans getting, I think, their highest ever score in first class cricket in that particular occasion on a beautiful batting wicket. And it was a big partnership between those two. It's,
Just
yeah,
starting
Linda.
over. He's got a plan for this over. He's
I
gonna
think so.
he's gonna fire one in the next couple of deliveries, try to get him back, looking for that LBW or even a bold. George Linder and Bjorn Hendricks, two of the most experienced bowlers in this,
Yeah.
the most experienced bowlers in this Western Province attack. A lot is on the shoulders of those two. Oh, that's a
Oh,
brilliant
and
delivery. Was there an edge?
no, it's appeal from the bowler and from the man at short mid-off. That's Eddie Moore, but nothing from behind the wicket. But this is, we've been watching over the last 3 or 4 overs. Uh, just some brilliant, brilliant bowling here to a batter who's set, it must be said, 35 from Mokoena of 69 deliveries. And he's been in for a long time, but he's not looking comfortable at all. And he's hardly been able to get the ball off the square in the last 3 or 4 overs. Linda now 8.3 overs, 0 for 15. So he has been outstanding and just over after over now, delivery after delivery, where Mokoena looks like he's struggling. Beaten the bat many times, he has. That's another one, but it's just onto the legs, and he's upset with himself. Is Linda? You can see that he's just slapping his hand against the other hand. He's just can't believe that he's actually let that go, and just broken maybe the stranglehold for now. But bowlers work in pairs. McQueen's going to feel now he's maybe got a bit of a get out of jail free card, and who knows what will happen in the next over with Bjorn Hendricks.
Yeah, good to see Katimi's now
Yeah,
under the helmet on the leg side. Short leg coming in. Maybe George Linder also used to play with him at the Cape Cobras, knows
yeah,
exactly what he's looking for here. Back pad.
yeah. Certainly is good to see to the new batter that they've gone a bit more on the attack. There's nobody out there in the deep cover region. Asking Ngwepe to play against the spin here is George Linder. That's a very good delivery first up to the left-hander.
Yeah, and Guepa will look to sweep him. He's got some protection there in Carl Simmons at square leg boundary. Guepa does play the sweep well.
Yeah, he's got 4-5 offside, leg side field. He's got that slip, backward point, extra cover, and mid-off on the offside.
Good.
Very good again from Linda. And that's the end of the over. And just a single from it, 9 overs, 0 for 16, is a Linda Hendricks, 7 overs, 1 for 32, the only bowler to have got any kind of joy in the second innings. The deficit is still 17, and the run rate dropped from when I think you got here, David, at tea time, 5 and over they were batting at. Now 3.5 and over. Run rates dropped drastically. 26 overs gone, 26 overs left in the day, and we're taking the first drinks break of the evening session here, or late afternoon session on day two, session 3 on day 2. Players are going to go for a bit of a drink. We're also going to have a bit of a drink, and we'll check on those scores for you. Maybe bring you the final close of play scores from both the game in Durban once again and in Maritzburg, and then just give you an update on the Warriors versus Titans match happening at Supersport Centurion. But for the moment, from David and I, just say goodbye for a couple of minutes. We're back live after the drinks break, and it is Bjorn Hendricks bowling to Grant McQuena. We say goodbye to David Brooke, and very nice to have David here with us in the commentary box. As always, here at Newlands, a pleasure to bring the cricket to you. Being brought to you by the CSA on its YouTube channel, and visuals courtesy of Pitch Vision. You're with me, James King, the Cape Fox, and our production team here today. We'll tell you now. Good delivery outside the line of the off stump. We've got Bandile and Matthew on camera, and behind the scenes, Sherry on the scorecard for us. Great to be bringing this to you. To those of you that are watching now, thank you very much. And we do appreciate you watching the channel and listening to us here at Newlands. So, beautiful day here in Cape Town. You might have noticed just a few shadows coming over the ground. Cloud maybe just building as it always does, seem to anyway, late in the day over the mountain off to our left-hand side. Hendricks and Linda here, the senior players for Western Province, applying the pressure on this batting lineup of the Northwest. They're still in deficit for 7 of 17. Was a very, very good opening partnership between Senokwane and McQuena for that 89. But since then, that was in the 22nd over that wicket fell. We've had 4 overs and 2 balls, only 3 runs scored. And both McQuena and Ngwepe yet to get off the mark. McQuena, just the 2 that he played over the infield of Linda, and then a single. Hendricks, who has bowled now from the start of that over, he's now into his 3rd over without conceding a run, and yet to concede a run since he took the wicket of Senokwane, strangled down the leg side and edged it almost off the full face of the bat and to Daniel Smith behind. And credit to him, he walked, and the score on 49. And McQuena just leaving the ball alone outside the off stump, angling in towards the line of off stump, just practicing the leave again. It is got 1 slip. It's George Linda, and 2 slips actually. There's a slip at first slip and a slip at 4th slip. There's man at point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep square leg. Also a man at long leg. It's Hendricks in again. That's a good delivery, and they're not going to get a run there. It's another maiden over from Bjorn Hendricks. That's 3 in a row from the Western Province captain. He's come back incredibly well after a very difficult opening spell, and it is Western Province now exerting a little bit of a stranglehold here on the men from Potchefstroom. And it is going to be George Linda to continue, and this time to Siba Ngwepe, who's going to be facing him there. He's at the Kelvin Grove end. George Linda from the Weinberg end of the grounds. We'll see Onka and Yako, who is warming up potentially to replace Bjorn Hendricks from the Kelvin Grove end. He's at slip. We have a man at slip, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, and on the leg side we have the man at 45. We have a short leg, mid-wicket, long on, and a deep square leg. Good delivery, and the man at mid-wicket comes round, Eddie Moore, and it does the fielding. 2 of the matches around the country have already ended for today, both due to either bad light or rain. And the Tuskers 147 for 5 playing against the Rocks there in Pietermaritzburg. They trail by 85 with 5 wickets in hand. And then in Durban, it's the Lions Dolphins versus the Lions, as Ngwepe just comes forward and defends the Lions, as we said before, 217 for 5 after the Dolphins declared on 245 for the loss of 9. Marcus Ackerman getting his career best 140 there for the Dolphins. So those are the two games currently finished for the day. Other game, we'll give you that score now. Oh, straight through the hands of Katime at short leg, and he takes his first run. Does Ngwepe is going to bring Mokoena onto strike, and Mokoena has been struggling against the spin of Linda. So the Warriors and the Titans doing battle. That is an epic battle between the Warriors and the Titans, and they're at bat are the Warriors against the Titans. Titans got 383 in their first innings, and it is Jivishan Pillay and Andile Mokhakani who are still at bat for the Warriors in their first innings. 138 for 1 it is there to the Warriors on what is obviously a good batting track at Centurion. Mokoena trying to play it forcefully down to the man at mid-on, that's Bjorn Hendricks. There is no run. You sense something is going to happen here. Runs have completely dried up for the Dragons here. Still 25 overs left in the day. Game is delicately poised here. It's on a knife edge at the moment. Western Province sense something is happening. A lot more applause, a lot more chatter. They're not chasing leather at the moment. Just very defensive from the Dragons. And 93 for 1 they are. And that is just played into the ground to Eddie Moore at that short mid-off position. And there is no run. Another very good over, just the single off it. Ngwepe getting off the mark there. And I think there is going to be a change of bowling at the Kelvin Grove end. Just waiting to see if maybe Bjorn Hendricks is going to have one more, I think, the skipper. And captaining Western Province today in this match, should I say. Bjorn Hendricks. Linda's now about 10 overs, 0 for 17. And if he is going to be replaced, it will be by his fellow spinner, no doubt, Kyle Simmons. And they are both coming now into the slips. Simmons just coming to stand next to Daniel Smith. And it is going to be a change of bowling. Bjorn Hendricks handing the ball over to Onka Nyaku. And Nyaku will be bowling his right arm medium paces from around the wicket. He's played in 51 matches. He's taken 42 wickets. So very much a batting all-rounder. His best of 3 for 26. And he will be looking to hopefully keep this in a particular spot outside the off stump to the left-handed. And Ngwepe is in now. And that's a good delivery outside the line of off stump. And perhaps Daniel Smith might want to just come up a little bit for Onyaku. It's probably a bit of a loosener. Didn't bowl too many overs in the first innings. Just the so have a look at that now. The 11 overs. In fact, it was a reasonable amount of overs. 11 overs in the first innings, and took 2 wickets for 51. 2 important wickets, those of Libba and Pretorius, both bowled off inside edges. And it was very important for him to take those wickets in the context of the game, allowing Western Province to get this lead of 109. So 93 of those already knocked off. A very good partnership of 89 for the first wicket between Mokoena and Senekwani. Senekwani eventually going caught by Smith down the leg side of Hendricks for 49. Very good innings from Senekwani. Oh my goodness, that nearly kissed the outside edge of Ngwepe's bat. He just hung it out there to dry. Nothing could have happened there necessarily, except the fact that he could have got an edge. But fortunately for him, he did not. So just trying to get his numbers there. Also, that one going through to the keeper, Daniel Smith, keeping because we have the normal captain of Western Province, Kyle Verena, back into the national setup, and we are very, very happy for him here in the Western Cape that he has got to that position. 93 for 1 it is after 28.4 overs here. A good delivery, and that's not going to score any more runs either. Valentine Kitima doing great fielding there in the point position. Kitima, who unfortunately for him, out yet again this morning just for the single run. He's really been battling to score runs. The young batter made the move down to Western Province from Paul earlier on in the year to join us for this season. It's been very good. It's very good to have him here. Outstanding in the field. Oh, it's a beautiful delivery once again from around the wicket, and Ngwepe can do nothing with that. And it's a maiden over for Nyaku. Start off with, continues from where his fast bowling captain has did in the previous overs. So it's 4 maidens in a row now from the Kelvin Grove end. That is really quite something for these bowlers. It's 93 now for the loss of 1 wicket. 29 overs bowled. The wicket fell at 22 overs, which had 7 overs and only 4 runs. And that just tells you the stranglehold that Western Province are putting on this Northwest Dragons batting lineup. They probably won't mind. They just want to survive at the moment as McQueen is down the wicket. Not able to make that into something, but manages to defend it. So there's no risk of him getting stumped. And it's a 6-3 offside leg side field. There's a slip, a silly mid-off, not a silly mid-off, more short mid-off, backward point, cover, extra cover, and a long off, wideish long off, sort of 15 yards or 20 yards in off the boundary. Got a good delivery back on his stumps, but Valley will field it in that difficult position there at backward point. There's a bit of spin on that one, taking it off to his left, but he's well experienced. Yassine Valley is not going to let that one go past him. He doesn't. One of the best fielders in this Western Province team. He does seem to get better with age, definitely. Faster one, and that's just played straight out to Katime on the square there. And extra cover, no run. So very good to have David Brooke here in the commentary box with me. And a lot of exciting cricket, as we say, coming up. The India series, the SA20 to follow that. Good delivery again from Linda, getting through his overs quickly. And that is important here because 23 overs still to be bowled in the day. And we have just over an hour and 26. We've got about an hour and 26 minutes to get through those. You feel with spinner and fast bowler operating. I think we're going to see spin exclusively from this side until the close of play today. That's another good delivery, and this time they're going to take the single, and that's good running and good awareness from the two of them. It's going to be 1 ball left, I think, in the over to bowl to Ngwepe. Still a fascinating contest here between bat and ball in the last number of overs. So only the 5 runs scored in nearly 8 overs here since the loss of Senekwani's wicket. It's gone very, very quiet. And Yako also starting off with a maiden in his first over of his spell after 3 consecutive maidens from Buren Hendricks. That's just played into the offside, going for the shot. And Ngwepe outside the off stump can't really make contact, and there is no run. So 30 overs bowled, and it is, as I said, the umpires now getting hold, their coats coming out from the dressing room. That means the wind is whistling across the ground below. Certainly a bit of a chill in the air at the moment here at Newlands. And third umpire running back to his position there, as we see. Looks like the bowling and batting coaches for the Western Province team. That's Rory Kleinfeldt on the right and Kasim Adams on the left, just taking a walk around the field. They've been having a look at the bowling attack and seeing exactly how they've been performing. And the beautiful sunshine still here at Newlands, but you may be able to see in the background as our cameraman Matthew pans out there that the wind is still blowing through the oaks, and that's played by McQueen, but all the way along the ground down to the man at long leg. That's Wesley Bedger, and they're through for a single. Bedger, who bowled particularly well. His numbers don't show it necessarily, but 6 overs, 0 for 25 in his spell today, and he really looked far more comfortable than he did in the first innings. He bowled 7 overs, 0 for 41 in the first, and he's looked much more comfortable in this, the second innings. As David was saying, Greenport Cricket Club's Cricketer of the Year. He's played well for the Western Province Colts team under the guidance of Roger Telemarcus. Just angled up. Great fielding there by Nyaku at that third slip position. Or is that Hendricks? Sorry, that is Hendricks diving off to his left-hand side. Great fielding from the captain there. He really did stop there. Nyaku is, of course, bowling, and Hendricks has taken his position at sort of fourth slip. Captain helping his bowler out there as that one was angled by Ngwepe down to what would be a vacant third man position, using his dominant left hand to stop that one beautifully, the captain. And a good delivery from Nyaku. Just conceded the 1 run so far, that by Mokoena, the first delivery of this over, and just keeping it tight, not allowing the Northwest Dragons to get away from them and to get over this deficit already. It's 95 for 1, 14 still the deficit after Western Province scored 345 in their first innings, replying to the 236 from the Dragons. Yakuga, that's a very good shot. That's going through the covers. I think that Valley will cut it off. Yes, he gets there before it goes over the boundary. They're going to turn for 3, and they come back easily for the 3, but saved a single definitely there. Saved the 1 run, and that one was driven very nicely by Ngwepe through the covers. He moves to 4. McQueen is on 38, now 98 for 1 after 30.4 overs. So just most runs we've had in this over for quite some time. Almost 9 overs have gone since that wicket fell, and only the 9 runs added by this pair. Run rate is now down to 3.2 runs per over here in this particular innings. Oh, it's a good delivery, and they're not going to get a run there. Eddie Moore onto it quickly from mid-wicket. Good from Moore. Live wire in the field. Inspiration there to his teammates. Man who's been around for a little while as well. Eddie Moore, loving his cricket here in the Western Cape, and had a very good chat with him at the last match here between Western Province and the Titans, which Western Province won convincingly in the end, going to the 4th afternoon in that particular match. Another good delivery to Mokoena, and another good over from Nyaku. Just 4 off it actually, though, this time. But that shot through the covers by Ngwepe, and it is the end of the 31st over. 21 to be bowled today, and the Western Province have put the brakes on this Northwest lineup here. Linda to continue with the attack from the Weinberg end of the ground. I was about to say Duck Pond, but that's of course not here. Hasn't rained that much in Cape Town lately. And the Weinberg end of the ground, the Duck Pond end at St George's Park, as we all know. And here we have the Wynberg end, suburb behind us. Here at the southern end of the ground called is Wynberg, and the northern end of the ground we have the Kelvin Grove end. To my left is the railway stand. To my right here, the Oaks, beautiful in the afternoon sun. Just one bounce to Kitime, who's in there under the helmet at short leg. It's a good delivery to Ngwepe from Linda. Expecting Reynard van Tonder to come in next, but who knows when that will be. Deficit is 11. Ngwepe on strike. Linda into the 12th over of his unbroken spell, but a cloud comes across the ground. A good delivery is straight to Eddie Moore at mid-wicket. Moore has been live wire in the field. We said Yassine Valley, the man at that sort of 45 position at short, fine leg. He's been outstanding in the field as well. Very, very fast. Down the wicket. Plays it straight back to the bowler, who just tosses it up to Daniel Smith, who takes it off the head of Ngwepe. And they've got 2 balls left in this over from George Linder. Bit shorter, but he goes back onto his stumps, plays it correctly out into the offside. A bit of play there between Beddingham and Daniel Smith. There's still a lot of chatter out in the field for Western Province, and really just interesting to see the approach here now as Western Province have put a bit of a stranglehold on the run rate for Northwest. They can't find a run as he's back. Oh, that one in the air, but backward of a square, not going to the man at that short leg position. So that's the end of the 32nd over, and with the wicket falling at 22.1 overs, the score was 89. Score is now 98. That means these two have put on 9 in 10 overs. The run rate at the time when that wicket fell was 4 runs to the over. Run rate now is only 3 runs to the over, 3.1 in fact. So the run rate has slowed significantly, and it's going to be Onka and Yaku to continue from the Kelvin Grove end here at Newlands, bowling to Grant Mokoena. Mokoena on 38, Ngwepe on 4, deficit 11. And Yaku 2 overs, 0 for 4. Good delivery, played straight down to Valley at mid-on. So we've got a man at fine leg, man at deep square leg for the hook shot, which we know Mokoena is partial to. A man at mid-wicket, 2 slips, point, extra cover, and a mid-off 5-4 offside leg side field. And Mokoena makes something of that to try and get it into the leg side, and he succeeds, but only as far as Kyle Simmons, who's down on the boundary at backward square. Total moves to 99 for the loss of 1. And they raced off to their 50 in at 5 runs to the over did the Dragons, and now the next 50 taken another 20 overs. So it has been slow going for them in this next spell. Nicely forward Ngwepe to that one from Nyaku, and Western Province won't mind this if they can concede very few runs in the next 20 overs before the close of play and potentially get a number of wickets, they will be very, very happy with that. It's questionable whether we will get all these 20 overs in fact, before the close of play. Still another drinks break that needs to happen. I got it! What a catch! Oh my word! What an incredible catch there by Valentine Kitime at backward point. And Ngwepe goes for the shot. It's there to be hit and dives off to his right-hand side. And Ngwepe is gone. What an incredible catch that was by the young man. And well caught there by our cameraman Matthew. Took the brilliant catch there by Kitime. You saw him diving off to his right and just snatching that one brilliantly out of the air. And really was an outstanding catch from the young man. And there's Ngwepe gone for 4, and he faced 34 deliveries. He was there for 47 minutes, and the run rate pressure just building there. And Kitime takes an amazing catch then for Nyaku to get his first wicket in the second innings. And it took some level of brilliance from the young man at backward point. And he is so good in the field, Valentine Kitime. And that brings Reynard van Tonder to the crease. And we hope you enjoyed that particular action. As you saw, Valentine Kitime diving off to his right-hand side to take that catch. And it's Reynard van Tonder, 50 matches, 89 innings, 1957 hundreds, average of 44.2, 3,493 runs, so just 7 shy of 3,500 first-class runs. His top score, 250 for Free State versus Gauteng in 2018-2019. He is a key man in this batting lineup for the Warriors, listen to me, for the Dragons, and it is he's now at the crease because we just saw the end of Lesiba Ngwepe, caught brilliantly by Valentine Kitime, diving off to his right at backward point, and Reynard van Tonder making his debut in 2016-2017, as I say, in his 50th match, and averaging 44.73. He is a very good young batter, identified as one for the future, and now definitely has matured into a fine young batter, one who is looking for future honours at a national level. Still has to establish himself. There's Nyaku into him with his tail up. Nyaku, he's going to want to ensure that they continue the pressure on the batters here for the Dragons. And 1 ball left in the 33rd over, so it's taken 10 overs for another wicket to fall. And it fell 10 overs and 3 balls after the previous wicket, and it was only 10 runs added in those 10 overs and 3 balls by the pair of Ngwepe and Mokoena, and it's Nyaku who gets the breakthrough, and a shot outside the off stump, played in the air to the right of the man at backward point. Valentine Kitime diving full length to his right-hand side, clutched onto it 2 hands and held it as his elbows hit the ground. Brilliant technique from the young batter, and taking that catch, mobbed by his teammates thereafter, and really was something was going to happen, and finally the deadlock was broken by Nabe. That's good from Linda, and good from the batter as well. Mokoena just now rotating the strike. It gives Van Tonder the chance to face up to Linda for the first time. Van Tonder just faced the 2 deliveries. That's 100 for the Dragons. and they've gone to their 100 in 33.1 overs off 200 balls. So that is 100 for the loss of 2. Deficit still is 9 on the first innings there of Western Province, and 200 balls for that, and they scored that off 33.1 overs, and it has been very much slower in this second 50 that they've scored, and that's just off the outside edge, just to the left of Yassine Valley. They're only going to get 1. He picks up left-handed, he's going to throw it in right-handed. Underarms it to the wicket-keeper Daniel Smith, and they're through for a single. So Fantonda is off the mark with that single. McQueen is on 40, and it's 101 for the loss of 2. Yeah, McQueen going back again to Linda. Linda is eyeing that carefully. He's been sizing him up. He's been going through deficit, still 8, 2 wickets down for the men from the northwest. Oh, and berating himself is McQueen. He went back to that one. It kept a bit lower, managed to get his bat down on it, but could have been, he perhaps didn't get there in time. This has been a fascinating contest between McQueen and Linda. Linda into his 13th over on the trot, 0 for 20. That must have been an inside edge. One feels McQueen just lucky to get. I don't know if he would have got away with that had it not been an inside edge onto the pad. Just bobbled away into the leg side and is given as a run. And there would have been even more vociferous appeal had that not hit the bat. Certainly was very, very adjacent to the stumps, just straightening that one on him from outside the off stump. George Linder got one more ball at Reynard Fantonda. Things still happening here. We've now got 2 slips in place, a shortish second slip and a first slip. Fantonda facing up to Linder. He has a go at it outside the off stump, and he gets it through Yassine Valley, but it's Carl Simmons is going to field on the boundary, and they come back for the second, as that's very good work in the deep by Simo, as they call him in these parts. Really a fantastic addition to this Western Province team, and Captain Hendricks and Linda, they're just having a chat there together and trying to see what they're going to be doing. Eddie Moore doing some sit-ups there on the field. That's our cameraman is giving you a beautiful view of the field there as Moore just trots across where the umpire is. Eddie Moore, as I say, such an inspirational young man, a lot of experience, a lot of first-class cricket under his belt. David was saying earlier, was over in the UK in the UK summer, our winter, and it just is somebody that is a great man to have around in the dressing room. Missed out on a lot of the one-day cricket. In fact, only played in a couple of the matches there, but he's been a feature in this 4-day team. Nice from Nyaku into his 4th over, 1 for 5. Onke and Nyaku got the wicket of the Siva Ngwepe, who had been batting for a long time for his 34 balls for that 4. And at the moment, McQueen has been there also a long, long time for his score of 41. Nicely played again by McQueen, down to Wesley Bedger. They're going for a second, and he missed the stumps, I think, Daniel Smith. Unfortunately, that looked a risky second. Bedger's got a very good arm. It was really a good throw to the wicket keeper, and just trying to take those bails off as Mokoena came back for the second, and it was a good run in the end, a tightly taken second run as he came back in, and it was good fielding out in the deep, but just not quick enough to prevent the second run. Shadows again across the field, and that's a shortish delivery from Nyaku, and signaled wide by the umpires, so obviously well over the head of the batter. First wide that Western Province have conceded in the match so far, and goes with the one no ball, which is the first one they also conceded in the match in this second innings. Just trying to bowl that one as a bit of a surprise delivery to the batter, not able to create that surprise delivery. Now he's brought him in now to a shortish mid-wicket, and not sure what's going on here. The batter just pulling up, bowler pulling up because the batter pulled away from the stumps. Tiwakai Nabe is here at forward of square as a man on the long leg boundary, now a man at that shortish mid-wicket position, and that goes to the man at square leg, and it is Tiwakai Nabe. They picked their fielder there. You're not going to be coming in that quickly. There's still a bit of a debate as to where they want that fielding position. Nabe not 100% sure. Deficit now is 1. They've nearly wiped out the deficit of that 109. It's 2 wickets down, and they have Mokoena well set on 44 from 97 deliveries, and it is Fantonda with him, 3 off 4. Just come to the crease now with the loss of the wicket of Ngwepe, and that's just tickled to the man at shortish mid-wicket who's been brought in there. Carl Simmons just practicing his bowling to Yassine Valley. It's all slowing down a little bit towards the end of the day here. We will have another drinks break shortly as we have an extended session of play here at Newlands. We're expecting to finish off at 6 o'clock, 18 overs left in the day. I don't know if we're going to see all of those. We hope to. Oh, that's a good delivery from Nyaku. And just hitting Fantonda, I think, a little bit high. Umpire Vosloo not having anything to say about that one. 2 balls left. So 1 ball left in this over, and it's the umpire Tom Mokorosi at the Wynberg end. That's our end of the ground. We're broadcasting here from South Pavilion. This broadcast brought to you by Cricket South Africa on its YouTube channel, and the visuals courtesy of Pitch Vision producer Bandile, Matthew on camera, and Sherry behind the scenes. Once again, just coming forward, Fantonda, and they want to get him early here, Western Province. They know how dangerous he can be, a man who can bat long under the right circumstances, and has made a very good 100 in a losing cause for Free State, and is going to be a change of bowling. And as maybe was expected, George Linder, after a fantastic spell of bowling, is coming off. It's going to be Carl Simmons coming on from the Wynberg end of the ground. So it's one left arm orthodox spinner replacing another. Orthodox meaning he's a finger spinner, 52 matches, 1,896 overs, 2.9 economy, 204 wickets, 7 for 65, his best bowling for Northerns against Northwest, I think it said. He's in now, and that's beautifully bowled. In fact, I know it just sort of drifted in and then straightened slightly, but probably a bit too leg side-ish. Otherwise, that could have been very difficult for Mokoena. Just putting his foot down the wicket and standing there. It's Simmons gets a bit more drift. He's gained turn. That's very encouraging for the young man. That one turned quite appreciably to Mokoena. Mokoena has been struggling with the spin of Linda, and they're bringing a second slip because of that turn. And that, I think, is a good move for Western Province. So they now going to have two slips in position, I think. Two slips, man at backward point, man at the cover, deep cover boundary, extra cover and a long off. Sorry, they've got a mid wicket and a long leg. And you're going to be bowling outside the off stump, one feels, to Mokoena. That one, oh, it's a beauty, an absolute beauty. And Carl Simmons is getting the ball to grip and rip. And he's bowled 3 deliveries now to Mokoena. He's made it look like it's completely unplayable out there. Mokoena doing a bit of a jig. And Western Province are hoping he's going to be jigging off the field soon. That one's straighter, and he just plays it straight back down the pitch. And it is looking very threatening as Simmons. Linda had set the scene there. Very good economical bowling from George Linda. Carl Simmons is now looking to rip that one. He does it again, and again he misses it, trying to cut it. It's far too close to him to do that. And how he hasn't got the edge here is anybody's guess. Mokoena getting beaten all ends up. He's trying to get guard again from the umpires, asking for middle and off now. He's just marking it again. Simmons in to Mokoena. That's another good delivery, and he covers it well with the bat. Good over that. In fact, an excellent over from Carl Simmons, a maiden, and not surprisingly, a very, very good over from Kyle Simmons, getting a lot of turn. And the right-handers, I think, are going to struggle here against Simmons. And Mokoena there could have been out, easily out twice in that particular over. Surviving though, and he'll be looking to prosper and continue to bat on and get to his 50, which will be, I think it's his 19th 50. 42nd 50 in first class cricket. Do apologise to him. 42nd 50 man made his debut in 2008, 2009. Most experienced player in this squad, as Nyaku just gets that one to lift on Tontonda, and Simmons thinking he might be in action from mid-wicket. He's not. It's 108 for 2. Deficit's still 1. So once they get to 109, they start again, basically, and they're 2 wickets down. It'll be like being 0 for 2, and they then set about setting a target for Western Province. Oh my word, that's a beauty from Nyaku. He's doing exactly what his captain wants him to do. Bowl outside that off stump, or maybe the one that is just angling in. That one, Fantonda just put his bat out to dry, lucky not to get the edge. Didn't get the edge though, and it's straight through to the keeper Smith. Good delivery once again into the body this time of Fantonda. Deals with it well. The runs have dried up here for Northwest, as once they lost the first wicket of Senekwani with a score at 89. In fact, it was post tea. They took tea with a score at 67 without loss, and so far in the hour and 45 minutes since tea, only the addition of 41 additional runs. So it has been very slow, it must be said, and they have probably dug themselves into a little bit of a hole here. Perhaps the free scoring not there to be had. Bowling has been a lot tighter than it was to open up the innings, a lot more incisive as well, asking the batters to come and make the play, and they've been They went very much into their shells. That partnership between Ngwepe and Mokoena of only 10 runs in 10 overs. That's just down to the man at square leg. Nabe is around quickly and prevents any thought of more than one, but Fantonda goes to 4 with that single. Mokoena's on 44. The deficit has been wiped out, so it is now they start going into the lead here on the second innings to set a target for Western Province in what has been a fascinating 4-day series match here. CSA 4-day series. This match being brought to you by CSA on the YouTube channel, which you're fully aware of because you're watching it on this YouTube channel of CSA, and those 75 of you watching now. And it's really good to have you with us. The end of the 37th over, 109 for the loss of 2.9 runs to the over, and it will not be long, I think, before we'll be taking a drink here. At the moment, just the 12th man for Western Province running onto the field to pick up the helmet, which they've dispensed of. Valentine Kitime, who was under the helmet, now not going to be under the helmet. He's going to be here at which position is he in? I'm just trying to have a look and see where he is. I think he's actually... Is he in the slips, or is he at... he is in the slips, so Katima's in that second slip. So catching... No, sorry, that's... yeah, Katima's second slip. We've got it first slip on Yaku. And Simmons making that ball rip. Not surprising that we have got a second slip in position. Got Yassine Valley at a backward point position. And he's... there next to a patch of grass which is still growing here at Newlands, looking to get that in line for the New Year's Test match. A lot of watering happening at the moment. Fantonda forward nicely to Moore at extra cover. 2 slips, man at backward point. The man at the cover point, or cover point boundary actually, yes, and then extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. It is Simmons again. That's a beauty. That beats him all ends up. He goes forward, plays for it on the line, and he just misses the edge. So you sense Carl Simmons is making something happen here. He's getting that ball to turn significantly, and maybe worrying signs for Western Province, although it's just Mutasami and Libba for the men from the northwest who'll have to make the ball talk. Simmons again. That's a beauty again. They're going to take a quick single and they're going to get there easily. Eddie Moore hurling that one in. It's brilliantly taken by the wicketkeeper Daniel Smith, very athletically off to his right. And Fantonda, I think, happy to get off strike here as Mokoena, as the lead goes to 1. Mokoena to face up to Simmons. This is an interesting battle that we're watching here. Simmons into him now. Yeah, that one just doesn't have the chance to necessarily pitch and turn. Just covers the spin, does Mokoena. In the air, it's out to the cover region. It's Wesley Bedger who's in, tosses it in, and Mokoena will keep the strike at the beginning of the next over from Onka and Yaku, and 2 overs for 2 runs for Kyle Simmons, following on to his more experienced spin partner George Linder. They've now bowled 15 overs from the Weinberg end from before tea, and they've only conceded 25 runs between them. So it's been that's 1.6 recurring, 1.66666 runs per over, if my math calculation is correct. And really good bowling from these two, and equally so now from Onka and Yaku, 1 for 10 off 5. And Mokoena just playing that one's into the leg side, maybe falling over slightly as he does, but not any danger of popping one up. We'll go and have a look at the score and the match between the Titans and the Warriors in Centurion soon. He's given him! Yes, he's got him! And that was Mokoena, who moved across his stumps, tried to go in and take that ball and play it on the leg side, and he has gone. And Yako has been rewarded for his persistence, and effectively now, that's the Nelson has taken the wicket there. And that is the first LBW decision of the match. And Yaku gets his man, 45 for Mokoena, of 108 deliveries, 2 4s and 2 6s. And it is a big wicket for Western Province. Indeed, a massive wicket for Western Province, as the lead is only 2 runs. And Nelson gets the wicket there, 111 for 3 it is, after 38.2 overs. And the golden arm of Onkan Yaku just managing to keep it tight enough. Mokoena surviving the bowling of George Linder and that of Kyle Simmons. But he has to go now. That is a 12-run partnership between those two in virtually 6 overs. So once again, it has been quite slow, and Onkan Yaku has done exactly what his captain has asked of him. He's kept it tight, and this one with Mokoena shuffling across in front of his off stump, not being able to play it into the leg side, and it was a straight one and given by umpire Philip Vosloo. And he certainly walked across his stumps. Very, very confident appeal from both from the bowler and from the men behind the stumps. And ultimately, it was the decision of the umpire to give Mokoena out to that delivery from Onka and Yaku. And Western Province will be cock-a-hoop at that. The lead, as I say, only 2. And that brings the captain, Vian Libber, to the crease. So sort of batting on a middle and a leg stump is Mokoena. He comes slightly forward, and that's probably what he's thinking is he's not going to be given out, and hits him in line, but he just thinks he's very far down the wicket. He did advance a little bit, but it kept low, hit him in front of what looked like off stump, and it's been given by the umpire, and they've taken a drink at the same time. And so at that fall of that wicket, and score now 111 for the loss of 3. Libber coming out to bat now for his team, and the captain is going to have to play an innings of substance yet again. So leg before wicket was Grant Mokoena, 45. He scored 108 balls that he faced, and he was there for 161 minutes. So just 20 minutes short of 3 hours for Grant Mokoena for that 45. Was at times painstaking, but certainly an important innings for his team. 89 for the first wicket with Lesego Senekwani, and then just these 2 smaller partnerships, the one of 10 for the second wicket, and then 12 for the third with Reynard van Tonder. And now it is the captain, Vian Libber, and Reynard van Tonder, who are at the crease together. And it not looked that comfortable has van Tonder against the bowling of Kyle Simmons so far. Vian Libber, 60 matches, 95 innings, 1257 hundreds, 2,784 runs at 32.8 with a highest score. Let me tell you what that highest score is. Highest score of 166 for the Lions versus the Titans in Potchefstroom in 2018-2019 in franchise cricket. Van Libber debut 2013, 2014. Good delivery from Nyaku first up outside the off stump, and there is no run. So 3 wickets to fall then was first to go Lesejos and Ekwani, caught down the leg side by Smith off the bowling of Hendricks, and credit to the batter, turned around and walked straight away once the appeal was given. Umpire Vosloo only giving him out after he in fact started walking, and that's straight through Libber. Great delivery from Nyaku. He's got a tail up now, and he's taken 2 wickets in this innings for 10 in 5.4 overs. He took 2 wickets in the first innings, including that of Libber's. Had him playing on to one outside the off stump. Just snuck in and bowled him off that inside edge, and up in Centurion. There is some update there for you. Andile Mokhakani losing his wicket. The Warriors 176 for 2. Straight to Nabe at mid-wicket is no run. 1 ball left in the 39th over. Van Libber is not going to allow Western Province to dictate to him, one feels here. And that perhaps does give Western Province the opportunity to take another wicket or 2 before the close of play tonight. You feel with the score now effectively 2 for 3, Western Province will feel they're in with a chance here. Good fielding from Nyaku on his follow through. It's a good over from Nyaku again. He's been outstanding here for Western Province. 2 for 10 in 6 overs. He's been ably supported by his spin partners at the Weinberg end of the ground. We still have 13 overs left in the day. I don't think we're going to get them all in, but certainly they'll give it a good try here. And it is, I don't think light is going to be an issue. Not much cloud around at the moment. And we are seeing now it's going to be Carl Simmons to continue. There's a strong breeze blowing across the ground. That's helping him with his drift and certainly with the dip. And he's getting some good turn to the right-hander. It will help certainly from a Dragons point of view. They do have a left-hand, right-hand combination at the moment. That's a beauty. The huge appeal. Oh, my word. That was a massive appeal from Simmons and the rest of the team. I think Reynard Fantonda probably lucky to still be there. We're trying to see if we can have a look at that now. It was a well-orchestrated appeal from them. It was really adjacent, it looked like to me. I think that is very lucky for that man, Reynard Fantonda. That looked to me like it was hitting all 3 stumps. But probably the middle one first. Great delivery. It's played straight to Valley now at backward point. And umpire Mokorosi not interested in giving that. Very hard man to get an umpiring leg before wicket decision out of. And that was no exception. Quite a lot of turn on offer here for this man. And that is the young man, Kyle Simmons. Laid nicely to the man in the deep. That is a Asin Valley fielding there at deep cover. Wesley Bedger is now in that backward point position, and he's going now down to the 45 position for the left-hander. Simmons just marking his run up again, and he's going to be bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Van Libber, taking guard on off stump, trying to cover his stumps for Libber. We have a man in short leg. We have a slip We have a cover field, which is it's a 4-5 offside leg side field. It's into him now. It's just outside the off stump. Just plays it down into the offside. Nabe will trot in from extra cover and pick up. So we've got a man backward a point on. That's David Beddingham. We got Nabe at extra cover. We got Hendricks at deepish mid off. Simmons in to Libba. That's off the inside edge of the bats down to Bedger at short, fine leg, no run. End of the over, good one from Simmons. Had a big appeal turned down against Reynard van Tonder. Looked very adjacent from up here in the commentary box. We are pretty much in line. And Tom Mokorossi not giving the decision for Kyle Simmons. Previous over, leg before wicket, decision given against Grant McQuena. Onkonyaku, the bowler, and we're going to see a change of bowling from the northern end of the ground, the Kelvin Grove end. Mtiwakaya Nabe. Nabe is going to be bowling his 5th over, first spell, 4 overs, 0 for 13. He's going to be bowling to Reynard van Tonder, and no doubt he's going to be trying to pick up where his fast bowling or medium pace bowling partner Onkonyaku left off and keep it tight outside that off stump. He's in now. He plays it straight down the ground, but it's just sort of unfortunate there for Wesley Bedger. No, for Yassine Valley. He doesn't quite gets down, does get a hand on it, and half stops it, but not before they're back for 3. As he manages to chase it down to the boundary and stop it before it goes over the boundary. Lovely shot from Reynard van Tonder. All changed now for the left-hander. Van Tonder to 9, 115 for 3. The lead is 6. Effectively 6 for 3 in the second innings. And it's some good camera work there, as you saw from Matthew. Just getting that view and zooming in for you to see that was stopped in front of the boundary by Yassine Valley. And it's now a 6-3 offside leg side field. That's... Oh, he dropped him! Oh, my word. Oh, my word. That is Onkonyaku. And Vian Libba has a full go outside the off stump. It's hit over the head of Onyaku. It goes into his hands and then it drops down. It gets his hands underneath it again, but he can't hold on. And that is just terrible for Western Province. Cannot hold on to that one from Libba. And he had a full go at that one outside the line of the off stump of the first delivery he received. This one's played straight now to Onyaku. And Onyaku, I don't know, he must be feeling like the world is on his shoulders now. That was a really, really difficult chance, it must be said, but you have to take them at this level. That's what it's about. Catches win matches. They'll be hoping that isn't going to be a problem for them, and it's bowling very well now. Nabe has got his tail up. Unfortunately for Western Province, that catch going down in that over, and just make a note of that. So it was 40.3 overs, and it is Libba who is yet to get off the mark. Dropped by Onyaku in the covers. It's just off the hip down the leg side into the body from Nabe. It's a leg by. And it was the score was on 115 for the loss of 3. It was dropped by Onyaku there in the extra cover. He still got his hands on his hips. Onyaku can't believe that he dropped that one. Came to him quickly, it must be said, but you should take those. You really needed to take that catch for Western Province. Nabe into Van Tonder, just clips that one down to the man here. It's Wesley Bedger at a deep long leg and come through for 2, 118 for 3, lead is 9. Now that catch went down when the lead was only 6, could well prove to be crucial in this match. Libba looked very good in the first innings. He'll be facing now to Kyle Simmons. Onkunyaku will be hoping he won't make a lot of runs in the second innings. The drop catches for the in the first innings, he dropped Michael Pretorius with the score on 116 for 7. For the first delivery that George Linder bowled. I got him this time! He's got him this time! He tries again to hit it hard, and this time Eddie Moore doesn't make a mistake. And that was a very, very good catch by Moore. And I hope you're able to see that. We're going to see now if they did. And that is Libba. That is gone. Caught by Moore at mid-wicket. He went for that one full tilt. Hit it hard. And Moore took a brilliant catch down to his right-hand side. And you saw him just diving away to his right there with that good work by Matthew on the camera, and he's mobbed by his teammates. That is a huge let-off for Western Province. Onkunyaku will be very, very happy there. And Eddie Moore, who has taken a couple of screamers in the first innings, takes another brilliant catch of Kyle Simmons now to get rid of the dangerous Vian Libba. And he does not score. I think it was 9 deliveries that he faced, and now Northwest in all sorts of trouble. The lead is only 9, and they are 4 down as Mutasamy, Senaran Mutasamy comes to the wicket, and that is really, really a huge blow that Carl Simmons has scored there. Perhaps not quite short enough to play the shot, didn't really get onto it, and it dipped a little bit, but Eddie Moore just diving to his right, brilliant catch from the man that is a huge team man here for Western Province. And perhaps you'll excuse my enthusiasm, but that is now 2 brilliant catches in the outfield by the Western Province players. The one by Valentine Kitime, and now this one from the outstanding catch from Eddie Moore. And it looks like Reynard Fanton is taking a bit of a bathroom break here. He's gone off the field quickly, and not sure what's happening. Probably be back on with us now. Senaran Mutasamy is waiting for his partner just to come back onto the field. So while he's waiting, let's give you Mutasamy's numbers. Debuted in 2012-13 season. Played 103 matches, 171 innings, 17 not out, 4,766 runs as a best of 181, average of 30.94, 828 50s, and he will be wanting to make sure that he sets his stall out here and that no further loss happens tonight for the Dragons. And so, as David Brooke was saying earlier on in commentary with me here, it just takes the 1 wicket to fall and then there can be more. And that is exactly what has happened for the Dragons. And it is Vian Libba, the captain, who will be upset with himself and been given a life without scoring. And he then goes and in the next over, that life does not prove to be expensive, and Yaku must be one of the most relieved players on the field at the moment. And the umpires must be a bit concerned about this. I mean, Fanton has been off the field for a very long time here, longer than they should be allowing. He's back on now, not a drinks break. And this will probably mean that they will not get in. That's like another over that's been taken out of the game here. He's back on the field now, picks up his gloves, and he's back on. So I know he spent a bit of time off the field earlier on when he was out in the field. So 41.1 overs have been bowled, and I did think that Libba would be quite attacking, but certainly didn't expect that he would give it away like he has done in that fashion. Certainly wasn't necessary to play that shot. They didn't want to get bogged down, wanting to dominate Simmons from the beginning. Getting a bit darker here at Newlands. 5:30 on the stadium clock. Still 11 overs to be bowled. I don't think we're going to get him any more than 6 or 7 of those. Means we're going to be 4 overs short again for the day. But with time taken out of the day for things like that now, at least an over, maybe even 2 taken out for that break now for Reynard van Tonder. Good bowling from Simmons. And he's happy with that. I think the captain is very happy with the wicket. And it was such a brilliant catch by Eddie Moore. Then Mutasami off the mark now with that down to Yasin Valley, and you saw him there just pick up the ball and run closer to those Egyptian geese that are on the edge of the square, trying to scare them out of the way. And now it's going to be this battle being resumed between the left-arm orthodox spinner and the right-handed Reynard van Tonder. Oh, van Tonder back and across, and Simmons looking in anticipation potentially at getting another decision. Vastly experienced Senaran Mutasami, together with a rising star, a man who's been around for a while now, Reynard van Tonder. It's batting sort of on, I think, middle and leg there for Simmons. Good delivery, just very well played by van Tonder. End of the over. Successful one for Simmons and for Western Province. 119 for 4, leading by 10 are the Northwest Dragons. So the lead 10 runs at the moment. And it's George Linder warming up. Maybe he's going to take over from Nabe at the Kelvin Grove end. It's 28 minutes until the close here. We will go through until 6 o'clock, the extra half an hour that is being allowed for play. And have a look now at what is happening at Supersport Centurion, and still ongoing there. The Warriors 176 there for the loss of 2, and it is Jivishan Pillay on 96 not out. With him, Diego Rosier has just come to the crease on 3, and we'll try and give you an update from that before the close of play tonight here at Newlands. Oh, good delivery from Nabe into the left-handed Mutasami. In the first innings, he bowled Mutasami with a beauty that angled in from outside the line of the off stump. It just took his middle and off stump and pegged them back. And that left the Dragons in all sorts of trouble there at 35 for 5. At the moment, their lead is just 10. Effectively 10 for 4 at the moment, trying to set Western Province a target that they can defend. That's another very good delivery. Nabe knows what he's doing here. He's attacking the stumps and keeping it pitched up. Mutasami, if he wants to have a go, there's a risk, and he certainly would not want to have a go up front. Doesn't want to lose his wicket now with 10 overs only left in the day. Only the half an hour left still to play, just less than half an hour. 26 minutes left to play on the stadium clock. And certainly not a position he wants to be in. Now the good, oh my goodness. And he has a full go at that one outside the line of the off stump. And there is no touch. That could so easily have been an edge. Seen that happen earlier on today. Bjorn Hendricks trying to push the run rate along straight after the wicket of George Linder, just getting the edge to Gideon Peters, and then Peters getting the final wicket, that of Nabe, the man who's bowling now. Good delivery into Kitime at a backward point. Valentine Kitime took a catch in that position of the left-handed Lesiba Ngwepe earlier on, which set his team up to take the further 2 wickets. It was a brilliant diving catch to his right-hand side. I used the word brilliant advisedly there because could so easily have got past him for 4. Too wide for Mutusami to have a go at that. Eddie Moore, the man who's collected that ball, thrown to him by Nyaku. Just shining the ball again, trying to get something on it. Maybe some kind of some kind of shine left on it. There is. It's the end of the day at Super Sports Centurion. Warriors ending the day on 176 for 2. Jivishan Pillay there, and not just short of 100. And I hope for the young man that he's able to get through to that 100 later in tomorrow morning when they come out to play. That game is perhaps not as far advanced as the game is here, but then again, it just takes a couple of wickets to make things change. So very interesting positions in the other 3 matches that are taking place. I would say probably none of them as far advanced yet as this match here, probably thanks to the very fast run rate scored by both teams in their first innings over the 2 days. Also some rain delays in the matches in Maritzburg and in Durban that have caused a bit of a delay there. So it's very interesting positions at the end of the first 2 days in all the matches that we have in the the 4-day series here at the moment. CSA 4-day series. This broadcast of on the CSA's YouTube channel is being brought to you by Cricket South Africa in association with Pitch Vision. Ooh, perhaps into the ground there from Fantonda. He's trying to get forward, which I think is a good ploy to Simmons. Not anything to report in this particular over so far. And he got him! Did it bounce? It bounced. I think it bounced. They're looking at the umpire, square leg. At the umpire, I think that bounced in front of Nyaku at first slip. He took it well on the bounce. And applause from his captain. That's exactly what they're looking for. I'm trying to see here if I can see what happened there. Yeah, I think it just bounced in front of him. And difficult to tell in real time what happened there. But that's, again, close to being the 5th wicket. And if Western Province could pick up another wicket tonight, they will feel that they are really in this game. Rwanda Swat still to come. And, of course, the first innings, heroes, as Fantona just plays it down to long leg. And that is that young man. I think that is indeed the young man, Wesley Bedger, down there at fine leg. So it'll be Mutusami on strike. 1 ball left in the over. 120 for the loss of 4. Lead by 11. That one, a sweep played by Mutusami, misses it straight into the gloves of Smith, and cries from the fielders out there. It's been an outstanding performance so far from Simmons. 5 overs, 1 for 5. So him and Linda bowled unchanged since before tea. Say unchanged, the 2 left armers. Orthodox spinners been bowling since before tea. They've bowled 18 overs between them and taken 1 for 28. Put the brakes on the run rate here, and now batting at only 2.7 and over are the Northwest Dragons. And Tiwakai Nabe is going to be coming in from the Kelvin Grove end. He's bowled 6 overs, 0 for 18. The second spell of his has been really good from the Kelvin Grove end. He's been asking questions of the batters, and this time he doesn't really ask a question of Reynard Fantondi. He wants to come back for the second, and he does. And that would be Looked like he was in to me. Looked safe. Good running. Great fielding from Wesley Badger. That was a gun throw in to the wicket keeper Daniel Smith. Brilliant throw, and could quite easily have run that man Reynard Fantonda out as he threw that one in. Saw that beautifully on your camera as he threw that one in. There was a massive appeal as Fantonda dived in to make his ground, but he did make it. He didn't dive in, he just ran in to make his ground, and he did make his ground successfully. Rules umpire Tom Mokorosi. Must have been very close. Oh, that one looks like it might be buys going down the leg side. It is buys indeed. Smith will be unhappy about that one. They didn't get across, but a bit of exaggerated movement into the right-hander, and it goes down the leg side for 4 buys. So that's unfortunate for Western Province. 126 for 4 now. Lead of 17. Simmons, you believe, I believe will probably bowl through until the end of the day here from the Wynberg end. Wouldn't surprise me if George Linder comes on from the Kelvin Grove end, although Ntiwa Kai Nabe is bowling exceptionally well from the Kelvin Grove end towards us now to Fantonda. Good delivery outside the line of off stump. A lot of chatter out there at the moment. Game was probably drifting slightly before that wicket of Senekwani, and that made a massive difference, that wicket there of Senekwani. That's Nabe towards us now from the Kelvin Grove end, just into the pads. You're not going to get 2 this time, Fantonda. And Badger just tossing that in to Smith. He's going to do the long run across the ground from his position at long leg for the right-hander to long leg for the right-hander. Sorry, for the left-hander, for the right-hander to the left-hander. It's been a long day, and he's going to be bowling from again around the wicket now to Mutasami. He's had him in trouble here from around the wicket. We'd love an extra wicket before the close of play, Western Province, and they would want to survive these two for Northwest. Definitely would want to survive. Very important for them to be here in the morning at the crease for Northwest. The Dragons having lost these 4 wickets now in reasonably quick succession. 89 for 1, the first wicket, and then successive wickets, 99 for 2, 111 for 3, 118 for 4. Mutasami plays that nicely down into the ground. It's the end of the over. 45 gone, 127 for the loss of 4. Fantonda 15, Mutasami 1. And thank you for joining us here on the CSA YouTube channel. George Linder still warming up down below us. His visuals being brought to you with the courtesy of Pitch Vision in conjunction with Cricket South Africa. And you're with me, James King, the Cape Fox. With me here, the production team, Bandile Matthew on camera. Thanks, Bandile, giving me the thumbs up there. And victory sign, as we have been bringing this broadcast to you today, and then Sherry behind the scenes doing the scores for you. We hope you're enjoying this broadcast. That's just played into the covers, and that'll only be the single, not taking on the arm or the speed of Yassine Valley out in the covers. And he's going to leave Mutasami with the opportunity to face Kyle Simmons. Umpires haven't called yet for the light meter, which is a good sign. We're hoping that we can still get play through until the close. Seems to me no reason why we can't, even if George Linder comes on from the Kelvin Grove end. I doubt that will happen, though. Partnership is 10. It's 128 for the loss of 4. That's just flipped around the corner at 45 to Wesley Badger. There's no run. Bedger, who is on debut, looked much better in his spell today than he did in the first innings. Played and got the batter to play and miss a couple of times, but unlucky perhaps not to have got a wicket. That's into Mutusami, just plays it down to the ground to Moore at mid-wicket. Eddie Moore took that brilliant catch to get rid of Vian Liver. Liver scored that very good 43 in the first innings, trying to fight fire with fire, but not able to score in this innings. He was dropped in the previous over by Onkan at point, deep point. Difficult chance above his head. Bobbled up, went out of his hands, down, fumbled it or bobbled with it a bit, and it dropped onto the ground. Man was absolutely distraught. And I think maybe Liver thinking he was going to profit from that. But he wasn't able to. Good work there from Kitime at that short leg position. He didn't profit because in the next over he had one wide outside the off stump turning into him, though he tried to play it hard through mid wicket, caught by Eddie Moore. Brilliant catch from Moore, and this is good fielding. Spell was very good today. 6 overs, 2 for 10. Instrumental in getting the breakthrough because he had that catch that Kitime took off his bowling, where he was able to get the wicket of Ngwepe, brilliantly caught by Kitime in the covers. Was slashing at it outside the off stump, went like a tracer bullet to the right of Kitime. He dived to his right and picked it up inches off the ground. What was really a brilliant catch. And Western Province then were certainly feeling like they were getting back on top, 99 for 2, and then 111 for 3. How often does Nelson get the wicket? 111 for 3 when Grant McQueen was judged LBW by umpire Philip Fosler. Off the same Nyaku came forward and shuffled across the offside, and then did in fact just get in front of his stumps, missed the ball trying to play it to the leg side, and was judged LBW for 45 off 108 balls in 161 minutes, and he had 2 fours and 2 mighty sixes early on in his innings. The one huge hit off Bjorn Hendricks, just a top-edged, a fast bouncer, and it flew into the South Pavilion here to the left of us, and really was an interesting, good shot from some short pitch bowling from Hendricks. And then the other one, I think, was Bedger. It was off Bedger, in fact, just playing it beautifully down to the railway stand for 6. So only 2 sixes in this innings so far. Only one in the Western Province innings. That was David Bedingham last night off Senaran Mutusami. It's George Linder in now from the Kelvin Grove end, and just played out defensively by Reynard Fantonda. And Fantonda 12 minutes to survive, 6 overs left in the day. I think we're going to probably get 3 or 4 of those in, maybe, with the spinners both operating. Don't think there's going to be expansive play here from these two. It's Linder in again. It's a faster delivery played out to the man on the cover boundary, and that is Nabe. Take a single. Mutusami taking strike in a short sleeve sweater. It's quite cool out there. Got a short leg in position. That's Valentine Kitime. Slip. Bjorn Hendricks, I think, is coming into leg slip. Yes, he is indeed coming into leg slip. Captain. Looking for whatever purchase there might be. Left a gap on the offside, which is understandable. So it's actually a 6-3 leg side offside field. It's going to be attacking the stumps, you think. Just padded away that time, I think, by Mutusami. Difficult to tell. Good fielding from Nyaku at slip. Maybe be a bit wider than that. He's reasonably wide at first slip, which is understandable. It's Linder in again to Mutusami. angling in nicely into Mutusami. It's going to be Linda again to Mutusami. Nice and defensively on the offside. One ball left in the 47th over. Mutusami on strike. Yeah, quite wideish outside the off-stump. End of the over. 47 gone, 129 for 4. Run rate is now only 2.7. This partnership 11. Going to be Mutusami facing up to Simmons. We'll keep an eye on this. So just to give you the story of the day's play before we close off for the day. I'll take you through some of that at the end, maybe, as this one's played out into the offside. Minabe just trots in to pick that one up from backward point. It's a 6-3 leg side offside field. Got a leg slip, forward short leg man at 45. Deep square, mid wicket and a mid on. Mutusami covering the spin from outside the off stump. Nothing too straight so far from Carl Simmons. For 2 balls in the 50th over, and at 132 for 4. Dragons. Oh, just down to the man backward of square. That is Yasin Valley, just through for no run there. So Western Province started the day 148 for the loss of 2. They slumped to 178 for 6 with some brilliant bowling from Vian Libber from Michael Pretorius, as he took 6 wickets, ending with the figures of, let me get those for you now, 6 for 78 in 20 overs. The majority of the bowling done by him. And the team bowled more than virtually double any of the others. Rwanda Swat, the next most overs at 14 overs, 1 for 64. Peters 2 for 76 in 11.5, the last 2 wickets to fall, and then just 1 for Liver, 1 for 20 off 7. And it was then the combination of Simmons and Linda that put together a 95-run partnership for that wicket, and that is the close of play. 50 overs have been bowled. It's exactly 6 o'clock here on the stadium clock, and it is going to be the close of play for today. Western Province fielders go off the field. The batters, Fantonda and Mutusami, are going to go off the field as well, and at the close of play here, it is 132 for 4. Just to run you through the final those final sort of numbers there for today. So as I said to you, it was Linda and Simmons. Simmons then out with the score on... let me get that for you. Just give me a second. Simmons out with the score on 278, a 95-run partnership. And then Linda and Hendricks, a 64-run partnership for the 8th wicket before Linda was out. And very disappointed with himself, cutting at Vian Libber, the off spinner, and then the final 2 wickets to fall both to Peters, with Hendricks caught behind, and then Nabe, who was caught in the cover region trying to hook, and was 7 catches for Mikhail Prince, 6 wickets for Mikhail Pretorius, 345 all out, Western Province, 88 for George Linda, 52 for Carl Simmons. The main contributions today, with Beddingham 51 and 59 to Yasin Valley. Most of those runs made yesterday. Was then the chance, with 109 runs behind, the opportunity for the Northwest to come out to bat in a very good opening partnership of 89 between Senakwani and McQuena, was broken by Bjorn Hendricks after the tea interval, and the final session, belonging very much to Western Province, went into tea a little bit, as they were 89 for 1. Senakwani going soon after that, or not soon after that, 10 overs later, having only added 10 runs, was Lesiba Ngwepe, who was caught brilliantly by Katime diving to his right-hand side after a full-blooded cut shot from Ngwepe. Ngwepe going for 4 of 34 balls. It was a very slow period of play in terms of runs, but a lot of excitement as George Linder was bowling brilliantly to Grant McKenna. McKenna was the next to go, probably as a result of the Linder away, moved across his stumps to Onka and Yaku and was trapped LBW trying to whip it into the leg side, and Yaku picking up his first wicket, and then it was Vian Libber, who'd been dropped in the previous over off Anyaku, who played then a shot of anger against Simmons and was caught by Eddie Moore brilliantly once again diving to his right hand side at mid-wicket, and that reduced the Dragons to 118 for 7. Since then, it has been a partnership of 14 between Mutasamy and Fantonda. They have survived to the end of play. Key bowlers for Western Province: Hendricks 1 for 32, 2 for 10 for Anyaku from 6 overs, and 1 for 8 for Carl Simmons from his 8 overs. George Linder, it must be mentioned, Linder was very, very good in his 15 overs, 0 for 25. It was from him, I think it was all, and he bowled exceptionally well, did Linder in the second innings. He bowled unchanged in the main from the Weinberg end since before tea, and he made sure that the runs dried up for the team from the northwest, and really has been a very 3-run province today, both eventually with the bat, although the first session belonged exclusively to the Northwest Dragons, and particularly to Michael Pretorius and to Mikael Prince. Mikael Prince with his 7 dismissals, equaling the record for Division 1 cricket of 7 dismissals in an innings, only achieved previously by 3 keepers in the franchise era since 2004-2005. So kudos to the young man who took those catches behind the stumps, but really assisted by some great bowling by his fast bowling teammate Michael Pretorius, firstly, and Western Province. Going into day 3, they will be by far the happier of the 2 teams, as the lead is only 23 for the Dragons, and they are 4. The visuals are brought to you by Pitch Vision. It's been a pleasure to be with you today, and our team here behind the scenes: Bandile, Matthew on the roving camera, and Sherry, who's been doing the scoring behind the scenes. It's been wonderful bringing this match to you. It's good to have David Brooke also here on commentary with me for a while. We hope they're going to join us tomorrow on the 16th of December, the day of reconciliation for us here in South Africa. It's been a public holiday here today, and it will be another public holiday here tomorrow on Saturday. This match looking potentially at going to its conclusion tomorrow, but who knows? It's cricket and anything can happen. Please join us tomorrow, 10 o'clock. We'll be back with you here from the beautiful Newlands cricket ground. From me, it's good night.